probably even across the galaxy. So, and then, if you think about all of our radio, television emissions that have gone out since the 30s and 40s, imagine a million years of, and now hundreds of civilizations doing that. When we opened our ears, at the point we got technologically sophisticated enough in the space age, we should have heard a cacophony of voices. We should have joined that cacophony of voices. And what we did, we opened our ears and we heard nothing. And many people who argue that there are aliens would say, well, we haven't really done exhaustive search yet, and maybe we're looking in the wrong bands, and we've got the wrong devices, and we wouldn't notice what an alien form was likely to be so different to what we're used to. But I don't really buy that. It shouldn't be as difficult as that. I think we've searched enough.
It should be everywhere.
If it should be everywhere. We should see Dyson spheres being put up, suns blinking in and out. There should be a lot of evidence for those things. And then there are other people who argue, well, the safari view of we're a primitive species still, because we're not spacefaring yet, and we're, there's some kind of global, universal rule not to interfere, Star Trek rule. But look, you can't even coordinate humans to deal with climate change. We're one species. What is the chance that of all of these different human civilizations, alien civilizations, they would have the same priorities and agree across these kind of matters? And even if that was true, and we were in some sort of safari for our own good, to me, that's not much different from the simulation hypothesis, because what does it mean, simulation hypothesis? I think in its most fundamental level, it means what we're seeing is not quite reality, right? There's something more deeper underlying it, maybe computation. Now, if we were in a sort of safari park, and everything we'd seen was a hologram and it was projected by the aliens or whatever, that to me is not much different than thinking we're inside of another universe, because we still can't see true reality, right?
I mean, there's other explanations. It could be that the way they're communicating is just fundamentally different, that we're too dumb to understand the much better methods of communication they have. It could be, I mean, it's silly to say, but our own thoughts could be the methods by which they're communicating. Like the place from which our ideas, writers talk about this, like the muse.
Yeah.
It sounds like very kind of wild, but it could be thoughts. It could be some interactions with our mind that we think are originating from us is actually something that is coming from other life forms elsewhere. Consciousness itself might be that.
It could be, but I don't see any sensible argument to why would all of the alien species behave this way? Yeah, some of them will be more primitive. They would be close to our level. There should be a whole sort of distribution of these things, right? Some would be aggressive, some would be, curious, others would be very stoical and philosophical, because, maybe they're a million years older than us. But it shouldn't be like, one alien civilization might be like that, communicating thoughts and others, but I don't see why, potentially the hundreds there should be would be uniform in this way, right?
It could be a violent dictatorship that the people, the alien civilizations that become successful, gain the ability to be destructive, an order of magnitude more destructive. But of course, the sad thought, well, either humans are very special. We took a lot of leaps that arrived at what it means to be human. There's a question there, which was the hardest, which was the most special. But also, if others have reached this level, maybe many others have reached this level, the great filter that's prevented them from going farther, to becoming a multiplanetary species that are reaching out into the stars. And those are really important questions for us, whether there's other alien civilizations out there or not. This is very useful for us to think about. If we destroy ourselves, how will we do it, and how easy is it to do?
Yeah. Well, these are big questions, and I've thought about these a lot. But the interesting thing is that if we're alone, that's somewhat comforting from the great filter perspective, because it probably means the great filters are past us. I'm pretty sure they are. So going back to your origin of life question, there are some incredible things that no one knows how happened. Like obviously the first life form chemical soup. That seems pretty hard. But I would suggest a multicellular. I wouldn't be that surprised if we saw single cells of life forms elsewhere, bacteria type things. But multicellular life seems incredibly hard. That step of capturing mitochondria and then sort of using that as part of yourself. When you just eaten it.
Would you say that's the biggest, the most like
You gotta learn, Jim. You're second like a man, but
choose one?
It has
Yes, one summary of what creatures did this.
I think that was probably the one that's the biggest. I mean, there's a great book called The 10 Great Inventions of Evolution by Nick Lane, and he speculates on 10 of these, could be great filters. I think that's one. I think the advent of intelligence and conscious intelligence and the order, just be able to do science and things like that is huge as well. I mean, there's only evolved once as far as, in Earth history. So that would be a later candidate, but there's certainly for the early candidates, I think multicellular life is huge.
I would to ask you if you could hypothesize about what is the origin of intelligence. Is it that we started cooking meat over fire? Is it that we somehow figured out that we can be very powerful and start collaborating, so cooperation between our ancestors, so that we can overthrow the alpha male? Was it Richard? I talked to Richard Brandt and figured out how to collaborate to defeat the one dictator during January and control the tribe. Is there other explanation it came down to earth?
Well, I think all of those things you suggest are good candidates: fire and cooking, right? So that's keenly important for energy, energy efficiency, cooking our meat and then being able to be more efficient about eating it and getting it, consuming the energy. I think that's huge, and then utilizing fire and tools. I think you're right about the tribal cooperation aspects, and probably language is part of that, because probably that's what allowed us to outcompete Neanderthals and perhaps less cooperative species. So that may be the case. Tool making, spears, axes. I think that let us. I think it's pretty clear now that humans were responsible for a lot of the extinctions of megafauna, especially in the Americas when humans arrived. So you can imagine once we discovered tool usage, how powerful that would have been and how scary it was for animals. So I think all of those could have been an explanation for it. The interesting thing is that it's a bit like general intelligence too. It's very costly to begin with to have a brain. And especially a general purpose brain rather than a special purpose one. The amount of energy our brains use is like 20% of the body's energy, and it's massive. Being a thinking chess, one of the funny things that we say is as much as a racing driver uses for a whole Formula One race, you're just playing a game of serious high level death. Stay there, because the brain's using so much energy. So in order for an animal organism to justify that, there has to be a huge payoff. And the problem with half the brain, or half, intelligence, say, an IQs of like a monkey brain, it's not clear you can justify that evolutionary until you get to the human level. And so, how do you do that? It's very difficult, which is why I think it's only been done once from the sort of specialized brains to this sort of general purpose, true and powerful brains that humans have. And which allows us to invent the modern one. It takes a lot to cross that barrier. And I think we've seen the same with AI systems, which is that maybe until very recently, it's always been easier to craft a specific solution to a problem like chess than it has been to build a general learning system that can potentially do many things. Because initially, that system would be way worse than less efficient than the specialized system.
So one of the interesting quirks in my mind of this evolved system is that it appears to be conscious. This thing that we don't quite understand, but it's very special. It's ability to have a subjective experience that it feels like something to eat a cookie, the deliciousness of it, or see a color and that kind of stuff. Do you think in order to solve intelligence, we also need to solve consciousness along the way? Do you think AGI systems need consciousness in order to be truly intelligent?
exactly. And I think that my guess is that consciousness and intelligence are indissociable. So you can have one without the other, both ways. And I think you can see that with consciousness in that I think some animals, pets, if you have a pet dog or something like that, you can see some of the higher animals and dolphins, things like that, have self-awareness and very sociable, seem to dream. Those kinds of, a lot of the traits one would regard as being kind of conscious and self-aware. But yet they're not that smart, right? So they're not very intelligent by say IQ standards or something like that.
It's possible that our understanding of intelligence is flawed. Putting an IQ to it.
Sure.
Maybe the thing that a dog can do is actually gone very we humans are just able to play chess and maybe
right, but if we go back to the idea of API and general intelligence, dogs are very specialized, right? Most animals are specialized, they can be amazing what they do, but they're like elite something, right? So they use everything extremely well because their entire brain is optimized.
they have somehow convinced the entire human population to feed them and service them. So in some way they're controlling.
Yes, exactly. We kind of evolved to some crazy degree, right? Leading the way dogs, even wag their tails and twitch their noses and push these funny reflexes in the upstream cues. But I think you can also see intelligence on the other side, so systems like artificial systems that are amazingly smart at certain things, like maybe playing Go or chess or something, but they don't feel at all in any shape or form conscious in the way that you do to me or I do to you. And I think actually building AI is these intelligent constructs is one of the best ways to explore the mystery of consciousness to break it down, because we're going to have devices that are really smart at certain things or capable of certain things, but potentially won't have any semblance of self-awareness or other things. And in fact, I would advocate, if there's a choice, building systems in the first place, AI systems that are not conscious to begin with, and just tools once we understand them better and the capabilities better.
So in that topic, it's just not as the CEOs define. Just as no deal, let me ask you about this one particular anecdotal evidence of the Google engineer your comments or believe that there's some aspect of a language model, the language model that exhibited sentience. So you said you believe there might be a responsibility to systems that are not sentient. And this experience of a particular engineer, he wants to get your general opinion kind of thing, but I think it happens more and more and more, which not only engineers, but when people out there that don't have an engineering background are interacting with increasingly intelligent systems, including anthropomorphized them, they start to have deep, impactful interactions with us in a way that we miss them. They're gone, and we should expect to feel like they're living entities of self-awareness, maybe even project something onto them. So what's your thought about this particular system? Have you ever read a language model with sentience? Okay. What do you make of the case of
okay, you look at what we are not the terrorists. Why don't you just take these women, put them in a burlap sack, and hit them with a stick? Because that's what you're doing. I celebrate these women. They deserve the right to dress as they please. If Pam wants to show more freedom, she should be able to. I encourage that.
Personal feeling interacting with them every day. So I think it's way premature to be discussing what that engineer is talking about. I think at the moment it's more the way our own mind works, which is to see
find out what it means to me.
Direction in almost anything that we, our brains are trained to interpret agents, basically, in things, even inanimate things sometimes. And of course, with a language system, because language is so fundamental to intelligence, it's going to be easy for us to anthropomorphize that. I mean, back in the day, even the first, the dumbest sort of template practice ever, Eliza, and the original chatbots back in the 60s, some people under certain circumstances might have pretended to be a psychologist, so just basically ran it back to you the same question you asked it. and some people believe that. So I don't think we can. This is why I think the Turing test is a bit flawed as a formal test, because it depends on the sophistication of the judge, whether or not they are qualified to make that determination. So I think we should talk to the top philosophers about this, people like Daniel Dennett and David Chalmers and others who obviously thought deeply about consciousness. Of course, consciousness itself hasn't been there's no agreed definition. If I was to speculate about that, I kind of the working definition I like is the way information feels when it's getting processed. I think things like Tegmark came up with that. I like that idea. I don't know if it helps us get towards any operational thing, but I think it's a nice way of viewing it. I think we can obviously see from neuroscience certain prerequisites like self-awareness. I think is necessary but not sufficient component. This idea of the self, other, and depth of coherent preferences that are coherent over time. These things are maybe memory. These things are probably needed for a sentient or conscious being. But the reason, the difficult thing I think for us when we get, and I think this is a really
Society doesn't care. Society
when we get closer to CGI and much more powerful systems than we have today, how are we going to make this judgment? And one debate, the Turing test is sort of a behavioral model. Is the system exhibiting all the behaviors that a human sentient or sentient being would exhibit? Is it answering the right questions? Is it saying the right things? Is it indistinguishable from a human? And so on. But I think there's a second thing that makes us as humans regard each other as sentients. Like, why do we think there's an undebated system Daniel Dennett? And I think there's a second reason that's often overlooked, which is that we're running on the same substrate. Right? So if we're exhibiting the same behavior, and we're running on the same carbon-based biological substrates, with a few pounds of flesh in our skulls. The parsimonious, I think, explanation is that you'll feel the same thing as I feel, right? But we will never have that second part, the substrate equivalent with a machine, right? So we will have to only judge based on the behavior. And I think the substrate equivalent is a critical part why we make assumptions that we're conscious. And in fact, even with animals, kind of animals, why we think they might be, because they're exhibiting some of the behaviors we'd expect from a sentient animal, and they're making the same thing biologically.
So we're going to have to come up with explanations or models of the substrate differences between machines and humans.
Concepts are awful and humiliating. Just store after store, these horrible salespeople making a big fuss out of an adult shopping and doing research. Adults who are so smaller, who need to wear maybe a kid size skin.
Okay, let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
How does that change the world? What's the responsibility of the AI system to help? And also, what's the ethical thing? Because you can make a lot of people happy by creating a deep experience with the system that's making it before it makes it.
Yeah,
I don't. Are we the right? Who is to say?
Slow down. We're not going to put any faster for a day. I know how to drive.
Stating moving tools as opposed to friends.
Yeah, I think, these are fantastic questions and also critical ones. And we've been thinking about this since the start of Deep Mind and before that, because we planned for success and how remote that looks like back in 2010. And we've always had sort of these ethical considerations as fundamental to Deep Mind. And my current thinking on the language models and large models is they're not ready. We don't understand them well enough yet. And in terms of analysis tools and guardrails, what they can and can't do, and so on, to deploy them at scale. Because I think there will be still ethical questions like, should an AI system always announce that it is an AI system to begin with? Probably yes. What do you do about solving those philosophical questions about the feelings people may have about AI systems, perhaps intellectually attributed? So I think there's a whole bunch of research that needs to be done first. to responsibly, before you can responsibly deploy these systems at scale. That will be usually my current position. Over time, I'm very confident we'll have those tools, like interpretability questions and analysis questions, and then with the ethical quandary, I think there it's important to look beyond just science. That's why I think philosophy, social sciences, even theology, other things like that come into it, where arts and humanities, what does it mean to be human and the spirit of being human, and to enhance that and the human condition, right, and allow us to experience things we could never experience before, and improve the overall human condition and humanity overall, get radical abundance, solve many scientific problems, solve disease. So this is the era, I think, this is the amazing era I think we're heading into if we do it right. But we've got to be careful. We've already seen with things like social media how dual-use technologies can be misused by bad actors, or naive actors, or crazy actors, right? And that's kind of just the common or garden misuse of existing dual-use technology. And then, of course, there's an additional thing that has to come with AI that eventually it may have its own agency, so it could be good or bad in itself. So I think these questions have to be approached very carefully, using the scientific method, I would say, in terms of hypothesis generation, careful control testing, live A/B testing around the world, because with powerful technologies like AI, if something goes wrong, it may cause a lot of harm before you can fix it. It's not like an imaging app or game where if something goes wrong, it's relatively easy to fix, and the harm's relatively small. So I think it comes with the usual cliche of like with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility, and I think that's the case here with things like AI, given like the enormous opportunity in front of us. And I think we need a lot of voices and as many inputs into things like the design of the systems and the values they should have, and what goals should they be put to. I think as wide a group of voices as possible beyond just the technologists is to input into that and to have a say in that, especially when it comes to deployment of these systems, which is when the rubber really hits the road. It really affects the general person in the street rather than fundamental research. And that's why I think as a first step, it would be better to have the choice to build these systems as tools to give and should never go beyond them. Of course, the potential is there. To go away from these but I think that would be a good first step in order for us to, allow us to check Instagram and understand what these things can do.
Yes, it's not that bad. Let me ask a dark question. So you're one of the most brilliant people in the academy, also most kind. If I may say so, there's a lot of people in the community. Creation of a super intelligent AI system would be one of the most powerful things in the world, tools or otherwise. And again, as the old saying goes, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You are likely to be one of the people, well, I would say probably the most likely person to be in the control of such a system. Do you think about the corrupting nature of power when you talk about these kinds of systems? That, as all dictators and people that cause atrocities in the past always think they're doing good. But they don't do good because the power is polluted their mind about what is good and what is evil. Do you think about this stuff, or we just focus on
I think about I think what are the defenses against that? I think one thing is to remain very grounded and sort of humble, no matter what you do or achieve. And I try to do that. My best friends are still my set of friends from my undergraduate Cambridge days. My family's, and friends very important. I think trying to be a multidisciplinary person, it helps keep you humble, because no matter how good you are at one topic, someone will be better than you at that. And always relearning a new topic again from scratch is, you feel, is very humbling. Right? So for me, that's been biology over the last 5 years. Huge area of topics, and I just love doing that, and it helps to keep you grounded, like open-minded. And then the other important thing is how really good, amazing set of people around you in your company, your organization, who are also very ethical and proud of themselves and help to keep you that way. And then ultimately, just to answer your question, I hope we're going to be a big part of birthing AI and that being the greatest benefit to humanity of any technology ever, and getting us into a world of abundance and curing diseases and solving many of the big challenges we have in front of us, and then ultimately, help the ultimate flourishing of humanity throughout this world. Find those aliens if they are there, if they're not there, find out why they're not there, what is going on here in the universe. This is all to come, and that's what I want to read about. But I think AI is really big an idea. Eventually, there'll be a certain set of pioneers who get there first. I hope we're in the vanguard so we can influence how that goes. And I think it matters which cultures they come from and what values they have, the builders of AI systems. Because I think even though the AI system is going to learn for itself most of its knowledge, there'll be a residue in the system of the culture and the values of the creators of the system. And there's interesting questions to discuss about that geopolitically. Different cultures, as we're in a more fragmented world than ever, unfortunately. I think in terms of global cooperation, you see that in things like climate and conflict, our activism globally to cooperate on these pressing matters. I hope that will change over time. Perhaps, into an era of radical economics, we don't have to be so competitive anymore. Maybe we can be more cooperative if resources aren't so scarce.
It's true that in terms of power corrupting, leading to destructive things, it seems that some of the atrocities in the past happened. There's a significant constraint on resources.
I think that's the first thing. I don't think that's enough. I think scarcity is one thing that's led to competition, sort of zero-sum game thinking. I would like us to all be in a positive sub-world, and I think for that, you have to remove scarcity. I don't think that's enough, unfortunately, to get world peace, because there's also other corrupting things like wanting power over people and this kind of stuff, which is not necessarily satisfied by just abundance. But I think it will help.
But I do need some hand towels.
And I think ultimately AI is going to be run by one person, one organization. Belongs to the world, belongs to humanity, and I think there'll be many ways this will happen, and ultimately everybody should have the same.
Do you have advice for young people in high school and college? Maybe if they're interested in AI, interested in having a big impact on the world, but they should too have a career they can be proud of.
I love giving talks to the next generation. What I say to them is actually two things. I think the most important things to learn about and to find out about when you're young is what are your true passions. Is first of all, there's two things. One is find your true passions, and I think you can do that by the way to do that is to explore as many things as possible when you're young and you have the time and you can take those risks. I would also encourage people to look at finding the connections between things in a unique way. I think that's a really great way to find passion. The second thing I would say advice is know yourself. So spend a lot of time understanding how you work best. Like, what are the optimal times? What are your ways that you study? What are your how to deal with pressure? Sort of test yourself in various and try and improve your weaknesses, but also find out what your unique skills and strengths are, and then hone those. So then that's what will be your super value. And you can then combine those two things and find passions that you're genuinely excited about that intersect with what your unique strong skills are. Then you're onto something incredible, and I think you can make a huge difference.
So let me ask you, love yourself. This is fun. This is fun. Quick question. Day in your life. Perfect day. Perfect productive day.
Yeah.
Maybe these days.
I really appreciate you chatting today.
Maybe you can focus on a single project. How early do you wake up? Night owl, morning, interesting habits. How many dozens of cups of coffee do you drink a day? What's the computer that you use? what's the setup, how many screens, what kind of keyboard, we're talking Emacs Fin, or we're talking something more modern, just a bunch of those questions. So maybe day in the life. What's the perfect day in the life?
Well, these days it's quite different from, say, 10, 20 years ago. Back 10, 20 years ago, it would have been, a whole day of research, individual research or programming, doing some experiment, neuroscience, computer science experiment, reading lots of research papers, and then perhaps at night time, reading science fiction books or playing some games.
Lots of focus, deep focus work, whether it's programming, reading research papers.
Yes, so that would be lots of deep, focus work. These days, for the last sort of, 5 to 10 years, I've actually got quite a structure that works very well for me now, which is that I'm a complete night out, always have been. So I optimize for that. So, I basically do a normal day's work, get into work about 11 o'clock and sort of do work to about 7 in the office. And I arrange back-to-back meetings for the entire and with as many people as possible. So that's my collaboration management. Then I go home, spend time with the family and friends, have dinner, relax a little bit, and then I start second day of work. Do my second day of work around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. And that's the time till about 12 hours in the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning, where I will do my thinking and reading research, writing research papers. Sadly, I don't have time to code anymore, but it's not efficient to do that these days, given the amount of time I have. But that's when I do, maybe do the long kind of stretches of thinking and planning, and then probably using email or other things, I would fire off a lot of things to my teams to deal with the next morning. But actually thinking about this overnight, we could go for this project or arrange this meeting the next day.
When you think through a problem, you're talking about a sheet of paper with is there some structure?
Yeah, I still like pencil and paper best for working out things, but these days it's just so efficient to read research papers just on the screen. I still often print them out. Actually, I still prefer to mark out things, and I find it goes into the brain better and sticks in the brain better when you're still using physical pen and pencil and paper.
So you take notes.
I have lots of notes, electronic ones, and also whole stacks of notebooks that I use.
Some of these most challenging next steps, for example, stuff and snowball that you're working on, you're thinking, there's some deep thinking required there, right? Like what is the right problem? What is the right approach? Because you're going to have to invest a huge amount of time for the whole team. They're going to have to pursue this thing. What's the right way to do it? As our outcome work here.
Yes.
What's the right way to try? What's the right benchmark to use? To construct the benchmark from scratch? All those kind of things.
Yes. So I think all those kind of things in the nighttime phase, but also much more. I've always found the quiet hours of the morning when all the sleep, super quiet outside. And that's that time. It's the golden hours, like between 1 and 3 in the morning. Put some music on, inspiring music on, and then think these deep thoughts. So that's when I read, my philosophy books. Spinoza is my, recent favorite, all these things. I read about great scientists of history, how they did things, how they thought things. So that's when you do all your that's when I do all my creative thinking. And it's good. I think people recommend, you do your sort of creative thinking in one block. And the way I organise the day, that way I don't get interrupted because obviously no one else is up at those times. So I can go, I can sort of get super deep and super into flow. The other nice thing about doing it nighttime wise is if I'm really onto something or I've got really deep into something, I can choose to extend it and I'll go into 6 in the morning, whatever, and then I'll just pay for it the next day. Yeah. So I'll be a bit tired and I won't be my best, but that's fine. I can decide, looking at my schedule the next day, and given where I'm at with this particular thought or creative idea, that I'm going to pay that cost the next day. So I think that's more flexible than morning people who do that. They get up at 4 in the morning. They can also do those golden hours then, but then their scheduled day starts at breakfast, 8 a.m. whatever they have their first meeting, and then it's hard. You have to reschedule a day if you were flow.
Yeah, there could be a special thread of thought that you're too passionate about it. This is where some of the greatest ideas could potentially come, is when you just lose yourself later.
Yeah.
And for the meetings, I mean, you're loading in really hard problems in a very short amount of time. So you have to do some kind of first principles thinking here. It's like, what's the problem? What's the state of things? What's the right next step?
Yes. You have to get really good at context switching, which is one of the hardest things, because especially as we do so many things, if you include all the scientific things we do, scientific fields we're working in, these are entire, complex fields in themselves, and you have to sort of keep up abreast of that. But I enjoy it. I've always been a sort of generalist in a way, and that's actually what happened in my games career after chess. One of the reasons I stopped playing chess was that I got into computers, but also I started realizing there were many other great games out there to play too. So I've always been that way inclined, multidisciplinary, and there's too many interesting things in the world to spend all your time just on one thing.
So you mentioned Spinoza, that asked the big, ridiculous question about life. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Why are we humans here? You've already mentioned that perhaps the universe created us. Mm-hmm. Is that why you think we're here? To understand how the universe.
Yeah, I think my answer to that would be, and at least the life I'm living, is to gain and understand knowledge. To gain knowledge and understand the universe. That's what I think. I can't see any higher purpose than that. If you think back to the classical Greeks, the virtue of gaining knowledge. I think it's one of the few true virtues, is to understand the world around us and the context of humanity better. And I think if you do that, you become more compassionate and more understanding yourself and more tolerant. And all these other things may flow from that. And to me, understanding the nature of reality, that is the biggest question. What is going on here is sometimes the colloquial way I say. What is really going on here? It's so mysterious. I feel like we're in a huge puzzle. And it's the world is also seems to be, the universe seems to be structured in a way. Why is it structured in a way that science is even possible? That the scientific method works. Things are repeatable. It feels like it's almost structured in a way to be conducive to gaining knowledge. So I feel like, why should computers be possible? Isn't that amazing that computational electronic devices can be possible, and they're made of sand, our most common element that we have, silicon on the Earth's crust. It could be made of diamond or something, then we would have only had one computer. Right? So it's a lot of things are kind of slightly suspicious to me.
This puzzle sure as heck sounds like something we talked about earlier, what it takes to design a game that's really fun to play for long periods of time. And it does seem like this puzzle you mentioned, the more you learn about it, the more you realize how little you know. So it humbles you, it excites you for the possibility of learning more. One heck of a puzzle we got going on here. So like I mentioned, of all the people in the world, you're very likely to be the one who creates the AGI system that achieves human level intelligence. It goes beyond it. So if you got a chance, very well you could be the person that goes into the room with the system and have a conversation. Maybe you don't get to ask one question. If you do, what question would you ask?
I would probably ask, what is the true nature of reality? I think that's the question. I don't know if I'd understand the answer, because maybe it's 42 or something like that. But that's the question.
And then there'll be a deep sigh from the system. It's like, all right, how do I explain to this human?
Exactly.
All right, I don't have time to explain. Maybe I'll draw you a picture. How do you begin to answer that question?
Well, I think it would.
What would you think the answer could possibly look like?
I think it could start looking like more fundamental explanations of physics would be the beginning. More careful specification of that, walking us through by the hand as to what one would do to maybe prove those things out.
Maybe giving you glimpses of what things you totally miss in physics. Exactly. Just here's glimpses of there's a much more elaborate world, or a much simpler world, or something.
A much deeper, maybe simpler explanation of things, right than the standard model of physics, which we know doesn't work, but we still keep adding to. So, and that's how I think the beginning of an explanation would look, and it would start encompassing many of the mysteries that we have wondered about for thousands of years, like, consciousness, dreaming, life, and gravity, all of these things.
Yeah, giving us like glimpses of explanations, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the special human beings in this giant puzzle of ours. And it's a huge honor that you would take a pause from the bigger puzzle to solve this small puzzle of a conversation with me today. Truly an honor. Pleasure. Thank you so much.
I really enjoyed it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Demetrius Ellis. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words at Skin Extra. Computer science is no more about computers, and astronomy is about telescopes. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
People's favorite songs are their happy songs. Play it on their playlist about 175 times. People who love sad music play them about 800 times. And they say that they feel connected to the sublime when they're listening to that music. The longing for what you lack is the very thing that gives you what you're longing for. So the longing to secure.
The following conversation with PK, author of Quiet, The Power of Introverts, The World That Can't Stop Talking, and her most recent book, Bittersweet, How Sorrow, Longing, Make Us Whole. This is the Let's Written podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Susan. You've written on your website, and quote, I prefer listening to talking, reading to socializing, and cozy chats in group settings. So I think this conversation in the podcast is going to be fun. What's a good definition of an introvert? Is something like those three things a good start?
It is a good start in terms of how introverts experience day-to-day life. I think a good definition is one that some of your listeners will have heard many times before. The idea of where do you get your energy? And for some people, they get their energy more quieter settings, and for other people, they get more out there. So a good rule of thumb is to imagine that you're at a party that you really enjoy, and you've been there for about 2 hours or so. People you really like, it's favorite place. It's all good. An extrovert in a setting like that is going to feel charged up, and they're going to be looking for the after party. And an introvert, no matter how good a time they're having, how socially skilled they are, there's this moment where you just wish that you could teleport and be back at home.
Yeah. And that the time before the start of the party to the time that moment happens is different for different people. So the shorter that is, the more you where you are, that kind of thing.
The shorter the moment to get to the place where you've got to teleport home.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and then for extroverts, it's the opposite, right? Like they're going to feel, maybe they're working on, I don't know, focused on producing a memo. It's really intensely interesting to them. But if you're in that state of the solitary mood of really focusing, they might get stir crazy a lot faster than an introvert would. And so it doesn't have so much to do with what you're good at as how you get your energy.
And so for an introvert, the source of energy is what? Silence, solitude. And for an extrovert, it's interaction with other people.
What I really say is that, and this is neurobiological as well, is that it has to do with how your nervous system reacts to stimulation. So for an introvert, you're feeling in a state of equilibrium when your fewer inputs coming at you. So they could be social inputs, but that's why an introvert in general would rather hang out with his friend at a time. Big party full of strangers because that's too many inputs for the nervous system. And for an extrovert, the nervous system needs more stimulus. So if they're not getting enough, they get that listless and sluggish feeling.
So if you're just walking through, like if you listen to this in general, how do you know if you're an introvert? Like, how do you empirically start to determine if you are, in large part, an introvert?
Well, I would start by just asking a question. What happens to you, at around the 2-hour mark where you're having a good time? Yeah, like I imagine. But I also find, I'm curious to see the different experience from this, but in all the years that I've been out there talking about this topic, I found that most people really seem to know once they're being honest with themselves. And maybe that's the question to ask is like, if you imagine a Saturday or a whole weekend where you can spend your time exactly the way you want to, with no professional obligations, no social obligations, who would you spend it with? What would you be doing? And what is that picture that you're start to look like?
Yeah, so there's nuance to this stuff because I'm sure for extroverts to get energized by stimulation or stimulation for other people, like it depends what that stimulation is, right? Like maybe you're not surrounded by the kind of people that you enjoy being around. So kind of maybe that has to do less with some characteristics of your personality and has to do with the fact like what your environment is like. That's always kind of the question. Do you want to be alone because you want to be an asshole, or do you want to be alone because you get energized?
Well, I would hope that there is this again. You know,
You assholes. Like, and then there's the other thing kind of observed that there's a lot of people that will say they get energized from being alone. Like, people are exhausting to them or something like that. But at the same time, when you see them at a party, they seem like they like the party.
you know, and I do for those people all the time. There's so many people like
What would you classify them as exactly? Is it ultimately just the source of energy? Is the most important thing? Or like, how the heck are they like the party?
it's a bunch of different things. You know, so first I'll just say like a big caveat to all of this. Humans are amazingly complex. So you can't like define every individual human's parameters, even though I think parameters are really valuable. But that person at the party, it could be that they're more of an ambivert, they kind of more in the middle of the spectrum, but it basically means someone who's not extremely introverted or extremely extroverted. They're kind of in the middle. So maybe the party, the more extroverted side comes out. Or it could be an introvert who's gotten really good at the skills of acting more like a pseudo extrovert, and they pull that up at the moment that they need it. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. And I know this because, like, I think out of all the people on this planet that you're talking to, I've heard from the most numbers of those people. So they all come to tell me about their experience out in the world, presenting a face that's different from what they feel.
So one of the things to talk about is, at least in the West, we've constructed a picture of success, and that picture is usually one extrovert. When you imagine somebody who's a leader, who's a successful person, that person has some of the qualities you would associate with an extrovert. And so there's a lot of incentive for faking it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to be successful, you got to be able to fake it, to sort of hang with the rest of the team, to be able to be outgoing and all those kinds of things, and not be drained by the interaction.
Yeah, but there are also a lot of introverts who figure out ways to draw on their own strength, and they're incredibly connecting and successful and like great leaders, and they're not actually faking it. They're more just figuring out ways to do their own way. You see a lot of people like that.
Is there advice, is there lessons you can draw from that, from just observing how you can be an introvert and be in a leadership position?
Yeah, kind of like a mantra, figuring out what your own strengths are and how to draw on them. I think of a guy I know, Jeff who had been the CEO of Campus Soup for many years. He's very introverted. He's quite shy, also, by description, and he really cares about people. And so when he started at Campbell, the employee engagement ratings of the company were all the way at the bottom. It was a Fortune 500. And by the time he stepped down 10 years later, they were all the way at the top. And it wasn't that he was going out there and losing people, but he really did care. So he would find out who were the people who had really been contributing, and he would write to them personal letters of thanks. And people, and these letters meant so much to people. He carried them around with him. And during his time as director, he wrote 30,000. So, like, that was way of doing it, but with and you know, but like to do that together with, of course, you sometimes have to go outside your comfort zone, no matter who you are. So he's doing plenty of that too.
Yeah, the writing process, focus on one-on-one interaction. I can definitely relate. That's something deeply draining, which concerns me about like Zoom meetings because it's very draining.
WTF happened here?
But there's the same way that this party feels like you're emptying that bucket for the introverts, even though they're not participating at all in the meeting. And I suppose as Zoom meetings too, but with Zoom meetings, it's so much easier to find a people in the meeting. So you're doing more introvert energy. And probably extrovert who would introvert that way. It's interesting. I love to understand that more because there's more and more remote work without a deep understanding of why these meetings are so draining. I just anecdotally, but maybe that's because the managers sufficiently get aware of the draining nature of them, so that they pull in too many people. This guy's going to be regularly to adjust that.
I think people are starting to realize that I would say one reason that things are draining is because
Never my intention to
your own
life.
self
But you know what?
if you choose to. And
Sometimes
when you go into expertise, you can't read and think about that. There's like an extra cognitive load that you're carrying.
Yeah.
And like you might want to, you know, turn off the camera so you can see yourself, but then you feel like, oh, ability. That alone just isn't.
There's probably special things happening here. How do you affect seeing your own face on the camera? Just remind me what you're supposed to be happening. This is special.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean,
Okay, everybody have a towel and
but
in about an hour and a half, I suggest that you all get body
honestly,
and you also be on the Sunday bus.
Oh, exciting. Today is beach day. Michael is taking the whole office to the beach. So I'm wearing my bathing suit underneath his shirt.
you know, it's annoying. Sit and listen to
You can't swim in leather pants.
There's connection.
I need sunglasses. Oh, you know what?
More and more offices in the capitalist country.
But it fits all sizes, small, medium, skinny, and fat. Now I don't have to worry about spilling my nail polish. You can angle it any way you like and it won't spill. Now I can do my nails with any size nail polish. You want to legally get
yeah, I think people figured it out in a post-pandemic context, but I mean, I really believe. So before I became a writer, I was a writer for 7 years, and literally the only thing I missed from those years is hanging out with people at the office. Like, I don't know, some of the funniest things I've had in my life. Being at the office and working with. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So I will say the offices there at that those days, everybody had their own office. So it was like a dorm room, where it was like a long hallway, everybody in a dorm room. You had tons of privacy, but you would also be down in the and I remember, yeah.
Whatever you're looking to
Yeah, and the extent to which you would keep your door open, wide open, half ajar, those are all things.
So is there, because you said reality, is there,
I have the most boring job in
again, your mind is complicated, but
Why
Do
wouldn't
you
I
like
have
to think of it as
sport
like a
job
pocket
on my
because
shirt?
we built for introverts?
This way.
Empathy,
Hey, Buzz.
social interaction, able to do you think of it like that as a pocket that gets empty?
Yeah, more or less. It's how you
Oh, what is this bullshit?
But yeah, there is a layer. You could be somebody
Who's this bitch? It's a chicken. Oh, it's a ring. Shut up with that shit. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Medical information, go fuck yourself.
If you don't like it, Stanley, you go to the back of the bus.
I ain't informing anybody of any of this information as I say. You can't pull a pole and you can't pull a hole, but you can pull a hole and hold a hole. All right, kid. It's the truth. This sucks. Worst shit ever. I'm good. Come on, you little bitch. Get out of town, no money. Get out of town, no money. Another time, another town. When the day come on, you slut.
America's 8th largest indigenous body of water. It is here
This is the
that
worst.
most Americans will undergo the ultimate challenge. One day, 14 strangers work together, but only one survives.
Seeing coworkers.
Inspiring words. For the competitions, you will be divided into 4 tribes. Each tribe will have a leader that I will pick randomly off the
Come
top
on,
of
you
my
little
head.
bitch.
Jim, White, Andy, and Sam. Choose your tribe.
in a co-working
Except for
space,
Pam.
like a cafe or something like that. You've got other people around you, but you're not exactly interacting with them, so they're very much there.
Cool.
And that's weird too.
Does anybody know?
Yeah, that
Todd,
Yeah,
not a hard
yeah.
worker.
I lived in
I
Manhattan for
can spend
17
all
years
day on a project
before we had kids. And I absolutely love
I choose nothing.
feeling all that energy all around you, but you could be a Mr. in it.
Dwight is lobbying for
Yeah.
That's
And first of all, wearing suits today.
we are going to choose team name. Dwight. We will be called Gryffindor. Really? We didn't know about that.
Because I get recognized like weird Nazis, but I just my own life. Well, yeah.
Okay, Stanley.
Not
I will name your team the Red Team.
for some reason it makes me feel
I want to consider Stanley.
And if you're not going to see
Black important guns in America.
yeah, I
We
really
will be Team USA. Very good. Take a note that Andy
Yeah.
is
makes me
Andy
I
Bernard.
don't know what I know exactly, but some kind of platonic form of like a mixture of James Bond
Hans.
and like
I don't really
find
know.
out who else.
It is time for the great spoon and egg race. This one is a little twist. The person carrying the egg will be blindfolded. Put on your blindfold. That person carrying the egg will go down. Careful and torch. Come back. Deposit their egg in the pail. Put team back as the winner. All right. Ready. Net.
Smallpox. That's another thing. Is that hard when you how much people enjoy small talk?
This whole thing was, but what I've seen most people do is that most people, I think that's why people like your podcast. Because you're like, forget the small talk, I'm going deep into it from the very beginning.
Yeah, so it's actually really picture your parents like the way you started, like because I quiet and the way you are today, then I great picture your good sport at Ballard.
Yeah, everything's I will say with the small talk thing that I'm curious if you have this experience, but I find it fantastic to have a career I'm for kinds of topics because it means that anywhere I go, like if I show up in Congress or something like that, no one does that talk with me. They're like telling me about the deep truth of their lives first flow. I love that. And in normal life, it's actually a lot.
Yeah.
Do you have that experience too?
No, definitely. The people that know me for sure.
But you forget how many people feel like they know you because of your podcast.
That's what I don't teach their podcast, and I feel it like before I ever became friends with Joe Rogan, I felt like I was friends with him because I was defending his podcast. So like it's I feel like it's a friendship. I know it's a wonderful friendship.
Great job, everyone. That was fantastic.
And when people are no longer with us, like writers.
Okay.
No, that's the whole reason I became a writer.
Like I'm friends with them.
It's absolutely necessary. I would appreciate if you could do a favor or something.
I think that's the whole reason for writing or making music or whatever you do. To be able to have those kind of connections that you don't require.
A good manager
There's only so many people
hungry for success. Okay, who's hungry? No, don't touch the food, please. Not yet. That is our next event. A hot dog eating contest. For those of you who are curious,
and I only have the small circle.
Wow, you know what? I appreciate it.
A lot.
Thanks for each and every one of you. It's great to have you. Shoot when it starts, okay?
There's something so
Today's
fascinating
hot
about
dogs in 10 minutes. We'll be declared the winner. On your mark.
they've had a complicated you can see in their eyes and the way
I
they
have no one. Ready?
they're going through some shit.
There you go. Let's just, okay, it's very important that you all try to eat as many hot dogs as you can. On your mark.
Joke, make it dark, joke, get there, just say goodbye.
No mustard, no mustard.
That's a couple of
Eat
goodbye.
it, so it's dipping in the water so it'll slide down your belly more good.
Sad walk.
Come on, the winner gets a big cry.
But I guess I would never look at that.
The winner is regional manager salary for a year, considering, and the feeling that they're making a difference in the world.
Yeah.
The winner of today gets my job.
I just thought of this one moment in my life that I haven't thought of
I'm interviewing for a job at
for
corporate.
20, 30 years.
And I'm only
When
interviewing
I
a
was in
handful
law
of people
school, and
that I'm most qualified that I'll
a
probably
classmate
get.
of mine had his friends come to visit for the weekend. The three of us.
I didn't want to tell anybody. I didn't want to cast a ball over a front beach.
And,
You know what? I don't know who to
and then
recommend.
this other guy who wasn't
Nobody's
coming
stepping up.
back anytime if at all,
So hungry.
sent a postcard to me.
Expect me to believe
And
you.
it was the only thing written on the postcard was quote from Oscar Wilde. And I don't remember the exact words, but it basically says that there's no shame in this
Let's see it.
the sorrow of parting from someone to whom you
with a bucket full of beer and work for somebody else in this office besides myself. Game on.
so true.
Boy, second.
Partly also because when you just introduced to somebody, you don't yet know the difficulties. So you're seeing those sparkling versions of them,
13 hot
like a
dogs,
platonic
everybody.
version of friendship.
Everybody's hoping we're going to have hot dogs.
Beautiful way that matches perfectly the kind of thing you would be interested in. That's how I feel about that. Like one spoonful of ice cream. That's why you always think to myself, and you regret all of it. You do say How did you write this? I think it was on the website. One of the best things in the world is that sublime moment. A writer, artist, and musician manages to express something he always felt, but never articulated, or at least never quite so beautifully. So that's wrong. Just a line,
Very
a
simple. There
song,
are only 3 rules.
or maybe a
You
piece of
must
art that
not
just
touch
grabs
the
you. Just
ground.
something that
You
jumps
must not
out
step
memory
outside of the
like
ring,
that.
and you must always wear the safety
I mean, that feels happens
I'll
to
do
all
that.
of them.
Right. Here
That
we
is
go.
the best. But
And
the writer, constantly expressing things.
Sorry about that.
And you feel good.
Oh my God.
And it's just this grand act.
I've never seen that look from a hand guy. Never. I thought
Elevate.
Even when it's like
on these days.
Maybe especially.
there's
Either of these guys
a
are in charge of the
projector
office or transfer to help these broken down the two.
that way. Like
Kind of
every
looking
other
for a way out of
line
that relationship anyway.
for when we're at
I girls for a while.
I never read that.
And it looks like we got
What
some.
was it? What made you feel that way?
1, 2, 3.
So the stories kind of book kind of
But the only reason I didn't win is because
the
I
beats
used to
and the
learn
beat
Predator
generation.
work and that was
And it's basically a story from a character
it is.
takes you go
Totally
through
good kick his butt.
across the United States with friends
Yeah.
and experiences with close friends and with strangers along the way. And there's a lot of just those non-positive factors. You meet all these people with interesting lives. Some of them are defined by struggles, some of them are defined by drugs, drinking, and all that kind of stuff. And still just kind of dances on all of them. It's defined by the demise and passing of time. So a lot of the defined is
Oh, thank God. Good. Tell somebody.
there's a one there, I can't remember exactly who it is.
They're coming up
A
for you.
beautiful girl at a restaurant, and the girl is giving a woman is giving a different book it's just that like feeling
I knew that
falling
finding
in
a
love
successor
with
would be
like
difficult. I did
seconds
not know that it
and
would be
realize
as
age
Thus
is
far,
just
the candidates
looking
have been wildly
similar
disappointing.
to this idea of
Seriously,
such to say goodbye just when you met, but it's especially true
where is it?
fall
Where the
in
hell
love
is
just a
Andy?
little bit with that stranger who could
Where is he, ma'am? You know?
There's a few lines.
I think they're even. They're even
I went up to old rabbit
right? Like one star is Stanley.
a couple of months. One is, what is that feeling? You're driving the big and the receiver plays, the receiver respects this person. The two huge wolves watching us live goodbye. We look forward to the next crazy venture beneath the skies. This is him talking about leaving the city. The spoiler alert towards the end of the book. Rapidly end. Line I return too often.
Oh, that one.
It's more poetry, but it's feeling.
Yes.
It's
That would be fine.
the evening star must be deeply shedding its sparkle
What the
of
great manager
It's
needs
just before
most
the
of all?
complete night that blesses the earth,
Courage.
darkens the rivers, cups the peaks, and folds the
She
final
was making
shoulders.
that probably smart.
Nobody knows is going to happen to anybody
You're
besides
lost,
the forlorn
Stanley.
rats.
Meanwhile, the rest of us will have
And
a
it just
super fun
captures
time
this kind of
defeating our fear
in the
and
moment
creating a
appreciation
lasting
of
memory.
the beauty of the world
Walking
and the sadness of the fact that time passes. When you leave people left behind, you leave places
who
left
among
behind,
you
or
has
at
a
least
gut
the
to
way they
replace
were
me?
at the time.
Let him walk across these holes.
Just the sadness you feel, something about it. Look at your pictures, look at your kids grow up, look at your old friends get old. Something makes you realize time passes. And somewhere deep in there is probably the realization of mortality.
And I fully
It just
expect the
makes you
grandma's
sad that everything
That's the right spirit.
comes to an end.
Right?
And then that's
No,
immediately
not you, Pam. Here's the deep school.
followed
I'd like
by
to try
some
it.
appreciation of
But I'm
the
not
Better not be
kidding.
high, okay? This is about guts. It takes guts to be a regional manager.
it's all about that. So I know it tends to be what you're talking about. And by the way, my husband loves to book moves of libraries anyway, which I also haven't read, but they talk about that same thing. Groups of people traveling around together, the group coalesces into magical formations, and then one person makes the group. It's never going to be the same again. And then you move on to the next one. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what deep is essence of human nature. This feeling of longing for something,
Because I already did.
penis,
Remember,
perfect
I
love,
charged my
garden, all of it, and the
That's
feeling that
not the same at all.
you never get quite to see it, but you get glimpses of it here and there. There's glimpses of something that's never happened to us. And they're diffused with sadness because they're not the real thing, they're not the full thing, they're just a glimpse. It's a glimpse.
So the sadness that we might feel is always connected to ways in which we fall short of perfect things.
That's to wrap around.
There's always a longing and the sadness is to do with getting a glimpse of it, not quite getting the full of it.
Yeah.
So it's always using.
It's always lucid, but it's also always that it's not, that sounds really depressing, but it's not that. You know it's not depressing because you experience this all the time. It's also, those are the most beautiful moments life offers. And it's intense and beautiful in those moments. Because the getting closer to feelings.
The other way. No. 1, 2, 3. Not 3, 2, 1. Wait, am I going on go or am I going on 3? On the go, it's after 3. Why?
You really appreciate the beauty of it all in the moment. You're experiencing the loss of all of the same
It's okay.
Whereas if you're talking about straight up loss,
I will walk it. I'll stand on this goal until you award me the position of regional manager.
it's different.
So
Losing the left line. I mean, I will say that
Right?
the truth that I think that you come to actually a lot of times is the idea that love exists not only in its particular forms, so not only in the form of the one person, that one person you love or that other person you love, but love itself is a state that we have access to. And so over time, the loss of person A can heal and you can tap into kind of bigger river of love.
yeah,
Almost 5 years.
yeah, well, he's talking to a gentleman, and Louis is all like sad about losing a loved one, or like getting rejected in a breakup. And then there's the gentleman gives some advice saying basically criticizes Louis for saying, why are you looking around? This is the best part. Like losing Rosh to this part. That's the real loss. Yeah. Like hearing shit about having gone through a breakup.
I know, looking forward to our
Is
interview.
you intensely appreciate what that person meant. Like you most intensely feel love
Got it made
in a strange way. I realize that that feeling, that's when you feel that love the most, the absence of it. So the older gentleman gives advice. That's the best part. And then we get to hear that's kind of that's a nice way to look at it. The mind of somebody.
What's different about it?
I mean, I think there's a lot of truth in that.
It's okay.
Because sex is hard. Yeah, you would be first on that or in something that matters to you. There's always to do it the direction you really want to go to. That's always what it is. Yeah, it's interesting to see the way the mystical versions of
Right.
many of the Christian religions all
Aaron
believe
suggested
in,
that
whether it's Buddhism or Kabbalah or Christian mysticism, this idea that
she's still
belonging
loving
to like black
woman.
is the very
Hey,
the belonging to the soul. And that's the way the Sufi poet belonging is the soul.
after I had my little outburst, Jim was really nice about it. He just basically said that he missed my culture too, and I would always mean a lot to him.
Yeah, yeah. Of course,
For the record, I am not embarrassed at all. It needed to be said that it only took me 3 years to summon the court.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those are the kinds of life lessons that they work with. They don't work in the moment. There is something about the fact of knowing that all humans are in that experience together that is also incredibly uplifting.
I think like like heartbreak, really teenage years, stuff like that. I feel like this is completely the most novel and the most dramatic pain that any human has ever felt. Right? Or maybe when you're younger. And then one of the things you realize is that everybody goes through this. There can be an awakening to the fact that we're all in this together. The human condition is not just a personal experience, it's an experience we all share. That's the kind of love, it's the unity of it.
Yeah,
We get to experience.
that's really a deep kind of love, and I feel like we're prevented from perceiving that love. It's actually like the most obvious kind of love, and it's right there. It happens all the time. We're prevented from perceiving it because we're not really talk about things like that. There's something about it.
Well, it's also in the West is the individualist society, so there's a pressure to sort of see the individual as a distinct sovereign entity that experiences things that unity between people is not obviously sort of communicated or talked about as part of the culture.
So much
Yeah,
paperwork.
it's not part of the culture, and yet you see it in our food. We're human. So why music?
So I was wondering if Aaron and I could get off
They're
the
hearing and for them. The musicians saying this thing that
No, I was thinking that
I
actually,
but they're saying it all in our words.
really
It's
fun.
beautiful.
Go next to each
And
other,
there's something about that.
each other's fingers,
It's incredibly
doing each other.
and people just know it, but
Going to see them tomorrow
there's
morning.
one study that I read that found that people's favorite songs are their happy songs, play it on their about 175 times. People who love sad music play them about 300 times. And they say that they feel connected to the divine when they're listening to that music.
What is that? What is it music that connects us to the sublime sadness?
There's a bunch of different things. Like the whole reason I started writing this book was because I kept having this reaction lively to sad music. And I realized that for people who I knew who were the way they described their experience of God was what I was writing. Like all the time. And yeah,
I would never
and lots of people tried to figure out what that's all about.
Everyone was so drunk at that moment.
There are different theories. Catharsis, emotion, doing it together. We don't react in that sort of uplifted way when you just
Protect the world.
slideshow at that stage. Just researchers that actually tested. No one really cares. Just have faces. Just have music where they react. And also, they don't really react when they're hearing music and other negative emotions. Martial music, like that. It's just the
There we are.
sadness.
The accounting department. I shall miss humility.
So I think it's a combination of the sadness and beauty. And I think just tapping into the essence of human existence, which is the kind of spiritual sexual longing. There's atheist people who there's this feeling of longing for a date and a place and perfect love, perfect unity, perfect truth, all of it. And like an acute awareness that we're not there. In the world, in religion, Eden, science,
I sold it on eBay.
Dorothy, Rainbow, Harry Potter enters the story at Dice moment that he's become an orphan. So he's now spent the rest of his life lost three parents who he never remembered. And that there's something about that that I have are very important. And I think that's why I love it so much.
Well, it could be, you could have the special theory of denial of death, where at the core of that, the wound at the core, as Neil says, is the fear of death. So where the longing for the perfect thing has to do with sort of becoming immortal, is reaching beyond the absurdity that could be in life, that all things come to an end, or for no particularly good reason, then we can ration.
Instead of bash anybody that doesn't like it, what is greater Israel? Greater Israel means the idea that Israel controls not only its geographic territory, but that it essentially controls or annexes the West Bank, the Golan Heights, which they've just enlarged, Gaza and East Jerusalem. So everything that was captured in 1967, Netanyahu explicitly said, we're never giving that back. There are religious zealots who see them strong terms use the book of Joshua, which is 2,700 years ago, and said, well, God gave us everything from the river in Egypt, meaning the Nile, to the Euphrates. And there are zealots in Israel, and they're in the government who believe, yes, this is God's ordinance. We're going to take whatever we want.
So much.
I mean, I know all the other stuff.
There's other stuff. Why that particular aspect of necessarily reveals the fundamental motivation of nature. There could be deeper stuff, you know. But that, yeah, that is a beautiful picture. Is it just about humans versus about all of life? We think about what is perfect world look like? Not just lines and land lying together. You know, how many lines? Too many lines. And what I've just had a few very technical conversations about Marxian economics, which Keynesian economics, neoclassical economics. What is the economic and labs that we're on? So is that things that society is all this things still that's not how feeling of loneliness, feeling of loneliness, the human condition, like we're always striving to channel that
sorry to drop by unexpectedly.
to connect with others.
I called it, but it's getting close to weird. Yes, I didn't get both of your messages.
That feeling like you're alone when you're with other people, or alone together, you're going alone together. Maybe loneliness is something like it.
I think the longing for me and it's fundamental. It's just that it looks different from people. Coming back to where we were, what we were talking about at the beginning, communion looks incredibly social for a lot of people, and hardly social at all for others, but everybody needs that version in social.
I've been telling you I am some problem growing up in a certain part of the world. Like I'm very monogamy centric, not judgmental, but just to be able to be happy as one person. For my whole life, basically just dedication. Because I've just seen the relationships with people and objects in my life. The longer we stay together, the deeper the tie. So that's just the picture. And yes, that probably is a personalized thing. It's just true for me. It's very different from it. Maybe it's just the introverted thing. Maybe not.
No, that's why you're trying to ask me.
Who knows? Before this, you mentioned songs. What songs you mentioned last
I've been doing a lot of things I didn't want to do.
This was a terrible relationship. You will not have
I literally my book just like he's straight that's a good tool in my life. I love him. And I've loved him with this crazy love that I've never been able to understand for decades. I think I understand.
Thank you.
You guys to get better from So, does it make you a musician or a because the human is a torch of soul?
I did the musician.
Janice is
The other day, I mean, obviously he's not alive anymore, but I'm still running this out here. If he were alive, I'd to meet him in person. Would I want to do that? And I'm really sure that I would, because he.
There he is. You live in Pimp.
And
Same old, same old.
express something through their art that they might or might not.
You know how it be, getting kicked out of Discords. People call. No, it happens. People calling me names. Getting. Well, there's a difference between getting kicked and getting banned. I get banned. I get kicked. You know how it is. I have a lot of positivity though towards these Wall Street Bets people. They absolutely hate me to some extent, and then I'm nice to them, and then they're like, "Oh, you're really nice," and then we become friends. And they have some powerful social media. Like I even asked them this morning. I'm like, "Does anybody here know any influencers?" They're like, "Oh yeah, we know tons of influencers." Not in a sarcastic way. They're like, "What do you need?" Like Twitter, Reddit, TikTok. I'm like, no, I'm just wondering. Like, it's just important to me to know that people have connections, basically. And I didn't go into it any more than that. But like looking at their accounts, they just have giant Reddit accounts because they're in this Wall Street bet. So that's what I need is just somebody who's like, all right, so you stream all the time. I notice you, yada yada yada. I'll take a piece of your content and post it on Reddit, see what happens, and then all of a sudden we're made in the shade. So yeah, it's just kind of it's the mere exposure effect. Enough time spent in any community or with if you just give a stimuli to an organism for long enough, it becomes familiar to them and they enjoy it. So or at least they generally becomes positive to them. Not always. I can't guarantee it, but generally. So there's that. I slept like a motherfucker, so I slept really hard, and that's always good to feel refreshed. And now we are watching Lex Friedman. I did get a. This is fucking so stupid. I get a warning from YouTube. My first warning on this other account that says medical misinformation. It's like, dog. Okay, this is why it's hilarious to me. I'm watching YouTube, and the guy on YouTube doesn't get medical misinformation. So why am I getting medical misinformation? I don't understand. I'm literally just watching their content, and so they're basically telling me you're it's medical misinformation when I'm watching what you're providing me. I don't get it. And not only that, it just shows me how stupid their system is. I have 3 Chromebooks literally like on top of each other, and only one of them gets that warning. The others are fine. It's like I really it's very frustrating to me that AI has advanced to the point where people think that you can just absolutely replace humans, and you can't. It's like especially for like Instagram and those. I understand that like these companies don't want to pay people to watch tons of content, But basically, your AI sucks. Your whatever hate speech filters or medical misinformation filters, whatever, is not accurate, and I'm showing that it's not accurate. I don't know a better test than to have multiple devices show the same content and only one of them gets flagged for it and the others don't. So anyway, that's kind of par for the course. I have gotten some people in Aiden Ross's Discord to, I mean, I didn't force them to. They like making fun of me, which is fine. It's their prerogative. And they have made their profile pictures just random pictures from my social media. And I think it's kind of funny that when they'll just insult me or something, and it's like, dog, your profile picture is a picture of me eating peanut butter in my underwear dress shirt from 2 years ago. And like, and the other guy's like got a picture of me shaving in the bathroom with my shirt off, and that's from like a year ago. It's like, you're just helping me, so keep on keeping on. I in my appreciate that. So yeah, we've got that. I word. I'm very flattery is the highest form of flattery, and I agree. And I have had imitators out there, and it's just more. Again, I don't care what you say about me. Just spell my name correctly, and I want to see who that's attributed to. I've heard it before. It's generally newspapers. Um, Now, people can say really mean things about you. I get that. And they can smear you. But okay, here we go. I don't care what you say about me. Just spell my name correctly. Who's that attributed to? Give me the whole background. All that B. All right. Oh, it's P.T. Barnum. So the guy who did the circus. Yeah. Um, the power of publicity and the belief that any attention, even negative, was still valuable as long as people remembered him. So I, in my own way, think that that's fine. I mean, say whatever you want about me, but I feel like the truth will set you free or set me free when people are like, "Oh, okay, so you're just like a normal person who literally just restarts streams every 12 hours and archives the internet." Yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to do. I mean, when I do things, when I have traveled, when I have gone and done IRL content, no one watches, zero people. And I did it for years. For 2 years, I did IRL content and no one watches. It's just kind of one of those things. It's when you're doing 24/7 content, there's no like, hey, I'm going out and I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to, this is what I'm doing. It's like, you're always on, you're always streaming. So people just kind of take it for granted that that's what you're doing. Other people, other influencers, they don't stream all the time, so they're like, they can do an announcement, hey, I'm going to be doing this on this date or whatever. I did that. I used to announce when I would go play golf. No one would watch. I mean, I might get like a random guy in India to watch for like 1 minute, and that's it. Like I would do concerts like outside of Capitol Records. I did a concert. I would do like um like the outside the Beverly Hills City Hall. I've done it outside the Irvine City Hall. I've done just no one watches. And I get it. I'm not like a major influencer who has like 10 million people, and when I go live, it sends all these notifications and everybody gets excited. But um I just kind of recognize that my bread and butter is having connectivity and having a lot of streams going at one time. So do what I do best, and I do it better than anybody. that Cato guy is in Wall Street Bets, and I hope. I mean, we've been nice to him. I hope he's. Oh no way! They in Wall Street Bets. I used to have my microphone muted, and I used to have my. Well, I shouldn't say like I was server muted and server deafened, and they just do absolutely everything they can to fuck with me in there. But I'm no longer server muted and server deafened. I'm telling you, I'm winning these motherfuckers over. These are the guys who I'm going to win over. They are so toxic, though. I don't understand. Maybe it's just how I was raised, but to use racial slurs against someone, I just don't. I've never thought that was cool. Whenever I heard them like in a movie or something, I never liked it. As I got older, I just kind of thought that was small-minded thinking, and yet these guys think it's like funny to like make that like their username and or use memes and stuff that use that, and I just I don't appreciate that. I don't think that that's wise. I mean, that's just not how I roll. But for those people who do, I respect. Like this guy today, he was in here actually for a little bit. He was deafened, and I was trying to talk to him, but I could tell he's deafened, so he can't hear what I'm saying. He sent me like this like swastika over the Israeli flag, and I told him. I noticed in his profile that he was a major free speech advocate, and I told him. He sent me some other shit too, just like I don't know, some guy sticking a dildo up his ass or something, just like very inappropriate stuff, which I get from people. Which is just par for the course. Anyway, but I told him I support his right to say what he wants, and that bleeds over into sending what you want. I feel that I'm a free speech absolutist. I don't feel any type of speech should be constrained. And so to me, you should be able to say anything you want to anybody. You should be able to give away government secrets if you want. You should be able to break uh, non disclosure agreements. I feel that those should be illegal in the United States. And why? Because the First Amendment says that Congress shall make no laws restricting, or whatever the exact language is, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, etc., etc. Until you get rid of the First Amendment, then all this other shit doesn't really matter. And I know it's all on like case law and it's just passed down, but still there's a major conflict here. Just do what you want to do if you want to get rid of the shit and get rid of the First Amendment. Once you do that, then I can play by the rules of non-disclosure agreements and like keeping things classified due to national security. But there's just a major conflict in the law that I see, and it's bothersome to me. I still live by the credo of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is very important to me. And so even when people use it against me, I support it. It's that old adage, I may not support what you say, but I'll give my life for you to be able to say it. And while I don't want to give my life for anything, that's basically my philosophy. People use the argument, well, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? And I make the argument, well, you should be able to say fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And then it's like, okay, well, what if there's no fire? Okay, then what happens? Then that motherfucker who yelled it, everybody's going to know who they are. And society's just going to be like, don't listen to that person because they yelled fire in 1973 at a at a Regal Cinema in Brea or something. Like everybody will remember what you did. I don't feel as if you have to say that it's illegal, because that's a slippery slope until you get in today with national security, and then they basically don't have to say anything. When I say they, like government spokespeople, like the people um, whose salaries are tax dollars, for which our tax uh, dollars are paying. And anyway, this is all my rant, that even though these guys are really mean to me, I respect what they say and think that they should be able to say it. Well, and they, yeah, I had this conversation with, right. I've had this conversation with people before. There isn't like a major neo-Nazi sentiment like anywhere in the United States. Like that's just, there aren't like pockets of like people aren't meeting in like, I mean, like the Ku Klux Klan's probably the closest thing to it. And I've gone, right. Either Spanish or English. Right. Uh, okay, even still though, when's the last time you met someone from the KKK? Exactly. It's not like a thing. Yeah, exactly. It's not like a thing anymore. There's no necessary reason to fear it. And if I do say there's anything that is related to that, it's these marchers of the whatever, the Proud Boys and the whatever, the guys who wear like Hawaiian shirts, but they're all masked. That's the thing. And then when they get identified, it turns out they are FBI trainees, and they're just like, this is just like a training mission for them, and they're wearing sunglasses and bandanas and stuff. And I think that the media does a really good job to make it seem like there's a boogeyman out there, and I just don't fear the boogeyman. I just think that if we all treat each other as equals, or at least fairly, as best as we can, we'll be fine. And that shows. If you take children who are under a certain age, like 3, 4, 5 years old, they don't see color, they don't know that things are different, and they play fine. It's only once they're told that those people are different, that's when they start to treat people differently. But generally, there's a certain innocence that people have when you don't tell them that someone's out to get them or whatever. I can't stand this. And I see it from multiple communities, and I basically I I'm like the tip of the spear when it comes to people who are trying to hurt you with words, or hurt you with um just vocally or in written words. And I can tell you it's not fun, but in no way do I want these people to die or anything like that. If anything, I see it as an opportunity to change their opinion. And I love doing it. There's something extremely gratifying when someone comes in and they're like, I don't like you for whatever reasons. And I'm like, okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. How's your day going? Like, oh, okay. Well, you're not that much of an asshole. No, I mean, I'm not, or, or whatever your manipulated idea is of who I am. And then I win. Then I win huge because it's like that's the most difficult thing to do in society is essentially change someone's mentality on how they view you by your actions. It's incredibly powerful. So it's just I'm someone who longs for a better day. But with that being said, that's the treatment that I get from just a lot of people. And with the Wall Street Bets people, like this morning, I talked with them more than I've talked with them ever today. Normally, they just criticize me for whatever reason. And it's not a woe is me, like, oh, they don't like me. No, it's like they're taking straight up shots at me. I'm telling them, I hope they all have a good day. And they're just saying, fuck you, Rabbi. And it's like, okay, well, thanks, man. But this morning we talked at length. And the thing is, they think that they don't. I know they really don't because I'm live on camera, but they accuse me of being a robot. And it's just like, that's how I speak. I use complete sentences and I use, like, my grammar is generally accurate. And I don't just use common slang generally when I'm typing. And so then they're like, yeah, you're a bot. It's like, no, I'm not a bot. I'm a real person. No bot is saying, hey dog, what's going on? Like I do use some commonalities. And it's just like, if they have nothing else to say to you, then they'll just call you a bot. If they have nothing else to say to you, then they'll just say, you're lazy or whatever. And it's like, okay, whatever. I get it. But I'm winning those guys over. It's very exciting that I have the ability to use my microphone and undeafen. And you watch, give me a week in there of just doing this. And when I wish them good things in the morning or whatever, I'll get some positive responses from that. So that's good. And the current Discord situation, I'm live in. Do you know what Blocks Fruits is? I know I've asked you this, but do you know what it is? Blocks Fruits? Blocks Fruits. Blox. Yeah. What is Blocks Fruits? Just one moment. Okay. So I knew it had to do with Roblox. It's a popular online game on the Roblox platform. Yeah. So but it has millions of people in their Discord. So I'm in like 2 or 3 of their Discords. They just have a lot of people in there. I'm in the Socialize hasn't kicked me out. They've been really nice. The one that did was what was it? I don't even recall at this point. There was another big one that kicked me out like a week ago. And I've been doing what I can to appeal. And the reason why I got banned was because they said I'm an advertising bot. So I appeal and I say, I'm a real person. You can ask me questions. My camera's on. What more do you want me to do? And when I sent that appeal, they said that I was not either contrite or I did not accept accountability. That's what it was. And it's like, I'm not going to accept the accountability of being a robot. So what do you want me to do? So I re-appealed. We'll see how that one goes. Aiden Ross, he hasn't streamed Kick in like, I don't know, months. And the reason why is he, let's see. Yeah, he hasn't streamed in a long time. And the reason why is because his contract ran out. So basically he only streams if he's going to get paid big bucks to do it. And but at least he said he's coming back, and there are a lot of people in his Discord right now, and I'm the king of that Discord. I mean, I'm their number one streamer of all time, and it's getting to the point where, like, normally I would just be in there alone all day, no big deal. The reason why this was back in like May or something when I first started streaming in there, and he used to have a lot of people in there every day, all the time. But then he changed it so that only like verified people could stream in there, but I was kind of grandfathered in. So it went from like maybe 50 people in there a day or like all the time to one, and I would be the only person in there. But now there are some people who just like to watch me and make fun of me or whatever, and so they'll be in there quite often and just they just game while I'm in there. So that's cool. It's just, it's almost like oh, it would be like, well, I describe it as this. If you're at a party in someone's, let's say, backyard and no one's in the pool, no one's going to just put on their swimming trunks and go jumping in. But if somebody's already in the pool, everybody will realize like, oh, okay, it's cool. I'm not the first person who has to do this. And I'm basically like the person who just stays in the pool. And it makes it a lot easier for people to come in, and then they don't feel like they're the first person. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He's got like 15 people in there. Oh, these Wall Street Bets people, we actually agreed on something like incredibly this morning. So I have a bunch of different Discord accounts, and I went into the big Wall Street Bets Discord, which has like 400,000 people. And I went in there and I cleared out all of my my profile so that it just said all I want to do is stream Bloomberg TV and make new friends. Like that's not advertising. That's very simple, and that's all it said. And I started streaming Bloomberg in there. And I was in there for like an hour, which was far longer than I thought I would be, before I just got kicked out. And why they kicked me out, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. If I were to ask, they say because you're advertising, and then I could come back and say, well, I'm not advertising. Then they say, well, you used an alt account. I mean, it's basically like they have a bunch of different reasons why they can kick you out. So I asked the OG Wall Street Bets community, which has like 60,000 people. This is the one that I've been streaming in a lot recently. I'm like, hey, what are your thoughts on that big Wall Street Bets Discord? They're like, oh, that one sucks. Those liberal douchebags, blah, 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 blah. Like all these things. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know if it's like necessarily I didn't know it was like a political thing. I don't think they're kicking me out for political reasons, but it at least, well, and I don't agree that they're liberal douchebags either. I think that it's all types of people in there. But at least the OG Wall Street Bets, they've become so toxic that they're just like I don't know. I think they think of themselves as being very conservative, but I don't even know what that means anymore. But they were very understanding of just how I would get kicked out of there very, very quickly, because I think generally they've all been kicked out of there very quickly. And somebody was saying like why they get kicked out of there, and that basically most people don't go a week anymore in that Discord without getting kicked out, just because I think because they were making fun of the moderation team there. There's just like basically a core moderation team that also is on Reddit, and Reddit's very liberal, and if they don't like your profile, if they don't like your Reddit profile, they'll kick you out. And so I kind of think that that's an unfair way to do things. Like, just because I have a certain opinion on, I don't know, Instagram, does that mean that I shouldn't be able to use a different profile, different platform that has nothing to do with Instagram? You're going to like do research on me and find out what my political leanings are and then kick me out? I don't really understand that. But I think it could have to do with I know this sounds probably, this is just a theory because I don't know exactly why they kicked me out. But if I look at my Reddit profile, the main one, I don't have a really good one because whenever I get any momentum on Reddit, it usually gets banned. But my profile, if you look at like the active in these communities, the big ones are Joe Rogan, Joey Diaz, um, Theo Vaughn, and the reason why anti-gravity, the reason why is I've posted something in there and that's gotten some momentum, so those show up as my most popular communities, and that makes me look conservative, which is kind of hilarious because Joe Rogan has been liberal like his whole life. His parents are liberal, and but like just because of the way that the pendulum has swung, those people who were traditionally liberal are now even just considered conservative. Elon Musk, who was traditional liberal, is considered conservative. Joe Rogan, even Donald Trump, who was traditionally a Democrat, is now the next president uh, as a Republican. Exactly. And so, and I mean, for as much as I um, talk about a lot of things, I don't really talk about politics in here. And I do my best to avoid it. I don't think it gets us anywhere. It just kind of divides us, and there are things that unite us a lot more. Anyway, the second that they start to see that, they kick you out, and it's like, all right, I and and the way that, I don't know if you've ever seen this. There's a chart that I one time saw. Just one moment. Let me see if ChatGPT has it. Yo, dog, can you please tell me of the top 500 Reddit subreddits, how many have the same moderators? Okay, it they're like, oh, we don't have exact numbers. They do have exact numbers. Um, just one moment. Okay, it's moderators, Reddit, subreddits. Basically, everything is being gate kept, and since you don't know who the Reddit moderators are or the admin team, you don't know that. Let's see here, unpaid and abused. No, there's this thing that I saw. They're like, of the top 500 subreddits. Oh, okay, here it is. Percentage of 100. Okay, here it is. I analyzed the moderators of the top 100 subreddits. So not top 500, top 100. But if you had like a country, the top 100 subreddits are very, very important just in manipulating public opinion. All right. I analyzed the moderators of the top 100 subreddits by subscribers according to redditlist.com and found that there are only 30 users who moderate 5 or more of those subreddits, with only one user moderating 15 or more. In fact, 79.4 of all moderators in the top 100 only moderate one subreddit. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some users who moderate upwards of 100 subreddits, because there are. However, most of those are not part of the core group of subreddits and are less significant in the overall image of Reddit. So this is like the opposite of the argument that I'm trying to make. But let's see here. A pie chart is likely a weird way to represent this kind of data. Wouldn't it be easier of a bar graph? Basically, I feel that if you have 100 subreddits, you shouldn't have shared moderators of all of the subreddit or many of these subreddits at all. They should be like, if you're really into, I don't know, funny, Reddit funny, okay, you can be the moderator of that. But I don't feel that you should be the moderator of pictures and of old school cool and all of the other big ones. I just don't think that's fair. But what ends up happening is moderators get very strong and they make friends with other moderators, and then it becomes this cesspool of the same people. Now, okay, here it is. Here it is. I found it. Hacker News. 92 of the top 500 subreddits are controlled by the same 5 people. That's what I would want to stop. Why is it that 1/5 of Reddit are moderated by the same 5 people? I don't understand it. Little known fact, you can take over any subreddit if the creator mods haven't had any public activity in 60 days. So what do? They just wait for a big subreddit to kind of go a little inactive, and then they just take that one over. And I think that's I just think that's wrong. That there are, and who are those 5 people? No one knows who they are. They could be working for intelligence agencies. They could work for clandestine agencies. They could just be losers. Who knows? But why is it that Reddit is 1/5 of Reddit is moderated by the same 5 people? I don't get it. Is Music Biz Marty streaming today?
I'm having a coffee, and I'm happy to know him that way.
He can express himself, I'm sure, that you know him as over coffee too. It just requires like a focus of remembering, like a deep focus of connection. That's why I interact with groups. It's so draining for me because I'm putting all my whatever weapons I got in terms of like deeply trying to understand the person in front of me and doing that dance of interaction, the humor, the intense kind of delving into who they are. So which requires like navigating around like small talk type stuff and just like compliments and small and in general like people depending on the culture, depending on the place, sometimes flower stuff is smiling, compliments like, oh, I love you, this is great. Yeah, I guess that's all great, but you want to get to the core of like, what are the demons in the closet? Let's talk about it. You know, and that could be exhausting. That can be really exhausting. So from a Leonard Cohen perspective, you get more and more famous. It can be hard sometimes because he probably is also an introvert.
Oh yeah, I know he was an introvert because he actually tweeted about my book when it came out. That was a precious moment. Something about we should all be listening to it. I can't remember exactly what he said. But yeah, he definitely was.
He struggled with depression, which I wonder if that's something that's also connected to introversion. No, perhaps not. Perhaps they're very disjointed, and also
it's connected to sensitivity, and many sensitive people are introverts. So kind of like a Venn diagram. About 80% of highly sensitive people are introverted, and some are extroverted. And then not all introverts are sensitive, so it's complicated. But he was definitely a sensitive type.
Well, there's on top of that, you see like the percent of artists relative to the average of suffering from depression. So creative people is very high. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then the number of artists and successful artists who were orphaned when they were young, who lost one parent or both parents, it's an astronomical number. I have in the book, remember the percentage, but huge. And he was one of them. He lost his father when he was 9, and his first act of poetry was he put his father made soup. That's why I thought of him when you were talking about making soup.
Yeah.
And he took one of his father's bow ties and wrote a poem in his honor and buried the poem and the bow ties in the backyard. And that was like his first creative act.
We have that song, Chelsea will tell number 2.
Sure.
Where he met, I guess it's called Janis Joplin.
Yeah.
What a fun, intense, and cool person she is.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Have you ever seen, sorry to interrupt you, but have you ever seen his son, Adam Combs and Lana Del Rey, perform that song together?
Oh, no.
It's incredible. I've sent it to you.
Yeah. So that for people who don't know, I mean, maybe I don't know. It goes, I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel. You were talking so brave and sweet, giving me head on the unmade bed while the limousines wait in the street. You could line in there about being ugly.
Oh yeah, you're ugly, but we have the music.
No, before that, from the guy's perspective, it was like,
oh, you told me again you preferred handsome men, but for me, you can make an exception. Yeah, very good.
Well, she continued that the ride later because I think she said that he was lousy.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, she publicly said that. It's just like, man, there. Just okay. For people who don't know, I think this is a true story about them interacting and being together for a very brief time, not only dating but just connecting, falling in love, or in this only in this very particular way that I think famous musicians, poets can, which is like it's impossible for that kind of thing to last. But they did for a brief moment. It's like a sadness to it because it's so momentarily, but it's so epic.
Yeah,
That these two paths cross, and you just look at it, you know these famous people. It's interesting to watch.
Yeah, and you don't even have the impression that they're thinking it's going to last. They more know that it's a blaze at an intersection, and the limousines already waiting while they're in the middle of it, and then it's done. Yeah. But he talked about how his music, he said something like, some people are more inclined to say hello with their music, but I'm rather more valedictory. Like saying goodbye. You know, so many of the songs really are about some form, something parting, goodbye, like a perfection, something, or like the broken hallelujah. But the thing that's so incredible about him is the way that he's taking all of that and placing it in a direct perspective. Like it's not just pure sadness, it's sadness and beauty. And that's the thing.
Yeah, there is a feeling of transcendence in a lot of these songs. It's like sadness and transcendence. You're right. The goodbye, but you're moving on to some bigger thing. But in a sort of ethereal way. Not like a proud, arrogant way.
Yeah. So his favorite poet is Garcia Lorca. He actually named his daughter after him. His daughter's name is Lorca. And he talks about how there's some poem that Lorca had written that made him realize that the universe itself was aching, but the ache was okay because that's what it embraced the sun and the moon. And that's what I think is. That's why I think there's this whole rich being, bittersweet tradition that he embodies of like the essence of beauty. the way you embrace the sun and the moon.
The song Holiday, every time to often have the need to play it. Have now friend. It's
Are you a singer?
what is, when somebody says they're a singer, do they have to be good? Because then no. But I would say yes. I was in a band for a while. I sang for a while. It's bad. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the lyrics. I enjoy the lyrics.
Yeah.
When sung, spoken, and captures something. Like again, that moment. Tom Waits is a huge favorite of mine for that reason. Although his lyrics are often not that simple. I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a friend on the bottom of me. He's always playing with this weird word plays. Especially in the English language, it's tricky to do. I'm fortunate enough to know another language, which is Russian, so I get to understand the certain languages and often more word play than others. English, for that reason, I don't think has a like culture. You know what? To push back on what I'm about to say, there was no culture of word play until hip-hop came along. So like distorting words, interesting ways, to be a rhythm, rhyme, and at the same time you're capturing some really powerful message, plus humor. All of that mixed in. Actually, hip-hop does really good job of this. But there wasn't a tradition. If you look at poetry in the 20th century, there wasn't really a tradition of that in the United States, but there was in other parts of the world, and certainly in Russia. Empowered us not just by language, by the fact that there were war where tens of millions of people died. Something about mass death of civilians inspires really true.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you start telling real truth, I think.
There's no more reason for small talk.
I always have thought that if I could choose any other medium besides writing, it would be singing. But then, no, I mean, I'm really not. I just love the idea of it. But then I also think, I'm fundamentally a shy person, so I think it's much better that my medium is writing instead of singing. So, like, it all works out.
That said, you ask me such a good public speaker, and you're not supposed to be, mathematically speaking.
Mathematically speaking,
you're not supposed to be a good public speaker.
Oh, you mean because of shyness? Or?
Yeah, because of shyness, because of introversion, because of all this.
Oh, yeah, but not the introversion public speaker. It's just funny. I knew this from the studies, but then also when I started going out on the lecture circuit, I realized that all my fellow speakers at all these conferences I was going to, they're all introverts. Because, they're all people who like spent years. Yeah, now they're out there.
No, it's some other lady.
In their head figuring out the idea.
Yeah.
No,
there's just different styles of it, and I think that we just have, when we hear the word public speaker, we have a really limited idea.
I don't think so. No, let me go check and see.
So for me, I used
It
to
looks
be very
like her.
phobic about public speaking, and part of the reason
Same
for it
here.
is because I thought that being the kind of person I was didn't equal being able to be a good public speaker. You're only imagining super out there show.
Come on, quit being a little bitch.
But I think there's another style of public speaking that's more reflective, thoughtful, conveying ideas, and people like that too.
Is there advice you give us?
It's the power of introverts and loneliness.
Oh,
Susan Cain.
totally give that advice. I used to, before I would give speeches, if I had to do it in possible, if I knew like today was the day when I was going to get called on, off the track, I literally vomited on my way to class. That's how nervous I used to be. And yeah, the way to do it is through desensitization. It's been figured out. If you overcome any fear, you have to expose yourself to the thing you fear, but in very small doses. So you can't start by getting head talk. You have to start. I started by going to class for public speaking anxiety, where on the first day, all we had to do was stand up and say our name and sit down, and like that's the victory.
That's fun to watch with anxiety. Okay, that's the first step. One step at a time.
Yeah, and then like with this class, you go back the next week and you would have us come to the front of the room and stand up with your people standing next to us so that you didn't have the feeling of following the spotlight, others sharing it with you. And you would answer some questions about where you grow up, where you go to school. Little by little by
We're
little,
done.
keep ratcheting up the
We're
exercise
3 days in.
until you get to the point where you can do it. And then you start having successes and you realize, oh, you actually I can do this.
What about writing versus improvising?
Well, I actually have two of them. So the majority says that you're supposed to light one candle for each night. That's the Hillel way. But the Shammai way says that you're supposed to start with 8 and work your way down. And since I'm of the argument that no one knows, then we do both. The one that I use in my window, though, outside is the traditional way, but I'm not allowed to have fire in my room. So, and normally your menorah goes in your window. So I have an electric one that I use, and that's just in the window of the closest window outside my door. And then I used to light Shabbat candles in my room, and I had a Shabbat cam. I would really do it up until the people in the house found out that I had fire. It happened. So sometimes we'll have 2-day holidays or 3-day holidays, and you need a special candle to be lit that long. And they were wondering why I had this candle going for so long. And they politely asked me if there's any way that I could just not have fire because that could kill, 10 people at once. So I recognize that that was a request of theirs, and I followed it. So I will. They're nice enough to allow me to light candles before Shabbat in a public area, and then I just let them burn out. They're just these little tea candles. They last like an hour, and then I don't have to necessarily put anybody at risk, and then they know where they are. So those are just on the kitchen table. And my menorah, I have a few of them. The one that's electric, it's very easy to use. You just twist the bulbs, and when you twist them, they light up differently for each day. And no, the people who own the house are Zoroastrian. The it's a very diverse house. There's a Filipino guy at the end of the hall. Next door, I had another Filipino guy, but then a Ukrainian guy moved in. I've got Muslim people who live on the other side of the wall. Though they change. I've had 2 sets of Muslim people in there. I got really close with one of the guys. He was like an imam at the local mosque, and then just a couple moved in there. Then we get some people who are Chinese because of the proximity to UC Irvine. So I don't know what they are. I mean, I imagine they're just secular for the most part. We always have different people moving in and out, though. So it's kind of hard to just build relationships. The ones that I've built the most relationships are probably the guys who are next door, but one of them moved out. And the other guy is Filipino because he's pretty close to the bathroom, so I see him pretty often. But yeah, we haven't. I almost at one time I almost moved out to go live with there was someone from shul, synagogue had asked if I wanted to move with someone else from synagogue. They were looking for a roommate, and I considered it, my rent here at the time was like $800 a month, and that was just pretty unbeatable in Irvine. And they also, well, it was kind of weird. I asked one of the rabbis, so there were two rabbis. One of the rabbis asked me, "Do you want to live with this person?" And I said, "Well, let me check. Let me think about it, basically." And I checked with one of my other rabbis. My other rabbi's like, "You don't want to live with this person," so I basically said no to that. And they listed some reasons why, but I don't know how true all of it was, but it was just kind of interesting to me that one rabbi considered this person and their family to be quite normal. The other rabbi was like, "No, you don't want to get involved with them." So yeah, I've been pretty. The people on the house have been understanding of what I need to do. They know that I have like a mezuzah, and so that's on my door, and they allow me to have a separate area so that I can prepare food, and they allow me to have a hot plate, and just some other like things that normally I know that probably, you know, you wouldn't allow a tenant to necessarily have. But the big one is having an open flame in my room. They've asked me not to do that, and so I understand. And I mean, I kind of at times have felt like, well, I could still do it, but they could very easily just come in if they needed to for whatever reason. And I don't know, I have a good relationship with them, and I don't want to mess that up. So we have an agreement. They let me light candles in a common room, so long as the candles don't last too long, and they just last like an hour, so it's no big deal. And then they allow me to put out my electric menorah. It's just for 8 days during the winter, so it's not too big of a deal. One time, the father of the guy who owns the house asked me if he could come to synagogue with me, and I basically explained to him that if you want to come every single day at 6 a.m. and you want to go through all of the requirements of a conversion, then I have nothing against it. But once he heard I have all the things that you had, like, oh, okay, well, I'm okay with just being Zoroastrian. But I've learned a lot about Zoroastrianism since knowing him, and I mean, not that I don't think he. Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily practices, but they were not like Muslim Persians. They were Zoroastrian Persians, and they were persecuted during the like Ayatollah regime. So that's when they moved to the States, like in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, it's a very diverse house though, and I love that about it. Like, we all get along, we all respect each other. There's one guy with whom I don't get along. I got along with everybody in the room who previously rented his room, and then he moved in, and he just kind of, I feel, became too aggressive, like, and he would just get into other people's business. That, like, basically where we live, there are certain, like, we don't have air conditioning, so it can get hot, and I would have, like, at least in the hallway, I would open well, there's air conditioning. I shouldn't say that, but they don't turn it on like all the time. And so we would keep the window open in the bathroom at least. And he came in and put a screw in the bathroom's window so that you couldn't open the window anymore. And I told the guy, I'm like, look, this guy is becoming like just aggressive towards people. I don't want him in the same area where I am. Basically, like, if he's gonna be in his if he's gonna be, like, basically, I use one bathroom. If there's an emergency, I'll use one of the other bathrooms. And I feel that that should be the way it is. He shouldn't come and use our bathroom every single time. It's not near where his room is. And he would just do that, I think, to like he would do inspections and like leave notes for my roommates if they didn't leave everything spotless. And it's like, look, we're fine with how these people are. They've been living here for like 8 years, 9 years. This guy comes in and he wants to do inspections. Get the fuck out of here. So there is one guy with whom I don't necessarily vibe with that much, but everybody else, I've even when we've had turnover in the house, we used to have like even more than now. We used to have this guy who lived on the floor of the dining room, and he was just a nursing student from Iran, and he and I became very good friends. We used to go to Beverly Hills together. He had like friends. This is not why I was his friend, but it was just kind of an interesting thing. He had a friend who owned a car, like an exotic car dealership in Irvine. And so he would every once in a while be able to just drive like supercars around, just not all that often. And yeah, he was a really nice guy. There was one guy who lived, this is in the where the guy lives who I don't like. The guy who lived there previously, he was a very nice guy, but I think he was an alcoholic. And when he would get to be drunk, he wasn't mean or any. Well, he wasn't mean to me, but he would always knock on my door and just want to talk, and that's fine. I mean, it's one thing though, like if you're doing it when you're not inebriated versus when you are, because I don't know if you're picking up when I'm laying down at certain points. And then one time I think he got into a fight with a Muslim guy who lived next in the room next door. Basically, though, for as many different cultures as we have in the house, it's relatively calm and peaceful, and I like that. I'll get like people who like sometimes my roommate can be loud and he will, or like he can knock out the power. Like there are just like little things that I have to go through, or the bathroom's taken. But aside from that, I wouldn't really change too many things about it. That's exactly how I refer to it, and I've done that in the past. I really liked that we had a Muslim guy, with me being the Jewish guy and the Christian guy, all next door to each other, and we never fought. And I would say, if we can, I used to say this all the time before the Muslim guy moved out, if we can do it in our house, why can't we do it in the world? That was always the thing that I would say. And yeah, we were all like, it was fine. I mean, so long as we didn't bother each other, it was just about understanding everybody's limits and everybody's different intricacies, their nuances. But yeah, I would say that generally we were able to get along, then why can't everybody? The guy from Ukraine, a lot of times he'll ask me to translate something for him. He's at school in Irvine Community College, and he moved in right after the war, which I kind of feel like was he just basically was like trying to get out of a war zone, which I completely understand. And he's very clean and very but the one thing I can't stand about him, there's not a huge thing, but he is very he's very clean, but he's very loud coming up the stairs. So everybody can kind of hear when he's stomping around. Aside from that, though, he's a good roommate. His English is improving. The guy from the Philippines, he's like a not a nurse, but like a someone who like attends to elderly people. and so he's usually gone most of the day. And I don't know what the other people do. I think one of them worked in IT, and then I don't know. We don't really. It's not like we all sit down at a meal together to get to know each other. So, we just all I know is we just stay out of each other's business. Occasionally, they'll knock on the door to ask me for help, or the owner of the house might fall and they might ask me to help him. He's not the owner of the house, but it's his father who lives here. They might ask me to help with like cleaning something up or lifting him or something like that. I don't have a problem doing that, especially since I built such a good relationship with him. Yeah, if we can do it in our house, why can't we do it in the world? I think it's a very good pull about that.
Now I know Leonard and he's not a bittersweet hope at all, but he knows how I feel about him. He's like, you should really go to that. And I felt really ridiculous.
I agree.
On a Monday.
A random, and got on the plane. Everyone's out of school, just so I can go to the concert. And I got there, and at the beginning, it was feeling like, this was a terrible mistake. With all these other musicians playing this music, and I don't actually really understand them. I'd rather listen to music. And then a musician, Damien Rice, and played famous Raincoat, and he sang it. It was an amazing thing. The whole thing was amazing. And at the end, he sang this musical riff that was like, all I could say is it's like a musical lamentation of the ages. And the whole audience just rose silently to its feet. And it was one of the greatest moments that I've ever had.
There's sometimes certain artists' cover can capture in some kind of deeper way, like carrying the thread of the power of the song. So you're listening a lot to Johnny Cash, Hurt, she's a 90 Schmingles, Trent Reznik's song.
On your podcast with Rick Rubin. Yeah, when I reached out to you, I love that interview. I love that song also.
Yeah, so there's that. There's the Kennedy Center Honors, where they celebrate certain artists. They did that for Led Zeppelin. I forgot her name is, but it's a really thing of heart performance they would have. And it's like, if you're like, all right, you take one of the greatest rock songs of all time, what do you do in front of you? Oh, the cool thing is you get to perform this as the artist. They're still there, they're still alive. You get to watch you sort of perform. The president just honestly knocked it out of the park, but at the same time, without outdoing the original.
Right, you're just making it.
You're making it your own, but not departing from the spirit of the original. It's tough because the original Cohen, it's just not. It's so powerful. It's just not as good as some of these covers.
Well, I think it's the words and melody, and then the covers take it to different places.
The thing that Leonard Cohen seems to do well, he did it on Hallelujah, because he was almost being playful on Hallelujah, as opposed to that deep, melancholy, painful, longing thing. Jeff Buckley, others do too.
I wonder if it's because in a way, maybe that he over-edited. He apparently worked on that song for years to get really into person and cut most of them out. So I wonder if we're hearing his version after he's like a little tired with that process.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Maybe from my culture, it's like you get so tired of saying the same thing. I remember you forget the
like the initial part of it.
Yeah, but I actually got a chance to hang out with Dan Random, which was the singer of Imagine Dragons. This incredible band, super pop. Yeah, the most band on Spotify or something.
Is that right? It's a huge Imagine Dragons fan. So we were listening to their music a lot.
It was so real to be hanging out with them. He sits you down to such a good, like, very few people I met in my life who just as good as he could be. And that has to do with the fact that he struggles, still I think struggles, but he struggles for a long time with depression. And so out of that pain, you see born this really good human being, this really good relationship with his wife. Like when times are good, they lean on each other for they're deeply grateful for this precious moment. So it's beautiful to watch. But he said that it's really important to feel the song every time. Otherwise, people know. People are really good at acting your bullshit. You can't fake it.
Yeah.
You really have to feel it every time. You have to feel the emotion of it, whatever the emotion is. Of the original time, you read it. Yeah, which is interesting because I thought you could maybe fake it, but he believes the person is because he played in gigantic crowds and over and over and over and over. It's like, no, every time you have to be there.
There's got to be things that he's about to go out and he's not feeling it. He has to figure out some way of getting himself into that hard space.
That's what he's saying. You have to, otherwise that's the job.
Right.
Don't take the job then. And he loves it. He says the biggest struggle, in fact, is to come down from that, which is like, it's such a beautiful experience of connecting with this large number of people, sharing song, love, and then it's such a rush of connection. And then you have to, when you get off stage, you're now back to normal life. And that's why a lot of musicians get into heavy drugs and all that kind of stuff, because you're looking for that rush again. It's very tough to go into this. Speaking of introverts, he probably is an introvert. Is like you have to find that calmness. How do you find the calmness when you're just playing for tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, whatever that number is? That rush of connection, everybody is love there, and you still have to find that inner peace.
Interesting, because I don't know if it's just the introvert in talking, or the writer is talking, but I don't know. Like I love moments where I get a letter from a reader who will tell me something I wrote meant to them, and they'll talk about having had that kind of moment of the communion between the writer and the reader. And obviously, I wasn't there physically when it happened, so I wasn't getting that kind of rush that a musician would get in a concert. But just the knowledge of that having happened out there in the world due to something that I added to it is the most amazing thing.
But see, imagine reading like thousands of these letters, and then it's such a strong rush, and everything else. It could be overwhelming, I guess. But like anything else, you have to come down and place. Like for example, the danger with getting letters like that, you start taking yourself too seriously. You think like, oh, a special person, but that's you want to that too.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's that much different from on the other side of it. Like if I'm the reader and some other writer feel that way, to me it's the same thing.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's a virtual hub.
I think it's like I was just listening to something about the different Russian writers. I was mentioning him to this academic. His name is Gary Salmorton, and he studies Russian literature. And he was talking about, maybe we'll get this right, but basically that people misunderstand a work like Anna Karenina, and that we think of it as telling us that you're supposed to live, you're supposed to have like grand, tempestuous romances that might end with death or despair or whatever it is, but you should be in it for the intensity of the emotion. And he's saying actually that's exactly not what Tolstoy was saying. That actually it was the opposite. That he was really advocating for everyday life. He was saying these were everyday life. He was juxtaposing Anna Karenina with all these other couples who were just living happily, quietly, day by day. And that was what he believes was the ideal. So, as opposed to the grand rush, as opposed to the intensity.
I wonder if is there a romance that's just day to day? It's
There
just,
is a limit to the day to day.
don't get distracted by the dopamine roller coaster ride, the grammar, the emotions.
Yeah, and enjoy it while it's happening. 'Cause those are life experiences also, but not to take those to everything.
Where is he?
He's a professor at North, and apparently his lectures are like popular.
People love it. Gary Saul Morse is American literature slothist. His particular novel is probably the great Russian novel, Leo Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Morse is known as the professor in humanities and history. Wow, and there's a lot of work. And then I'm sure look at the lens of Russian literature, romance, and all that. You're looking at the modern world.
Yeah. Keep it on your podcast.
And quiet through vodka when Pushkin comes to shove, the curmudgeon guide to Russian literature and culture. One of the silly details. What are you saying?
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, like I find that when I take photos on my phone, I hardly ever take photos at the moment you're speaking. Like everybody's gathered for some event, I'll forget to take a photo. But I take a lot of like things from everyday life because that's what I actually remember in the end.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's actually concerning. It's actually concerning. Because I love everyday life. Then why do the negative things?
Your productivity is pretty good. Means that you have to worry.
I do. So I want to launch a business. You know, I have a dream. This is a fun stuff. But, I want to lifelong passion. Anyways, I like building. I want to be doing that because largely I like sitting enjoying nature and life and people with people. I love people. I love everything. So when you love everything, why go to hell?
Yeah, that's a valid question. I mean, I really good.
Heart calls you. Some people look up the mountains and say, "Some reason I want to go there." That's the human exploration.
Yeah, absolutely. Like what you're talking about, just taking that longing. I think that's also the same longing for you, like something that you want to get to. That you best about.
Great book. Correct. Should we leverage sacred creativity? Artist domain, writer domain, and we
Those domains, but it's all domains. Aim, point, and whether it something you find beautiful. To notice the capture of the painting and oh, you created, but different forms. But you can't. In the wake of you have people applying for there's something in the spirit that takes pain when we're at a take it out on ourselves and other people. So there's a kind of form. But we know, I mean, there's all these studies that I go through. Look, there's one where researchers have people watch different movies, happy movies, sad movies, bittersweet movies, and they found people observe the so you're walking your daughter down the aisle, kind of feeling that was creativity after watching people who try for bittersweetness were the most creative. They're like trying to remember finality. Like love and finality. Like love and there's something about that gets us to the most beautiful state.
I wonder if there's studies like that. There's I don't know if you looked into terror management.
Yeah, that's
so they especially have you just not just sad but traumatic, but death, primary death, and see how that changes your mind. So how, like I don't know if it's creativity studies, but they have interesting. I think a little tainted by political bias, but maybe not. Psychologists think it, but they study like for suspension.
Fear of mortality.
Mortality. I think it's good.
I think they find that people become more tribalistic.
Yeah.
Like there was one study where they found that after they trained people that way, that they would give them a chance to keep sauce and meal.
For some creatures.
So I actually I spent as much time with God of like live forever. And people eat everybody. It's space for everybody. And their answer to that is they point to terror management theory. They say because it's the fear of death, it's the fear of death that is causing our conflict. And if we remove the fear of death, we'd have less conflict. And that, I don't really buy that.
It's possible that this, how's the expression called throwing up? Are you all the source and happiness? I think it's very possible that death is concept of the human condition.
That's a great philosophical question. And as people working on this, I thought that they were going to be but the demo is much more like happy that we're here with gotten past all this. We just know there's going to be what.
The basic assumption, let's try and life, and then we'll figure out if this is for sure. It's either we're sure, or we're sure that it's good to believe that it's good. There's no to even if we find out. Now, it could be true. Just like the people who focus colonizing other planets, feels like you might be struggle or like you're kind of criticism of is thinking about Valhalla or any other afterlife is you have careful to make this. Yeah, definitely. Your biology chemistry. It does sure. Gets protection. Young brain old enough to figure out the world, adapt, how to respond to that world. And then it's get older and older, they get like stubborn and stuck in the. And so they or new adapting. The older guide, we're not going to get stale. Not
It doesn't have to happen because
yeah, maybe it doesn't. It's like pressing big fan. Snooze. Alarm clock. In the same way, I'm one of the people that believe it's, or definitely, of course, I don't know. I think really just made that possible.
yeah, I know. It's interesting because I share your. There was one scientist who took a conference with the leading advocate, and he said that that's a story that we've invented for ourselves because we have no choice. If you really think that you have no choice, then you're exactly not.
Good point.
If you really think that thing, I've been thinking about that question ever since.
Yeah. Here. Moment.
Well, I mean, I've been through a lot of bereavement just in these last couple of years with COVID, but even before that, I write about it in the book, and I write those kinds of things better than I speak them. But I had a really complicated with my mother, where we had kind of garden of Eden in childhood, intensely close. And, and my mother, she had with a lot of people who and you tried to very have religious views and we had a pretty week because I described in the book and it was so intense that even though after that still would get together, there was a sense in which
The Garden of Eden.
yeah, yeah, like I know what you like, and it's not there anymore. And I think it was all the more confusing because if you lose someone to actual bereavement, you go through the more people have thought for thousands of years about how to do that. But with something like this, there's no process because you're not even admitting to yourself, especially in your teens and 20s, that you're mourning something. So, but it was the case that for decade, I could not answer even the simplest question about my mother, like where did she grow up, without tears in my eyes, or more than tears in my eyes, embarrassing tears. So I would just try to steer the subject in another place. But I will say, two things happened. One is that I've spent the last 6-7 years writing this book about joy and sorrow and loss and love and all of it. And I've really come to terms with all of it. And then the second thing that happened is my mother now has Alzheimer's. And in her Alzheimer's, she's still actually the same person. Like she's forgotten most things, but she still has these conversational lanes that you can travel down that are like the way she always was. And the way that she was when I was a kid was like so incredibly loving, so connected, even funny, and all of it, all the things I remember. It's all come back. And for all these decades, I had been wondering whether that Garden of Eden I remembered had actually happened, or whether that was just like the fantasy of a child. Maybe it was always difficult. I'm not seeing it. But I'm seeing her now, and I realize that it's all true. Everything I remember was all true. It all happened because it's happening again. Yeah.
There's always a question.
Well, I don't know if I could return because I'm a different person. I don't need her.
You sure? You sure?
Yeah.
You sure different than the 10-year-old?
Well, okay.
So different?
No, I'm the same person in terms of my need for love of love, and all that. But I don't look. I'm not dependent on my mother for it the way I was then, and that makes the experience really different.
Yeah, younger. She's a God figure. But what is that? The roots, the parents. Such a funny relation. There's a depth of connection with parents. It's probably more powerful than anything else in terms of its formative effect on who you are.
I think it's the most powerful. And when this started happening, I got to college and took a class in creative writing, and I tried to write a story, a fictional story, a fictionalized version of what was happening. And I called it The Most Passionate Love. This is what you just said. And the teacher actually said, he's like, maybe you should put the story in a drawer and not take it out again for 30 years because you're way too close to it. So I've now finally written it 30 years later.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know though. I think everybody experiences life with fundamental separation and desire for and this was my primal form of it. For someone else, betrayal or bereavement or exile from the country of their birth or whatever it is. But
and then you get to solve that as you
yeah, the fact of I really do believe that the original love that we long for, that one of the great things that you learn as you grow older is that the love exists in some plane more general than the particularized form in which you pursue it.
Yeah, that's why, despite all the tweak interpretations, why even though Sigmund Freud was probably wrong in the details, he was the first one to sort of suggest that our experiences. He said that was really controversial at the time. When young people, they start sexual thoughts like it was true or something, whatever he said. You develop this kind of connection, sex, whatever, to your mother, to your parents. And I think why that was probably not true. What is like a deeper truth there is your first early experiences of love, depth of connection are probably somehow strongly formative of your conception of love and your definition of the perfect thing you're reaching for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you can really see it when you become a parent too. You can just see there's.
Don't screw it up.
I have to say, knock on wood, I actually really love. My kids are teenagers now, and I really thought it wasn't going to repeat the issues that I've been. They really not. Yeah, my mom, for various reasons, just had a lot of trouble with my independence. I just don't feel that at all.
The other, you're totally blind to.
I guess
that's the way of parenting. You solve the problems of the past.
You never find out in 20 years.
What wisdom about parenting from your own experience and from your writing?
Yeah. On a bittersweet side, the wisdom that I would say is that, especially for kids who are growing up in relative comfort with everything going well, they get the idea that real life is when things are going well, and when things don't go well, it's like a detour from the road, as opposed to understanding that it's on the main road. And I this time that we went on a family vacation where we rented a house in the countryside, and it was a field where we lived.
Zoot, you sandbagging son of a bitch. Are you ready, big dog?
And they're spending all this time speaking carrots, all beautiful.
Zoot,
And then
there's this thing called communication. When someone talks to you, normally you respond, and it goes back and forth until you both get bored or something occurs. Have you heard of it?
parents might say, well, maybe another family will feed them, will feed these donkeys. None of that is different.
All right, I can barely hear you. What's going on, big dog?
It's part of life, and
yeah, like a motherfucker. Excellent. Are you ready? I don't know. Shit happens when you party naked. Caspian C, would you like to play? Zoot, I'm gonna whoop your monkey ass. Zoot, you ready for this hole? You ready to see things that you've never seen before in your entire life? You ready to see this game played by a champion of all champions? Look at this shot. I'll take that. Pretty amazing, if I do say so myself. Zoot, please rank my shot on a scale of 0 to 10. It's a 9. It's definitely a 9. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. What do you rank your own shot? Oh, hold on. Well, hit your shot. Or don't. I'm gonna let Riser know we're playing. Riser. No, 3-1-0. Yeah. Zoot, what do you think of this shot? Oh, no way. Zoot, you got very fortunate and you helped me. Zoot, how do you feel being down 2 holes to none right off the bat? Make it 2 holes to none. I don't like this hole either. I've never been more ready for it in my entire life. Hit my ball. Perfect. No, I cannot. I can blast it all the way through this. Nope. See? Yes, you can. One of the greatest shots you could have ever had. Okay, I'll see that to be accurate. I think it was a very good shot. All right, you ready for this one? I never do well on this. Oh, shoot. Oh no, Zoot, you might have a chance here. Not what you wanted to do. Get there. Get there. No. No way, Zoot. That is an amazing shot. Get in your way. Oh, I was very fortunate to put it in your way. You can still make it by bouncing it off, though. Wow, Zoot. Making a comeback. And perhaps one of the worst holes for me in existence. I'm just going to clear everything for you. Be a really nice person. You have a chance to make it. That's not it. All right, Zoot. All right. Well, does that mean you die? Or now it's Squid Game? All right, here we go. When Zoot says that, he plays incredibly well. I don't like this hole. What do you think of this? Is it smart? I think it was. Yes, you can. You def. Oh, oh, did you fuck yourself? Yes, sir. Zoot, it was bad. I'm just gonna steal this point. Oh, I mishit it, and I still made it. I love it. I know, wasn't it? It was so bad. I mishit it. It had to hit the wall, and it still made it. Oh, look at your shot. Oh, you fucked me, dude. That one black one with the where you have to hit it backwards. That's my favorite hole. I have another favorite hole that's that one the one that you have to hit it off the back wall. Like, you know what one I'm talking about. I like that hole. That's correct. But that's like a perfect amount every time. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. That was an amazing shot. Especially if I do that for you. short. What a bad shot. Oh, hit his ball. It's Squid Games, man. That was bad, dude. Oh, man. Zoot ties it up. I can't believe it. Squid Game. A lot of people think this is the worst hole. Look at this. Look at this shot. Dog, how good was that shot? I think it was like 38%, but I played it pretty high. Yo, big dog. I did. That's Squid Games, baby. Oh, you're definitely fucked. I'll make it. That was a good. Yeah, that would have been the greatest shot of all time. All right, I'm guaranteed 2 wins. I like this hole. It's difficult. Stop. No, I fucked up though. I fucked. Yeah, exactly. I fucked up though. There's no doubt about it. Stop. That's the perfect shot. Squid Game season 2, man. That's too hard. Bad angle. Okay. Too hard. Absolutely perfect. You have to make it here. Shoot it at the hole. Join the club. Why'd you get? Why did you do that? Oh, what a good shot. Stop. Okay. You're saying it to me like I'm to justify that. Oh, dude, you fucked me. I'm pretty majorly fucked here. Yes. Dog, neither of us scored on that hole. That was terrible. All right, here we go. Bad shot. Hit my ball. Oh, man. I am, but barely. You're going to go in the water. What a shot. You can not make it from here. That's going in the water. Thanks for the free points, yo. What did you think of that shot? I gave you points. I gave you a point on this hole. And you just gave it right back. Thank you. No, it is Squid Games. I don't want you to, but you're the one who made the rules. Dude, look how difficult my shot is. Hit my ball. Look at this shot. Dude, how does it feel to be down 2 holes to none? Well, there's an argument to be made that absolutely everything can be traced. Probably using like Wi-Fi and satellite imaging. But generally, yeah, if you don't have a serial number on it, it's difficult to trace. It's still traceable though, perhaps to different 3D printers. Oh no. Hit that. Stop. Is it going to stop? What's that incident that happened? Port something? Yeah, there you go. Oh, no way. No way. How do you like? I like this hole a lot. Short. Too short. Amazing shot. You made it on the first try, and you still lose. 3 games to none, dog. How does that make you feel? Let's see your shot, big dog. That's a bad shot. That's a good shot. Bad shot. Oh no, man. I'm gonna water bump you. Miss. Make it. No. I think you're right. No, I hit a perfect shot, dude. Okay, you're trying to fuck me. Look at this shot. You're gonna hit the tree, dude. Yeah, it is as good as a shot. In fact, it's way better. I know. Oh no. Just sometimes. Nice job. So I guess that counts as a different hole. It's a really cheap way to develop a game. You can count that technically as a different hole than the one with a hole where you just hit. What did you think of my shot? That's what I want to know. Watch this move, Zoot. That's the shot. No way. No way. How'd you like my shot? Zoot, make this bitch. Make it. I want you to make it. And you did not. It's really unfortunate. What do you think of this shot? Look at that shot. No, Zoot. Zoot. No way. Zoot got a fucking win. Well, just of a hole. Zoot, you love this hole. Zoot, you ready for this shot? What are you doing? It's Squid Games, dog. That was not a smart shot. Unlike this shot, which is amazing. Zoot. Yo. You're gonna hit it too far. Too far, dog. No way, you can fucking tie for the win. Too short. Oh fuck! I win 4 games in a 4 games. Survive. You survive with Squid Games. All right, here we go. You love this hole. That's an excellent shot. Oh no. No way, Zoot. Get in the water. That's the shot. Stop. Trying to steal a hole here. I was unable to do so. Zoot, you ready for this? Well, I just hit a hole in one. What do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Zoot, I just made it. So now you have to make it. You're good. Just make it. All right, dog. I'm winning 4 games. 4 games. There he is. No, you could 3D print it. You said. Thank you. Zoot just allowed me to fucking get a hole in one. Thanks, big dog. All right, Zoot. It's impossible. It's impossible for me not to win unless I resign. It's impossible for you to not lose unless I resign. That was a very good shot. Oh, was that a? Did you see that? Did you fucking see that? Just around the lake's edge. Look at your shot. It helped me. I'm gonna make this in 3 shots, which is pretty good on this hole. It's actually very good on this hole. Very good. 3 shots. Thank you. All right, Rabbi wins. Here we go. Caspian Sea, are you in on this? Come on, we got Riser here. Caspian Sea. You ready? You're getting an invite. We've got Riser here. I'm sending you an invite. Are you gonna play? I'm sending you an invite. Yay. All right. We have Zoo, Caspian Sea. I did. I invited Riser in. Zoot, Caspian Season, and Zoot, the last horse. I don't believe it. Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, there he is. And the last horse crosses the finish line. Caspian Sea's up first. He's got the yellow ball. An amazing shot. I would take that shot all day long. A beautiful shot, about 290 yards in the fairway. Zoot, that's going to be terrible. Just awful. Zoot has an amazing shot as well. Rabbi, terrible shot. You're welcome, big dog. He's going that way. Listen to this motherfucker with his performance enhancement. My eye, play it like a man. It's just in the water. We're, I'm gonna let Riser hit my ball. No, I wasn't. Caspian Sea has a chance to just straight up win it. That? How'd you like that shot, baby? Do it, Riser. Zoot, get it up that hill. All right. Here we go. Give it. Give it up. Oh, fuck. Riser's got a chance to make it. What the fuck? I'm getting 0 points here, folks. 0 fucking points. That was horse. Riser hits a perfect, the most perfect. Riser hits the most perfect shot I think you can hit on this hole. It's phenomenal. This is what I'm talking about. That would make it so difficult. Oh, hit my ball. Hit my ball. Oh, wow. Bad shot. Oh. Zoot. Squid Game. Oh, no. It's not connected. There he is. He reconnected. And he hits an amazing. Shit happens when you party naked, big dog. All right. I'm just stating that shit happens when you party naked. Riser's disconnected. Hit my ball. Oh, no. You hit it right in my way. Make this shit, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he just got stuck in that pink shit. Easy shot. I think mine. I think mine's super easy. I liked it when Caspian Sea went. That was a fun time. Loved it. Loved it. Oh, oh. What is going on with these shots? Zoot. Zoot's gonna make it here. Get it, baby. Get it. I mean, that didn't come to surprise for any of us. Caspian Sea has a difficult shot. Thank you, boys, for 2 points. Three, two, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. You know what it is. You know it's water. Water. Do you like that, boys? You keep saying yes. It no way. No way. Caspian Sea with a hole in two. It was amazing. And Zoot goes to dynamite. 3-1. Oh, what a weird shot. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Champion. No, it takes a little bit of skill. Caspian Sea. Block his ball. Oh, no. Zoot, block his ball. Zoot, complete. Oh, Zoot. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, make it, Caspian Sea. Make it. Take those points. Dude, he very quick. Get it. That's it. He made it. He steals points away from Riser. Make it, Zoot. And Zoot. No, you would, and you would still lose to all of us, except Riser probably. Oh man, you guys fucked me. I did. I know. There. Riser's got a difficult shot. Never been more ready for it in my life. How the fuck did you pull that off? Oh, I'll take it, but no. I like how Zoot just declares he's being in the lead. Oh man, that fucks me.
PNC's gonna win. I'm fucked. Me. If Caspian Sea won, you just won. Oh fuck. Fuck, fuck that shit. Oh fuck yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong. You- I'll take care of him. Banned him for life. I have an appeal server. If he wants to appeal it, he can. Dog, he's doing that on purpose. Right, okay, I'm glad you guys are. Whatever person hosts the game gets read. He makes up this fucking theory, host advantage, whatever that is. Zoo, what'd you think of that shot? Zoo can make it. It's a difficult shot. No, go in the water. Go in the water. Caspian Sea really needs to get on his high horse. What a good shot. Give me that shit. Unless it water sucks. Zoot comes in second. Caspian Sea not going to score. Oh, it's an amazing shot to fuck over Riser. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot, rank my shot. Zoot, rank my shot. I love how it's always out of 10. It's not like we're changing it to out of 20. 8 out of 10. Oh no, Zoot fucks me. Now I see why it's out of 10. Oh, dude, you both are fucking me. Caspian, all three of our balls. Hit all three of our balls. No, that's not what you want to do. It's not what you want to do. Not what you want to do. Not what you want to do. Oh, no, bad shot. Bad shot. That bad. Are you fucking serious? Shut up. How is hit his ball? Riser's gonna walk in with a fucking win. I know. Caspian Sea. Hit yellow. No, you didn't. No, he didn't. Look at this shot. Absolutely, positively not what I wanted. Oh, you fucked me. I'm in worst place. Oh. Oh. Caspian Sea can make it. Uh-oh, what are you gonna do? Oh, you Caspian Sea. Yeah, Doug, I'm going right after. Oh, what is this shot? I don't know what that was. Easy, easy shot. I'm going to. Don't worry about it, B. Perfect shot. Two. Go, 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 go. Blast it, dude. Oh, shit. He's fucked it up. Even though Riser has a huge lead on us, I don't know. For some reason, those balls can get in the way pretty easily. Which way are you going, Caspian? All right. Zoot. There. Paul. That's a good shot. Go for it. Oh, the most impossible shot. Oh my! Wow. What the fuck was that? Never been more ready in my entire life. He gives his opponent the most amazing break and basically pins himself in. Too hard. Oh no. Amazing shot. No. Hit the what in the fuck? Yeah, you hit it too hard. Maybe. We could make it so that Zoot gets ties for the win. Oh wow. Easy shot. Fuck. What the absolute? You just made a Zoot just fucking tied Riser. No way. How the fuck was that? So I'm the only person to not have a win. This is some bullshit. Caspian Sea. He sounds like a novella. Hey, Zoot, quit with that bullshit. Good shot. Hit my boat. I don't know about that, but okay. Cool story, bro. How about you hit the ball? Riser. Oh, hit it. I know it's not, but it was still a cool story. What in the fuck is this? What about? That's what I was going for. You're fucked. Right? You're fucked. How does that help you? You're fucked, dog. Told you. Caspian Sea's just gonna waltz into the fucking hole. Yeah, you. I'll take it. Zoot going for the bank. No way. Riser's still got a difficult shot. Riser's fucked. What a beautiful shot. That was the only shot you had, and you performed it. Word, while his dad's in the bathroom. That getting a zero is such a punishment. I am loving this hole. I'm very good at it. I want everybody to know how good at it I am. Come on, baby. I don't think so. 6. Hit my ball, Caspian C. Riser's gonna have back-to-back holds with 0. There's baby. Uh-huh. Riser has 0. 2 holes in a row for 0. Oh, 0. Riser. Not. That's what I'm talking about. Zoo, what do you give my shot? Wow, Caspian, it's a good shot. Zoot had an amazing, or Caspian C had an amazing shot. You both did. Way too hard. There it is. Get in the water. Right. Where Riser just hit. Oh, what a good shot. Yeah. I fucked everybody. Caspian C just taking L's from the fairway. Oh, no way. Dude, what an amazing shot. How did I miss that? Caspian C writing the love letters. So, oh, what? Water bumped. No way. Water bumped again. The dreaded double water bump. Triple water. I've never seen that happen. Miss it. That's true. Wow. Are you fucking serious? It was a double water bump. A double water bump. It's terrible. Zoot. Okay, you're fucking tied for the lead. Riser still has 0 points. No. Caspian Sea. Right. Same. It was amazing. Perhaps. Too hard. Way too hard to water bump him. Oh, no. Perfect water bump. Not a water bump. Water bump him again, Zoot. He fucked up. Riser has 2 shots. Zoot. Zoot. Oh, almost got him. Riser's got a chance. There you go. Fine. Caspian Sea. That's not what you wanted me to do, but I'm sure our balls are going to get hit 4 times. Short. Oh, Zoot barely puts it through. Riser. Thanks, big dog. Riser. Make it, big man. Make it in the hole. Are you fucking serious? What's Caspian Sea going to do? Helps me. Gives me a really nice chance here at a beautiful shot. Go, go, go. I know. Hit my ball. Zoot, make a good shot. Zoot could do it too. Caspian Sea. Fucks me. Get there. What the fuck was that? Hit my balls, dude. Not like that. No. Wait, Zoot. Wait, there's a way Caspian Sea loses. I have to make this. Zoot has to make his. Riser makes his, and Caspian Sea doesn't lose, but he ties for the win. It's all on this Riser. Riser shit shot. What are you doing? Riser, why would you do that? That's collusion. No, that's collusion. That's bullshit. Collusion. Riser sucking off Caspian Sea like it's going out of style. Fuck you, Riser. That's bullshit. Play another Caspian. You don't have the balls to play us. There we go. Yeah. What's Riser doing? Jerking off Caspian Sea? Seems like it. No, how did that shit happen? What a Riser, right? Great shot. Water, water pump. What? In the absolute fuck, dude? Humans. Isn't that the human Z? Riser, that was an absolute dog shit shot. Caspian Sea had the best shot of all of us. You had the best shot of all of us. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck. Zoot has the lead for the. This is a good shot. Who's to say it already has? That's what the CRISPR system is, dog. Oh, what about the human Z has been around, the idea at least, for 100 years, and they've tried. The Soviets tried it, and the Chinese tried it. Oh, how about you guys? How about I just give you the fucking ball? I agree. Major fuck up. Zoot, remember that time you went? Zoot's disconnected. It's closer to Caspian. Oh, look at that shot. Caspian. That's ballers. Hey, we all got threes. All got three. All three. All right, here we go. Food. That shot. Food. Give it, Zoot. Do it, Zoot. Oh, no fucking way. What the? Get in. Get in. Well, then why don't you watch Bob Lazar's interview with Joe Rogan? Dog, it's not like Disneyland. Zoot. Was any of this Cisco related? Oh, yeah. Dog, what the fuck? No, they don't. They have major- It pretty much was. Don't worry, Zoot. Why'd you just give him the fucking win? Zoot doesn't even basically at this point have to score. Yeah. No, you have to play. You have to play more. You have to play at least one more because with the results of this, everybody's going to get a win except Rabbi. I don't even have a shared win because everybody bullies me when there's a bunch of people playing. Zoot at least knows that we don't really bully. Oh wow, Zoot! Come on, get your win, dog. Boy, if you make your shot, okay, okay. Why don't you make it? Just easier. Oh, Zoot wins. All right, at least one more for Caspian Caesar Rabbi. Can we try to have some decency in this world? All right, this is a very hard hole. Hey, Riser, there you go. Zoot's going first. I would go the way Zoot's going. The other way is difficult. Right? Oh, my finger slipped. I start off terribly. Yeah, well, that was your own doing. Caspian C's up as the purple ball. He does. Wow, look at Zoot. You asked him this last time. You're talking to super skeptic known as Riser. He's the most skeptical person perhaps on earth on this subject. Dog, fuck me. You fucked me. I'll take a really small penis from another world. That shit can do crazy things. What does that have to do with Star Trek, the original version? He says, I think I've seen the Simpsons Halloween episode. Right? Riser taking a big 0. Zoot somehow still has a fucking lead. Zoot's going through the sheep. This is disaster. But he puts it. Wow. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Here we go, kids. Here we go, kids. Are you fucking serious? Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Right in telenovelas. Oh, look at this shot. Look at that. That was amazing. Hey, Zoot, what song from Wicked goes, I'm going to be popular? Zoot, what's the name of the song? Zoot, you told me all about the soundtrack of it. Okay, is that a popular one? Be the shot. Oh shit. Okay. Are you excited for Wicked 2? What are your feelings on The Wiz? It was a movie with Michael Jackson. and Diana Ross. Caspian C needs to go. Zoo, what the fuck was that, man? Dude, you guys just fucked me. Oh, what a good shot. Caspian C puts out an amazing shot. Zoot going for a big shot. Zoot's going for a big shot. Riser playing all the angles. He's got to get out his protractor. Is he going the long way or the short way? He's going the long way, folks. Hit him in the ass. Zoot, do it. That's going to put him through the hole, dog. Zoot, you're very close to winning it. I could really fuck. Oh, no. No way. No. Caspian C, they can't give him the win. Zoot fucks up. Probably, actually. I'm not scoring. And oh, I just need Caspian C not to make it. You're fucking won it. That would have won the game for him, folks. Instead, he gets 0 points. Oh, that's pretty good. Get there. Riser has a chance. He's the only person to score. What are you talking? Easy shot from Caspian Sea. Zoo. Get up the hill. What a fucking win, folks. Rabbi with the win. He finally gets a win, and the last horse crosses the finish line. What a great shot. No. Rabbi won. Zoo is short. Riser does finally. Zoo, you ready? That'll do, pig. Not call you a pig. That's just from the book. Zoo, you ready to play Uno? Yeah. Riser, are you gonna play? Yeah. You can play 2 versus 2 Uno. All right. And Riser. Oh no, I'll get it back. Zoot. I got Zoot in it. Here we go. Yeah. No, there are special cards. Riser played a blue reverse. If you're wondering what to do, no one knows. What is this bullshit? Zoot got fucked. That's what I say. Zoot makes up what the different cards do. Fuck you, man. One win. Zoot, do you want to play special cards or no? Boo Blue? Boo Blue? All the games. Hey, what about darts? What about darts? Okay, what? Hold on. Some of these games have to be cooler than that. All right. You're done? One for it's horseshit. Well, I got my win. I'm very proud of myself. I had to basically guilt my friends into giving me a win, so I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Hey, Riser, are you here?
Yeah, so I asked ChatGPT today for like a bunch of new business names for animals. There are a bunch of them. Hold on. Like, okay, we've got the bear scare, we've got the salmon cannon, we've got the deer here. How about this one? I actually think this is a really good idea. The goat coat. It's like a coat for someone who's really cool, like the greatest of all time. I love it. I think it's a phenomenal idea. What are you what are your thoughts? A goat isn't an animal? Well, it can be like it can be a coat with a goat on it, and it just becomes very cool. Anyway, I like it. Oh, wait. And I had another one. Hold on. There was the deer here, which is the thing that keeps animals away. And then there was one to bring animals towards you, like Snow White. Um, it was I forget. Anyway, there's horse course. It's like a mini golf game using horses. There's the let me see what I wrote. All right, I'll just generate them. All right, you ready, Riser, for the best business ideas in the world? Riser, did you know that of the 500 most popular subreddits, 92 of them are run by the same five people? Yo, dog, imagine I was making businesses like called the Bear Scare and the Deer Here and the Salmon Cannon. Please give me 100 similar ideas. You don't have to put that the descriptions are. Just make it 2 words. Okay. No, 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 no. Dog, they have to rhyme. Okay. So, oh, deer gear. That's a cool thing. It could be like a line of camouflage shit. Shark Park. The Shark Park. It could be like a Disneyland that is. It could be like SeaWorld. A shark. A shark is shark like a great white shark. Not a hark. We're not making up words. Shark. It's a type of animal. Yeah, shark. It's like SeaWorld, but for sharks. Park. P-A-R. That's true. A shark heart could be that too. It could be like a megaphone that's shaped like a shark. The shark heart. I love it. It is a good idea. But then also a shark park. This actually doesn't exist. You can't have a great white shark in a an aquarium because it eats too much shit. So they just aren't available. So what I thought would be really cool is to have you guys seen Finding Dory? Okay, they have like an aquarium outside that fish like swim into, and you can view it from the inside so that they're like free to be in the ocean but can swim in and out. Um, all right. So there's wolf golf, which doesn't necessarily rhyme, but if you said it like wolf golf or like golf, if you pronounce wolf like golf, wolf golf, I guess. All right. Well, then that's how about A fish dish. It's just a dish that's shaped like a fish. Are you a fan riser? How about moose juice? You can do that. Sure. What about dog log? It's a log that's shaped like a dog. Or it could be like the pet rock. It's a log that is like a dog. What about llama drama? There could be a drama llama. It's just like a llama that just like stirring up shit. How about the fox box? I think that's a good one. That's already been used though, at least in the United States. When they first put up the little score in the corner, Fox, I believe, was the first people to do that, and that was Fox Box. What about a snail trail? That it, oh, snail pail. Okay. Uh, what about a seal meal? It could be like ready to eat seal. Yes, perfect for the Inuit and the Yupik people. All right. How about a hippo disco? Yo, dog, can you please give me 100 different business ideas for the Yupik people and make sure they rhyme? No, not UI. Yupik. Yupik. All right, here we go. I like that one. That sounds disgusting. Um, what about for 100 for Inuit people? Okay, so this is for Yupik and Inuit people. There's ice spice, snow glow, steel meal, uh, tundra. I don't know what pundra is. Igloo brew. That's a good one, dude. Igloo brew. It could be like a beer. Um, Snow show. That could work. Whale tail. Chill hill. Dude, are you serious? I was just gonna read that. I was literally that's the next one. Ice dice. Seal appeal. It could be like it could be like okay, or like pheromones that allow you to hunt seals easier. Um right. That's right. Igloo view. Igloo view. It could be like a like a virtual reality system, but it's you're only in an igloo. A- a There you go. There's ice price. I guess you could just like start selling ice and then have like a ticker for it. What's the ice price? All right. There's a snow bow, like a bow and arrow made out of snow, or like for a present. A lot of these are repeated. Frost toss could be like a game like horseshoes, but with yeah. All right. There's an ice vice for those people who want to like hold something while they're working in the ice. There's igloo chew. Could be like people who want to dip tobacco in igloo. Go for it. Love it. Love it. It is very good. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there are too many more good ones for people in the Arctic. What about Amazonian people? Yo, dog, what about Amazonian people? Jungle bungle. There's rain gain, leaf reef, tree bee, forest chorus, fine dine, Amazon dawn, green scene, tribe vibe. I like that one. Tribe vibe. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a portable speaker for like when they want to have like a dance party. Rain brain. Root shoot. Canopy symphony. Treetop stop. Vine shine. For those people who want the shiniest of vines. Rain train, which is just kind of like a river, right? A root boot. There you go. A tree sea. I like tribe vibe. Oh, dude, and if you don't pay the root boot, you know what you get? You get a tree fee. These are $1 million ideas. No one is utilizing the population of the Amazon rainforest. I mean, I bet they don't even have Amazon Prime. They live in the Amazon and they don't have Amazon Prime. I feel like Bezos should give all those people free Amazon Prime so that they could, get their stuff delivered within 2 days or whatever. Are you in love with Mr. Beast? Yes. Amazing. That's great. Do you know his real name? He is the Joe Rogan of YouTube, perhaps. Wouldn't Joe Rogan be the Joe Rogan of YouTube, though? Cool. I'm the Joe Rogan of live streaming. Technically, they're the Rabbi Rothschild of podcasting and the Rabbi Rothschild of contest giving. Because I'm the best person ever, and so everybody has to be in comparison to what I do. Duh. Have you ever seen The Wiz? Riser. You. Okay, both of you. Has anybody ever seen The Wiz? Exactly. I want to see Wicked, but the Wiz version of it. Riser, you have no idea what we're talking about, do you? It's one of Michael Jackson's like only movie roles. It's a musical that's like no, he plays the is he the Cowardly Lion? No, I don't know. I think he is. No, he plays the Cowardly Lion or one of those creatures. Let me see what he is. No, it's not. He was Michael Jackson was I don't know what character he is. Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT. I just say the line, but I don't know if that's true. Yo, dog, what characters were Diana Ross and Michael Jackson and the other two people in The Wiz? Like, who was the Cowardly Lion and the Tin Man and the Scarecrow? And I know Diana Ross was Dorothy. And keep it simple, just like four things. You don't have to go into like, hey, thank you for asking me a question. Here's this other garbage. I just want it to be simple, dude. Diana Ross was Dorothy. Michael Jackson was the Scarecrow. Nipsey Russell was the Tin Man, and Ted Ross was the Cowardly Lion. He was not. He was a Scarecrow. Ted Ross was the Cowardly Lion. Nipsey Russell was the Tin Man. Diana Ross was Dorothy. Riser, what is your favorite band or group that Diana Ross has ever been in? That's the only answer that which I know. That's perfect. Excellent job Googling on the fly, my man. What's your favorite Supreme song? Do you have one? That's an interesting choice. All right. Do you know? Oh, I think she's beautiful. Do you not Oprah so much, but Diana Ross? Do you know who is a very underrated actor? I said this the other day. Uh, Riser, do you know who Keisha Knight Pulliam is? Look her up, dude. She's gorgeous. Rudy from the Cosby Show. Keisha Knight Pulliam. You don't remember Rudy? No, it was an addition. Well, Rudy grew up. Rudy looked fine as fuck. No shit. That's pretty amazing. She was beautiful. Riser, what's your favorite vintage show, meaning older than 20 years? That is not old enough. Okay, is it? Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. It is that old. Okay, that works. Why that show? Hold on a second though. That 70s show ran, that 70s show. It ran until 2006, which isn't yet 20 years. So it doesn't count. I need something to have ended more than 20 years ago. Yeah, that 70 show's too recent. No, I know his answers. I want your answers. That's the reason why I asked you the question and not Caspian C the question. I asked him what's his favorite vintage show, meaning older than 20 years, and he said that 70 show. There you go. Have you ever seen Gilligan's Island? Which episode? They filmed the Gilligan's Island in Canada? We're gonna have to go to ChatGPT on this one. Yo, dog, did they ever film a Gilligan's Island in Canada? Yeah, no, they didn't. They never filmed it in Canada. Yeah, it was filmed at CBS Studios Hollywood, Television City. Dog, no one has ever heard of that show. Okay, The Beachcombers. Is that a Canadian show? It is. a long time. It was on for 18 years. Never heard. I mean, filming locations, Gibson's, British Columbia. 19 seasons. That's incredible run. They should bring that show back. I bet it would be really big, at least with Canadians. Doug, have you seen I Love Lucy? That doesn't count. You mean you've never just watched I Love Lucy? Have you ever watched The Honeymooners? Perhaps, though The Honeymooners came first. Okay, so are there any black and white shows that you like? Yeah. Okay, you like Leave It to Beaver? Okay, that works. How about Lassie? Did you ever watch Lassie? LA. Dude, this show was on forever. It was on for it's the eighth, it's the eighth longest running scripted American primetime television series. Number one's The Simpsons. Number two is WWE Raw. Number three is Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Number four is Law and Order. Number five is Family Guy. Number six is NCIS. Number seven is Gunsmoke. Number eight is Grey's Anatomy. Number nine is American Dad. Number 10 is Lassie. But of those, WWE Raw and Gunsmoke, there's something about them. I don't know what. I'm looking it up. They had a bunch of seasons. The Simpsons. Oh, so WWE Raw isn't considered being in production anymore? It should be. I think they have it wrong on Wikipedia because it even says its last air date is present. There are a shitload of WWE Raws. Anyway, last year was big. Well, this isn't American. This is American, so they went 19 seasons. They went 19 seasons, which is as long as Lassie went. I'm gonna look up what's the biggest list list of longest running Canadian shows. List of longest running Canadian shows. Do you know what Murdoch is? How about Heartland? Never heard. I don't even know if that's no one in America. Love it. The only Canadian show that I think really ever picked up, I could be wrong, any steam in the United States was the Red Green Show. Well, there was like I don't know if it picked up steam, but what's it called? Kids in the Hall and Strangers with Candy. Oh yeah. That definitely counts. That's an excellent point. I love that show. If there is a best Canadian show of all time, and I have to give the award, it goes to that show. Oh, it's the best, man. It was an it was it was an inspiration to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan gives when Tom Green was on the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe Rogan said that the thing that gave him inspiration were like Howard Stern and Tom Green. That like you could do basically a radio show from your house, and that's what he did when he started the Joe Rogan Experience. Tom Green, right? Tom Tom Green peaked when he married Drew Barrymore, but that was a big deal. Drew Barrymore, it's a girl. She's like comedy, or she's like cinematic royalty in the United States. She's from like a huge acting family, the Barrymore family. It goes back to her grandfather, at least. It goes back to vaudeville. She was in E.T., she was in 50 First Dates, she was in Scream, she was in a bunch of shows, and now she's got her own television show in the United States known as The Drew Barrymore Show, or at least it used to be. I don't know if it's still going, but yeah, dog. Yeah. I don't remember many Tom Green shows. I mean, they all kind of run together, and they didn't play them in syndication like they did Jackass, but they were around the same time. And I'll never forget this one that Tom Green's parents were really conservative, and, and he built a like really good snow sculptures of them in their yard of them having sex. And when their neighbors drove by and were like freaking out. That was that's like the only one that I remember. But his show was revolutionary. It was like, all right, well, all we need is a cat. Well, and he had a sidekick too. But basically, it was like, all right, well, we're gonna do the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson essentially, but we're gonna do it in my house, and we'll record it, and then we'll get it on MTV. And once it got on MTV, it got an American audience, and then it became very popular. Then he became a movie star in the United States. He was in Eurotrip and Freddie Got Fingered. He was at one time considered like one of the biggest uh, comedic actors with those movies. Um, you know who doesn't get enough credit as a Canadian in the United States, but was once giant in the United States? Mike Myers, Austin Powers. Austin Powers was a revolution in the United States. It was huge. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Austin Powers was before your time, but Austin Powers people dressed up as Austin Powers and for for costume parties, and people would do all. He had like 5 different quotes, like "Yeah, baby," and like "Shagadelic," and like "Do I make you horny?" These were being said by everyone from age 10 to 90. I mean, a lot of people use these, and perfect example. Yes, exactly. $1 million. Exactly. Um, yeah. Those, I mean, he when he did those movies, like Beyonce is like a super huge pop star now, but back then that was one of her first acting credits, major acting credits. She was Pussy Galore, I think, in or Pussy. Hold on, no, it was not Pussy Galore. That's in Austin Powers, or that's in James Bond. Um, Pussy. What? Okay, Beyonce, Austin Powers. She was, or it was Gold Member. She was Foxy Cleopatra. Go for it. Star Wars. I have not. No. It's become so big in the United States that I know the story very well. I should say I've seen them. I've watched them on the stream, but I've never really paid too much attention to them because people go crazy for them. And if people go crazy for something, I'm already just like, whatever. Have you seen Star Wars? That's true. That's true. But I was on board with that like way early. Um, okay, so have I seen Star Wars? Yeah. Have I seen all of them? Like in different pieces? Yeah. My favorite part of Star Wars are the Wookiees. Do you know what the Wookiees are? That's what I meant. Ewok. What the fuck is a Wookiee? That's what I meant. An Ewok. The Ewoks. They're my favorite. That's right. What is a Wookiee? Oh yeah, it's like Chewbacca. Yeah, those are cool, but the Ewoks are my favorite. Right. Exactly. And I'm with you on that one. It's like, dog, it becomes too complicated. I just want to watch a movie and enjoy it. I don't want people to be like screaming out lines in the theater. Um, I so I know the yeah, I would say like those big ones that are like Harry Potter, Star Wars, Star Trek. I'm familiar with the overall story. I know some of the characters, but I don't go very deep into it because that's just never been where my um interests have lied. Marvel, like if it has a no, I haven't. It's kind of a thing that I regret to some extent because when I was a kid, Star Trek: The Next Generation was always on. But I was into sports and things, and not necessarily into like movies that much. Like, here's the thing: if it's one movie, there's a good chance that I probably have seen it. If it's 5 different movies or like 9 different movies, that's a lot. Um, or I think now Star Wars is at 12 different movies or something. It's a lot. Do I know who the Do I know who Darth Maul is? Yeah. Do I know who Darth Vader is? Yeah. Do I know what the Ewoks are? Yeah. Or the Wookiees? Well, I confuse them. Yeah. Do I know the difference between C3PO and R2D2? Not really. I think I do, but not really. Do I know Princess Leia? Yeah. C3PO is the golden robot. Okay. Um, but especially when it gets into the new ones, I can't tell you much about that. Do I know who? I know the originals better than I know the newer ones. So basically, the age of whenever they came out, I get to know them better because of they're just in popular culture. I'll say this: I really, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that helped him to get Indiana Jones, which is another one that I haven't gotten all that into. I know the stories. This is what hurts it. I won't like Star Wars came out before I was born, and it became so en enmeshed or so integrated into the pop culture that like I already knew the story. So it was like, okay, well, I'm not super excited to see it now because I know what's going to happen. I know that, like Luke, I know who Luke's father exactly. And so it's kind of like it's just been given away. Like a lot of the secrets have been given away. Although we have watched them on this stream, I wasn't paying attention when we watched them. There were other people paying attention, but I wasn't paying attention. Same with the Marvel movies. I've watched all the Marvel movies on here, but I wasn't paying attention to them. Yeah, and still have like $250 billion still to pay all of the troops and everything else. And that's just 1 year. Isn't that a crazy statistic? You know, yeah, or at least annex it. So Elon Musk has a net worth of like $400 billion now, or it's getting to be 500 billion, which is getting to the point where he'd be able to give every single homeless person in the United States $1 million, perhaps. Yeah, that exists. But the first publicly acknowledged one, yeah, perhaps. Do you get into the Marvel movies? No, I know what you're talking about, but I'm no. My attention span for movies is not what it once was. I want to be on my phone and I want to be doing other things and not paying attention to it. Like I get excited for the beginning and then it's like, okay, well, I wonder what's going on the internet. And then I start on my phone, not in the theater, but like if I'm watching it in my room or something. And then I say that I've seen it, but I wasn't really paying attention to it that much. Exactly. That's an excellent way. Yes. It's like a movie's never going to give me the same dopamine hit as something that makes me laugh on the internet, or maybe it will, but there's just not that continuous one after another after another. Um, did like I've probably spent a grand total of 10 minutes of my entire life on 4chan, but I love Reddit. Yeah, I fucking love Reddit. Do you like Reddit? Yeah, we've talked about this. You're in all kinds of subreddits. Yeah, a random. I've used that. Right. My big thing with Wikipedia, I wish there was a button that read it to you, but there isn't. I wish there was a button that read it to you and then just went to another random article. Um, okay, so for Reddit, yeah, I think it's old.reddit.com gives you the old version of it. I also used to use one. I had this job at a startup, and especially on like I worked 6 days a week, so I didn't work on Saturday, but I would work on Sunday for the first like year or two when we were, and I did it for free, at least working Sunday. For the first year or two when we were getting the app off the ground, and a lot of times it would be boring, especially if it doesn't rain often in Southern California, but if it did, um, it really rare. But if it did, there wouldn't be anything to do. And so there's a version of Reddit that you could. Oh, and one other thing, I had a camera. The owner of the business had cameras everywhere in this business, and like everywhere but the bathroom, basically. And so like right above my head there was a camera, and you couldn't like you so he could tell what was going on and such. Well, I would utilize this thing that Reddit had that made it look like Outlook. So it looked like you were reading your email, but you were actually just looking at Reddit. And I would use that quite often. Um, it's genius. It's still out there. I mean, it makes your entire screen look like Outlook, like you're just checking your email, but you're really just reading Reddit. And if you're looking at it from a camera, like I actually use this. I didn't use it a lot, and so after that position, I got a position as an accountant for a wedding planning business in Santa Ana, and I was quickly um, promoted to the position of controller. And I'm pretty good at math, but I'm not like a trained accountant. I pulled it off for a year. They never knew that I wasn't formally trained as an accountant or a controller. We always pass all of our audits and everything. And I was just really consistent, and I'm good at math. So I mean, but anyway, then I got the original business that I quit to go work at the other one. They lured me back with a lot more money, and so I went back to the startup and utilized that Outlook thing a lot too. Um, Quite often, just whenever I was bored, it was like, okay, well, I can't search the normal version of Reddit, so here we go. Um, do I have a good way? Yes. Here's the best way that I have found to get really good content on Reddit. Let's say there's something you like I don't know, I like IT. Okay, so normally if you just go and you join the IT subreddit, you're just going to get things from that subreddit. What you can do though is if you click on the subreddit and see some subreddits give a list of related subreddits, and you go in and follow all those other subreddits, so you'll follow like, I don't know, 5 or 10 at once. It is so much better to do that. And then also I don't follow the main subreddits. So the things that are like funny or video or like memes, I guess I do follow some of those. Um what don't I follow? That's like today I learned. No, I mean that's a good one. What's one that I don't follow that's really popular? Like politics. I don't follow that. Just because it'll take up my whole feed. But then I've gotten into such cool shit, especially when it comes to really esoteric things like what? People who are building things like carpentry and metalworking and like what are some of the weird ones? Not weird, but like I'm in I'm in like a lot of nostalgia things. Um Photography, aviation, espresso, like DNA. I'm really big into like any kind of like video editing, Adobe After Effects, airports. I love skylines. That's one of my favorites. Interior design, trains, anthropology, antimatter, anti-gravity, like anything Apple related. So Apple Vision Pro, Apple Vision, iPhone, all that stuff. Arcade cabinets, archaeology. I mean, I'm still in the A's. Art conservation. I mean, I'm not even reading them all. I'm just grabbing a few of them. Art journalism. Asimov, like Isaac Asimov. Ask a Japanese. Yeah, if you go to my I'm user biggest pimp of all time. If you look at my I think you can just see what subreddits I'm in. It's a lot. I'm in and I'm in a bunch of things that I'm normally not interested in, like Dungeons and Dragons. I've never really been big into that, but I want to learn more about it. So I joined all the Dungeons and Dragons things, all the dice making things. That's one that like normally I wouldn't be in. I'm in like Star Wars and Star Trek. Normally I wouldn't be in those. Um, I don't know, like cowboy. I'm not generally into cowboy stuff. I guess like sort of, but not really. But I'm in that. I'm in a bunch of cryptocurrency ones. Um, I'm in. I'm in some that are like that I don't like, but I like to know what's being said. So, especially in terms of like the conflict in the Middle East, I'm in every single subreddit I can find about that just because I want to know what both sides are saying. I'm in like anything Google. I'm in like sometimes I'll find some that are just interesting to me and I'll get into a bunch of them like guitar amps. Um, what else? Like I mean, it's if you see, yeah. Let me see how to do it. Exactly. Let me see. How do I see a list of subreddits that a user is in? Well, fuck that. Reddit doesn't provide a way to see a list of all subreddits. However, I thought they did. There are third-party websites that can do it. There's like browser extensions, but it doesn't seem like there's just like a nice list. Well, I'll tell you like basically, if I'm interested in it, I'm in it. But even if I'm not interested in it and I want to be interested in it, I'm in it as well. And the best way to do this, like, what's a good example? Like basketball shoes. I'm not super into basketball shoes. Like, I'm not a super big sneakerhead or anything like that. But I know that's popular in culture, and I want to make sure I understand what people are talking about. So I'll be in that one and I'll learn all about that stuff. Um, what's another one? Like, um, that's like that. Knitting. I'm not really big into knitting. Have I ever knitted anything? Maybe when I was a kid or something, but I haven't knitted anything like seriously. But I'm in all kinds of knitting stuff, crocheting, how to do repairs with, because I want to learn how to do that stuff, or I want to know about it. I don't want to necessarily learn how to do it, but I want to know about it so that when someone comes in here and I'm like, hey, what are your interests? And they're like, oh, I'm really big into landscaping. Okay, I know all about landscaping. Let's talk about it. Or somebody will be like, oh, I'm really into linguistics. Okay, I'm all about linguistics. Let's talk about it. Or Supreme clothing, like that's a thing. Like I think that all that stuff is overpriced garbage, but nevertheless, um yeah, so um I would tell you, if you want to be in a lot of good things, find something that you like, I don't know, YouTube. So you go to YouTube, and if you click the YouTube one, you go to see more, and then there's a way. Yeah. So then there are related subs: YouTube gaming, partnered YouTube, YouTubers, NewTubers, creator services, Google, Reddit third party, and you join all of them. Does that make sense? And I find that that gives you just a lot more depth of which you're looking. And then if there's something that I find, like sometimes it'll put random things in my feed, and I will just join them just to see if I like what it is. Like, here's one of them that's a big one. 3D printing. So I don't have a 3D printer. I've seen 3D printers, but I don't have one. I know that there's a lot of technical aspects of them though. And so I want to know about them. So I make sure to join that. Wiki Gallery, a 3D visualization of Wikipedia. Unable to play embedded video. I know. Imagine Wikipedia as a nebula of articles. I would like to be able to use this, like not it be a video, but like see it. But I understand it's very cool. Yeah, like why doesn't he make it available to people? No, no, no. I'm watching it, but I mean, I want the tool that he's using. There's a website that I use. I've used a lot. It's called Visual Thesaurus, I believe, or something like that, and it's very good. Basically, any kind of synonym in the world or in language, at least English, it'll give you all the different synonyms that branch out from there. It's very helpful. I would think I would know about it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, here's what it is. Um, I think it's, hold on, visual words. Let me see if that's it. Explore. Yeah. Go to visuwords.com, VISUWORDS.com. And then I think this kind of visualization of information is very helpful. It's essentially what you just showed, but just words. But I want to see it for Wikipedia articles. That'd be really cool too. But especially for people who are learning English, it's very helpful. So it's VISUWORDS. And then the upper, so then type in a word. What did you type in? Oh, okay. And did it show up? Isn't it cool? And then if you click on it, it'll give you the definition. Yeah, that's what this is. So basically you click on one and then it'll expand upon that. That's horse. Um, it's just giving me a bunch of documentation, but not like whatever that video is you sent me. Yeah, that's a cool one. So you believe in aliens now? How did you interact with them? I did. Please remind me. When did this happen? And it only happened once? You may. That's baller as fuck. And it wasn't a dream? How did it approach you? Do you remember the song? What is it? Did you say Father Zombies? Baller. So why are you so skeptical of UFOs then? Yeah. Have you been on UFO, Reddit UFOs tonight? These things are all over New York. New York tonight, the Bronx, Queens, they're all over Queens. Connecticut. Here's somebody flying into JFK, so that's New York. They are seeing them in New Jersey. Yeah. Um, they're just chilling, and nobody has a really great answer. Right. And then Germany. They had a bunch of stuff in Germany. Hey, Grand Theft Auto 6. Have you been to dronetracker.app? It gives a nice map of the world of where drones are being seen at a given time. Are you a member of Reddit UFOs, Riser? Yeah. I think it'll be interesting when there's a change of the presidency how they handle it. If they're more vocal about it or if they still stay tight-lipped. Right, which makes me completely skeptical of what's going on and that he's just bullshitting people. His reasoning was that there are still people who are alive who would be affected by it. Okay, well then that means they're guilty or something like that. So make everyone aware what's going on. More of a piece of hardware with software, basically a device that is like a camera that when you push play, it automatically uploads to YouTube for you. Yeah, but it's still something I have to do every 12 hours. Basically, there's a way to do it with macros that I could do, but it doesn't work on Chromebooks. Yeah, I mean, I do it on Instagram, but basically, I think that it would be helpful that if you don't, so you don't have to use all other software. It's just like I don't even know what to call it, just like an uploader. Basically, whenever this thing is around, it's going to upload to your YouTube channel automatically. I think that would be very beneficial. I recognize why the powers that be don't want this to happen. They don't want people keeping a really nice record of things because it allows you to um, find evidence of historical revision, and then it also just stores a lot of data that they don't necessarily want to have to do. But I still think it's a good idea, and I think one will exist in the future. It's just a matter of time. Like basically Ray-Ban Meta glasses that always upload for you all the time. Why can't that be a thing? And those things have it. That I don't know. I think everything has to go through probably the Meta store, and they might shut you down. There's always gatekeeping involved, seemingly. Absolutely. 1000%. Well, it could do just that. Basically, using augmented reality, tell you how many cards are available. Okay, let's go to certain, um, like the roulette wheel. You like roulette? All right. So, as I understand, they have like a thing where the roulette wheel is put through when they spin it, whatever, so that like you can't rig it. But basically, if it was powerful enough, it could tell you how many rotations per second that thing's doing and give you the best odds. It could just tell you there's a higher chance that it's going to be whatever, red 23, because of the fact of the speed of this wheel. So basically, it could tell you in um, little um, inconsistencies in what the dealer's doing or how the wheel is being utilized, and you could maybe use that to your advantage. Maybe not a huge advantage, but a little bit of an advantage. Um, okay, so for poker and stuff, it could potentially read people's body languages and tell you who's bluffing. It could learn different people's body language over the course of like a couple hours. It could also just tell you, hey, there are, like the dealer has whatever, or the other players have whatever. You have a 62% chance of winning if you play this card. And it can all do all that for you in augmented reality, so that basically you can see what it is telling you, but no one else could see it. For other games, like slot machines would be tough because it's not like you can get in there and program that. So using very cool, right? I think probably the easy, yeah, but that's so randomized, and you'd have to sit there for like days to just get. It's still going to be randomized. Um, I would think that poker would be a big one because it could give you different options that you may not perhaps foresee. So, not even talking about people's body language or anything, it just can read that whatever cards are being shown and tell you and know what your cards are and give you different percentages on the chances that you could win. That's a pretty easy. No, but let's say you're playing Texas Hold'em. All right, so it knows that you start with two cards, or so it could tell you what your two cards are and the chances that you're going to win the hand. And then when they do like the river and the flip and all those cards, it could change the percentages by telling you like, hey, there you have a really good hand right now, bet the house, or you should fold because you only have a 3% chance of winning. Like, you know how they do on I haven't watched it in a long time, but like the World Series of Poker, where they tell you like somebody's got like an 18% chance of winning and the other guy's got an 82% chance of winning. It could tell you all that stuff, and normally you would not have that kind of information. How would that work? Okay. You could do that too without glasses though. Like basically, if I have good, so there are what, like 16 different cards that there could be, and where you could do that. But basically, if I say, like, if I have my arm here and I tell you, if I touch my arm towards my elbow, that means I have a 2, and if I touch it towards my wrist, that means it's an ace. You're going to know if I have. No, I'm not saying that, but you would know just by where I'm touching my arm as to how high my cards are. I I mean, I'm sure it's been done. Basically, people who are just sending signals to each other. The big one with those are that I feel, I know I know it's joked about, but the use of like a some kind of device on your body or in your body that is telling you what to do. I mean, it's been talked about for years with the chess world about the use of anal beads, which very well could be used, and like Morse code. Um, I know that guys have done this utilizing like some kind of computer system, and they in their shoe, and they use their toes to be able to communicate information to people. Um, so those are definitely options. But if you're doing it alone, just having glasses that could tell you different odds of what's going on the table is a huge advantage. You're not going to make any stupid mistakes that way. And also, it would give you like the knowledge of a veteran player as a newbie. I think it still could. Well, they are. Yeah, I mean, I think that what happens in those cases is the pit boss is given a signal by the dealer to come up and watch what's going on, and they would ask to inspect your glasses, and you can say no, and then they kick you out and give you a ban. They don't have to let you gamble there, and also if you make too much money, they won't let you gamble there. No, they're just going to say we just want to see your glasses, and they very easily be able to tell if there's a camera in it or not. Plus, they know what the meta glasses look like. So it would have to be a different model of them. Probably, I don't know if this is like you'd have to be a step ahead of them. The glasses are already purchasable at the casino mall, basically. So, um, um, let me see. Can you wear a burqa and gamble in Las Vegas? Yes, you can wear a burqa or any other cultural religious attire in Las Vegas. The city, including numerous casinos, does not have laws prohibiting specific clothing. However, casinos typically require that a person's face be visible for identification purposes, especially in areas where security and surveillance are more stringent, like table games. In such cases, you might be asked to temporarily lift the veil for identification, but generally, wearing a burqa is not prohibited. So, okay, so how about this? What is stopping someone from using meta glasses to cheat using table games in Las Vegas? While it's theoretically possible, there's casino surveillance and technology. Casinos have extensive surveillance systems, including cameras that monitor every table and player. Detection of external devices. Many casinos have security measures in place to detect unauthorized electronic devices such as signal jammers, detectors, and RF scanners. They can pick up signals from smart glasses or any wireless devices used to transmit data. If someone is caught using a hidden device for cheating, they can be banned from the casino or even face criminal charges. So they could jam it. They could, perhaps. I don't know if you're allowed to use a phone at a table. Let's see. Can you use a phone at a table in Las Vegas? Using a phone is generally discouraged or outright prohibited during play because of distraction and fair play, cheating concerns, security, and surveillance. So generally, you're not allowed to. Yeah, but a lot of times they take those things once the cards are done and put them in the table, or they'll. I mean, they can shuffle them, but sometimes they'll use like a 6 or 7 um, shoot. Like they'll use 6 or 7 at the same time. I was thinking this: if you had glasses that could zoom really well, you could tell what people's cards were by reading the reflection on their eyes. Does that make sense? And it's not that crazy. It just would need to zoom in well so that you could see someone's eyeballs and then just read the reflection of their cards. No, 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 no. In the glasses. In the glasses. The next level of this is really smart contacts, which basically give you all of the results of glasses, but in a contact lens. And that's when it's going to be really hard to stop this stuff. But I'm sure they'll get some kind that could work too. I mean, there are only 2 people in the world who have them. One of them is named Nolan Asbro, something like that, and then whoever the other person is. So those people are pretty famous already. But yeah, once it becomes more common, that's definitely a way. Um, what else could there be? I mean, back in the day, before everything was computerized, I would think that just counterfeiting chips would be pretty easy to do. Right. So basically, that's well, and that's when they started putting um, microchips in them, so you couldn't do that. My friend, I'm sure you're probably gonna have to go. I have to go to the bathroom, so if you want to stay, please feel free to. But I got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Take care, my friend. Come back tomorrow, please. Take care. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
researching, you pick up the behaviors that start repeating, and there's a structure of it. And when you've been out there experiencing it and researching it and investigating it and watching it yourself, and then you have someone that comes in and says, well, you know, I think I'm talking about whatever it is. And then they're out there, you're like, no, no, no. You're thinking like a human. You're thinking about the laws of physics. This has not anything to do with that. And yeah, and we can even say something to each other and say, you know, I saw this. And even though maybe that was the first time I saw that and you've never seen anything like it, it can still kind of fit with the structure of the behaviors we've become used to. It still kind of fits in a way, even though it's very different. Does that make sense what I just said? And the 80s Friday night dance party continues there with Rocky, jazz pianist, Herbie Hancock. Isn't that great? It's just, I can see that all night long. Oh, this is great. Oh, yeah, that's me, you guys. Actually, I don't usually can do that. It's just because they are listening to, and if you, for some reason, get fall asleep during a show like this, well, then you just had a rough day. And you need to help out to actually get your life dying. If that's the case right now, you want to go to sleep. No, listen. When we come with those inside, you can relax, you can go in the dream world, and then come back tomorrow, and you can tell me, you know, stay listen 24/7. Become a Ghost Insider, you get the audio archives, and you get some free downloads, ad-free downloads, and you get access to George Story and some other really good things that are available on the site. Learn more at coasttocoastia.com. Why do you order prescriptions? It's not overpaying. It starts safely with Single Care. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. Single Care works at pharmacies nationwide, and it's completely free. Whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check Single Care. Your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today. It's Coast to Coast AM. Hello there. Connie Ellis with you. So nice to be back. It's been a while. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Birthday. Happy birthday, Russ. It's still in this one of the shows that I did to watch this year. Usually I watch all of those classics. But I gotta say, I can still do it. No problem. I'm hoping that you'll have a happy new year. Hoping that you'll join me tomorrow night. I'll be back again. Sean Worthington and Weigel tonight. We'll be along with Open Minds coming up next hour. Jeremiah will stick around with us so that you can ask him some questions that you'd like to know about the class 1 of the roads. I hope you sign up for my newsletter, which is Where's Willis. Go to ConnieWillis.com, sign up for that. It's a free newsletter. You find out what's going on. When on Coast to Coast next to Beyond with me, when I go up to the mountains or somewhere else, hotspot for a live investigation. You can join me. Oh, my chocolates are back, which they are right now. So go to Connie's Chocolate. It's ConnieWillis.com and then go to Connie's Chocolate so you won't get all confused there with all the different websites and things like that. You might even find somebody else's instead of mine. But go to ConnieWillis.com and thank you so much. Yes, I'm selling by the case. It's much easier. That way, they quickly hand it out. It's real artwork that's been done, and it's especially handcrafted, designed by me.
Just playing Crazy Eights. How are you? Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. Thank you. I'm amazing. I'm really happy, dog. Okay, that's that's like your opinion. I stream my life 24/7. There are a lot of adults in there. I don't pay attention to them. I don't talk to anybody in there. Awareness. I stream my life for world peace. Okay, you've told me your opinion, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just in time for the new year, the new and improved free iHeartRadio app is finally here. It's everything you love about radio in the palm of your hand. The live radio dial, presets, scans, and lyrics. And iHeartRadio has all your favorite artists' playlists and podcasts too. Anytime, anywhere. Countdown to 2025 with that new and improved free iHeartRadio app. Get it today.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Next by today,
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Gas prices are down from last year. The roads continue to be busy across the Midwest between now and New Year's. Says 9.1 million people are still expected to travel. The AAA's Travel program is currently active, offering free rides home to people who may be within 10 miles of their destination. The service will run until 6 a.m. on January 2nd. City Ordinance just continues to donate money for those in need of food. CEO Jimmy Stevens says the organization serving hundreds of food pantries and soup kitchens throughout New York City is matching donations down to $1 until the end of the year. Students have won Arizona Truck School. Artificial intelligence was the state's charter school more recently. Universal Pictures making the hit Broadway music adaptation available to buy and on digital platforms. Speaking of popular, the movie itself has raked in more than $500 million on the box office. Consumer and business news on Rothschild. KFI and AM 640. So that's what I mean by early technology. Okay, fine. Okay. But the pros, and what constitutes a drone? Is that something that flies with made in Taiwan? Very surprising. I think they know what it is. They're not attacking it. They're not freaking out. I love when the one answer that we got from anybody, to me, the only answer is when somebody asked Trump, he said, they know what it is. They're just not telling you. They said they first have that many here. Yes, yeah. Yeah, they're not telling us which is normal. They know what it is. It's not telling us, but you know what? It does seem like something that I think we might want to know what that might be. That's good. So, all right, let's go to the lines here. Welcome, Carmine. We're talking to Donnie in California. Hey, Connie. Yes. you still have information, so you and I know.
Feeling you're having, everybody has it. You've had it before, you're going to have it again. You'll feel better in a couple days. But this is the way it's supposed to be. This is natural. That's when they stopped crying, because I think that's when they stopped resisting. Like, it's one thing to feel the pain of goodbye, and it's another thing to be feeling like this isn't supposed to be happening. And it's the resistance part of this isn't supposed to be happening that makes life really difficult.
Yeah.
As opposed to a more clear-eyed view of what it really is.
This is indeed supposed to be happening. There's a show called Yellowstone that I recently started watching.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. We actually started watching it, but only a few minutes. We didn't get into it.
So this is just a quick, it's not a spoiler of any kind, but there's a father taking out the son for the first time to go hunting and to shoot their big buck. And the son was really sad because he goes to trigger. He took a life. And the father says that everybody gets killed in this life. That's the way of nature. That's the way each one of us is going to be killed. And it's interesting because I didn't really think of it that way. Because you think you die, but he really framed it as killed. Because it's like, there's no such thing as dying of old age. It's medically discussed that, but basically there's something, whether it's a truck or a bacteria, something is going to kill you in the end. And that was an interesting way to look at it, because we tend to think of humans aren't supposed to be killed. We think of murder as one of the sins, one of the things that's we don't do in society. You know what? We do. That's a more technical discussion of how can we get killed by something in the end. But to some degree, that's true. At least for most of us, that there's something that gets us, whether it's cancer, those kinds of things. But yeah, that reframing. If it's not, it's supposed to. This is the way.
Yeah. They're funny. I mean, at the same time that I just wrote a whole book about the fact that this is the way it is. Like, I really do believe this is the way it is. And with this reality, there's an intense beauty that comes along with it. We have to accept the reality to get to the beauty. I believe that. And at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, yeah, but give me the magic wand to make the world different.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much this is a female thing too. Like, I was watching with my son, my 12-year-old, the other day. We were watching a show about the Battle of Thermopylae, and it was like all about valor and glory on the battlefield. And I said to him something like, "Gosh, don't you just wish we lived in a world where you didn't have to do all this in order for everyone just to live their life?" And he just looked at me completely puzzled. No. Like, to him, it all just seemed self-evident that the world can be structured that way. And he had like the 12-year-old admiration for the valor of it all.
But you wonder if that's nature or nurture. I wonder what that looks like. We do live in a world where murder is seen as bad, but you look at a lot of history. I don't know if they had the same kind of conception of that. In terms of, you have to ask what kind of murder. for what purpose? And war was a way of life. It's interesting. It's interesting if you could imagine properly a future that is different than ours in terms of operating in a different moral system. I'd like saying we're living indefinitely or living in a society where no war, like how fundamental is war, how fundamental is death.
I think it's really fundamental to our source code. I just wish that our source code were different, basically. Like I can't get past that risk.
Because there's greater computer interfaces that try to merge. So greater and greater smartphones, we're already kind of cyborgs, with greater and greater merger of computational power. So literally adding source code to our original source code, just in a different. There's the mushy biology that runs source code, and then there's more cold electrical systems, and then they integrate together, and potentially one day we offload the magic that is human consciousness also into the machine, and then we get to see. Maybe they'll be a little bit less assholish about the whole war thing. They'd be more. But there is, I think, even when I think about engineering human intelligence or superhuman intelligence systems, I feel like they also need to have the yin and yang of life. They have to be able to be afraid and to be sad and these kinds of things. But maybe it's because I'm a product of this particular environment. Maybe sadness is a useful human invention, but not a universal one.
This is what I don't know. This is where I come back to as I told you, like the original reason that I wrote my whole book was the feeling that somehow in the expression of sad music is what other people see when they talk about God. Like there's something there's like an ultimate beauty there that I don't know if we have access to without that, but maybe we do. But I can say in this world, it's a great way to get access to that state.
Is it within the reach of science to deeply understand this? To understand that why people sad when you listen to a song?
Or why you feel so much love when you listen to a sad song.
To a sad song, right?
Yeah.
Why the sad song opens up some kind of deep connection to something what you can call divine or something, whatever that is.
Yeah, I do think. I mean, we have like really signs of it from the research. I mean, I'm sure we're just at the scratching the surface stage, but I mean, like we know, for example, that the vagus nerve, which is so fundamental that it governs your breathing and our digestion, and our vagus nerve also activates when we see another being in distress. There's like an instinctive impulse to want to make it stop. And the theory is that that's an evolutionary design because we had to be able to respond to the cries of our infants, and that ability to produce the greater ability to respond to other people's cries too. So that's probably just the very first step, being able to understand what all that is.
We've already given plenty of advice, but broadly, what advice would you give to young folks today about career, about life, whether they want to be writers, lawyers, scientists, musicians, and artists, whatever the heck they want to be? How can they live a life they can be proud of?
Okay, here's what I think. You should absolutely do that thing that you're dying to do, but you should always have plan B. And it's a backup plan and a way of earning a living no matter what happens. Because I feel like we have this narrative in our culture of like the glamorous thing is to figure out the thing you love and then risk everything to achieve that. But first of all, a lot of people aren't comfortable with that level of risk. And second, when you're living with that level of risk, that's a cognitive load too. And so you don't have this full emotion and heart to be able to focus on the thing that you actually really love. Stressed out. So I'd say like get the backup plan in place and then do the thing.
My advice would be the opposite.
Okay.
I'm moving the romantic. Well, I think the truth is be aware of the cost not having plan B has, so do it deliberately, don't. But I'm with Bukowski and find what you love and let it kill you. I think you have to actually know your personality. I know if I have a plan B, I will not try as hard on plan A. I would likely take plan B. Because if plan A is a risky thing, I just work way much better with a state of desperation. With my back against the wall. You have to know that about yourself. I think that has to do
So I think we can refine it to say you actually have to really know yourself and how you respond to different kinds of risks. Like I would not do well in that kind of situation. I'd be like up at 2 in the morning worrying about it.
Yeah.
Whereas if I have some, like it doesn't have to be paying the rent in some grand way, but if there's some basic way of paying the rent, then my heart's free to do the thing I really love.
That's where for me, the only way I'm free is when I don't know if I'm going to pay the rent.
Huh.
Yeah, because otherwise I'll find a way to pay the rent. It's not around unfortunately people with me. So
I see. So it's like if you don't have like the dog at your back.
yeah, like pretty real or artificial deadlines, anxiety, and so on. So yeah,
Yeah, so really the advice is know your triggers. But we're still saying that the same basic thing is like do the thing you really love that set up
strategize
the rest of your life
appropriately to your personality.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think is the meaning of life? The meaning of this whole thing probably has something to do with whatever you're dealing with. It's that someone.
Yeah, because two things come simultaneously to my mind when you ask that question. I've been asking it since I was 4. I remember the first time I did.
The question is more important than the answer, probably.
Yeah.
Just keep asking.
I don't know. The first one is beauty, and I don't know why beauty is so important, but I just know that it is.
And impossible to define, perhaps.
Is it definable? Yeah. I don't even know it when you see it. I don't know. I mean, just
has to do with that line when you feel something, when you just see it, when you hear it.
Yeah, you just see it, and it's like it's whatever can deliver you to that mode of transcendence, where you're no longer purely in your own self, and you're in something higher. And when you're in those states of mind, you know it because you have the temporary sensation that you could die at that moment, that people you love could die, and we'll all be okay because there's something else. So that's my first answer. My second answer is the need to relieve psychic pain, and like other people's psychic pain. I don't know why, that's just an impulse that I have.
Psychic pain is more like suffering.
Yeah, but I mean,
what is there a particular?
Yeah, just making the world better and less pain, less pain to go around in general.
Hence your this optimistic desire and longing for a world without destruction, without malevolent destruction.
Yeah, well, where that would be necessary. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like I had this moment. It wasn't so long ago. I was doing some interview, and somebody asked me, like, "What are you longing for right now?" And my answer at that moment was like, "You know what? I'm actually at this moment in life where I'm not longing for anything. I'm at this particular way station where everything is the way I want it to be." Of course, the minute you say something like that, you know you're going to be proven wrong, because like an hour later, I got a letter from a reader who I've been in touch with over the years, and he was telling me about like a psychic struggle that he's going through, and I just thought, oh my gosh, if there were anything I could do to make it that his life wouldn't have been such that he would be in this position in the first place. Like his struggles had to do with a long life history. So I don't know why I feel that so intensely, but I do.
Those moments when you were just at peace, there's nothing else you want. I feel like that's like a temporary repose, like a pause.
Exactly.
You bet your ass. a desire follows that is important, but you get to enjoy those little moments.
Yeah. I think when I said, even when he asked me and I answered that way, I said, this is a wasting. Like, I knew it was temporary, but I didn't realize it would be disruptive like an hour later.
And to give you pushback to your statement about the possibility of you said beauty and basically mediating suffering. There's a quote I really like from Hunter Thompson, which is back against that, which is for every moment of triumph, for every instance of beauty, many souls must be trampled. But that's a very Hunter Thompson. And you know how not the greatest philosopher of all time. He's certainly a beautiful and chaotic human being.
Well, that's true. And I will tell you that my nickname for my husband is Gonzo, kind of because of him. You know, he invented that form of Gonzo journalism where like the writer is totally in the story. And my husband, like, that's his personality. He's like in everything that he does. He's really in it. He's really present. He just lives that way. So his name is Ken, but I call him Gonzo. It's like 90% of the time.
Well, then that's a beautiful way to end this season. This is thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for initially at least making me feel think of being and then you keep making the rest of us feel great about being each person. Like half the world, if you know how it is. It's a lot of people. Thank you for being you. And thank you for talking to us. It's awesome.
Thank you so much. It's so great to talk to you. And I think it was what I said to you when we first got connected. Thank you for your way of being in the world. You really, really love it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Susan Kane. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, we'll leave you with some words from Susan Kane herself. The highly sensitive introvert tends to be philosophical or spiritual in their orientation, rather than materialistic or hedonistic. They dislike small talk. They often describe themselves as creative or intuitive. They dream vividly and can often recall their dreams the next day. They love music, nature, art, physical beauty. They feel exceptionally strong emotions, sometimes acute bouts of joy, but also sorrow, melancholy, and fear. Highly sensitive people also process information about their environments, both physical and emotional, unusually deeply. They tend to notice subtleties that others miss, another person's shift in mood, or a light bulb burning a touch too brightly. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
We have two tubes that are right next to each other in the throat. One is for food, drink, saliva, mucus, whatever you're going to swallow. All of that stuff must go down the esophagus, the food tube, and end up in the stomach. And right next to the esophagus, millimeters away, is the windpipe, or the trachea, which goes down to the lungs.
Throat, heart, feces, genitals,
every organ from moment to moment keeps us alive and ensures our survival. The genitals are, in a way, the opposite.
How would you the penis and the vagina? The following is a conversation with Jonathan Reisman, a physician and writer of The Unseen Body, a doctor's journey over the hidden wonders of human anatomy. He has practiced medicine in some of the world's most remote places, including the Alaskan and Russian Arctic, Antarctica, and the Himalayan mountains of Nepal. This is a Let's Treatment podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jonathan Reisman. You wrote a book called Unseen Body, all about the human body, the messy, the weird, the beautiful, and the fascinating details. So, from an evolutionary perspective, are most parts of the human body a feature or a bug? Is it like the optimal solution or just the duct tape solution?
Great question. I think that most of the time, the way the body works is the best solution. I haven't seen many alternatives, so it's hard to compare. But I think, there's some parts of the body that make more sense the way our hands work, for instance. The muscles are up and formed and the tendons kind of come down like strings on a puppet. And just the dexterity it gives our hands is just really amazing, and it's hard to imagine a better tool than the human hands to do everything from the hold things to play piano, do the other daily activities that we do. One thing I thought about is there's some other body parts that seem to be lacking that kind of brilliant design, such as the throat, where the food, drink are swallowed and air is inhaled, and they kind of, those two paths come within millimeters of each other. And you slip up once, you laugh while eating, or you speak while trying to swallow, and you die from choking. So it seems less than optimal, although I'm not sure it could be better from the way we're kind of formed in the womb as a beginning of this tiny little tube. I don't think it could have been done any better, or there's any other way to do it, but it is an unfortunate thing that does problems.
So the hand.
Welcome.
Link on that.
Hope you're having a good day.
You talk about the wisdom of the design in the book. What are the important things?
Oh, fuck yourself.
Useful for many things, and it seems to be quite effective. A lot of people think the thumb is foundational to the human civilization. Is there any truth to that?
I think that is true. I think one of the ways the importance of individual fingers comes to attention is when people have severe injuries to their fingers. For instance, I have a story in the book about a guy whose thumb is nearly ripped off by his dog's leash. And, when plastic surgeons were often the ones to repair that, orthopedic surgeons, they will debate, how important is it to save the finger, or how important is it to save, let's say, the kind of tip, the 1/3, the tip 1/3 of one of your fingers. It depends on the length that you'll lose, it depends on which fingers. And so the thumb really is the most crucial, just, for your occupation, in most cases, to just daily life, and your ability to get around and take care of yourself and others. So, there'll be more, they're willing to go further, more surgeries, more aggressive therapy to save a thumb, let's say, than, the tip of your finger. So in that way, I do think the thumb, does seem like the most important anyway.
It's nice that it's back up. I wonder if that's part of the feature, or is it just the symmetry that nature produces? You think the two hands is it about symmetry or about back?
We'd be much less formidable hunters, gatherers, survivors in any way if we only had one hand. So I think that is important too. So we can, you can do everything from kind of spearing an animal, firing a bow and arrow, butchering an animal. You really need two hands to do it very effectively.
But can you do a better job? Great. So, you never know, perhaps. You tweeted, I'm going to analyze your tweets such as Shakespeare sometimes. You tweeted that millions of years of sex and death designed the human body. It's like poetry. Are those two basic activities basically summarize everything that resulted in humans on Earth? So, is that a good summary of the evolutionary process that led to this conscious, intelligent being, this death and sex?
In a way, yeah. So sex is how more of us get made, obviously. And death is how we get weeded out, where the gene pool gets weeded out, and certain genes survive and others don't. And, the age at which we die, whether it's before we, had sex and reproduced ourselves, is a big factor in who survives, who doesn't, who passes on their genes, and what the future of the body looks like. Who lived and who died before they were able to be at reproductive age a few years ago is pretty important in what we look like now. And perhaps how we have sex and die now determine what we're shaped like, unless technology has a bigger role in that, really from now.
So you guys talk about, don't you, if there's alien civilizations out there that have the same order of magnitude of intelligence or greater, do you think that we will see something like sex and something like death? So the reproducing and the selection process plus the weeding out of the old people, is that kind of foundation of life?
I would think so. I mean, it sure seems to be on Earth, perhaps in some distant future when medicine is nearing perfection and people can live a really long time. Maybe we won't even need to reproduce as much or something like that. It's hard to even know what life will be like in the future. But I would guess that any alien civilization will have the same dependence on who has sex
Well, that's the problem with mortality. How we're going to clear out the old to make room for the new. It's kind of it's like a framework of adaptability to changing environments. So as long as the environment is changing, and it seems to always be, because this is the entirety of the system, it's a complex system. It seems like you have to adapt. To adapt, you have to kill off the stubborn old ideas. And unless there's a way to like not become stubborn and old, it feels like the nature of wisdom is stubborn and old. Like that's what wisdom is. It's like the lessons of life solidify, the lessons of experience solidify, and the solidification is the thing that actually prevents you from reinventing yourself to adapt to new changing conditions. But then again, why not have that those modes? I have two minds of a person. One immortal person, like in the morning they act like a teenager, in the evening they act like an old wise man. That's possible. So you can imagine within one mind, both. But those are required. You have to have the ability to completely reinvent yourself, which is what death does in an ugly way or a beautiful way, depending on your perspective, depending on whether you take the human perspective or the nature perspective. And then you have to have the selection, the competition, the sexual selection. It's an interesting little planet. What's the weirdest part, function, concept, idea about the human body? We'll talk about fascinating detail, but what's I should say, people that should read your book, they will come face to face with the fact that you do not shy away from the weird and wonderful of the human body. It's like, it's fun, but it's honest. So given that, sorry to keep one of your children, but what's the weirdest one, would you say?
The weirdest body part,
Or concept, or function. So the chapters you divide up kind of into parts, but there could be a thread that connects all of them. The weirdness, maybe, or maybe the texture of the substance, maybe the liquids, the solids. I don't know.
definitely every body part and bodily fluid has their own kind of both pros and fascinating aspects. It's probably why I'm a generalist as a doctor and couldn't just, as you said, pick one of my children and become a specialist because I like them all. I feel like one of the strangest concepts about the human body is that kind of the aspects of it that are the most universal that we all do are the most taboo socially. I wouldn't have expected that if I just looked from the outside. Like what we do in the bathroom, what we do in the bedroom, what we do to our congenital, what we do to our quote unquote private, even though the things that we have all have in common is the most we try to hide. Other people don't talk about, like company. I mean, it makes sense as a human living in society, but from the outside, so it might be surprising.
How do you make something that you put on your hidden forward hat? The thing we all do, why do we make that a taboo thing? Is it because we like taboos? Maybe we get off, maybe our kinks as humans is to have taboos, and it's kind of efficient to have taboos on things that everybody does. Like you make walking taboo or something, I don't know. But just maybe that's what we love, it's what's exciting to us. It's the forbidden.
I think yes, I do the rules for sure. Some societies more than others, they love controlling how you think and what you do in public versus private. There's a lot of societies where, for instance, parents have sex with children. Not, for instance, like in a traditional Eskimo societies, that was sort of normal. I mean, but what are you going to do? Go outside in the middle of the winter in the Arctic and do it out there? So, there's different taboos, different societies. Some taboos make perfect sense. Some taboos are even public health measures. Like there's a talk in the book about it in India where they, the hands are symmetric, as you said, but in Indian culture, the left hand is taboo, and the right hand is what you use for shaking hands or eating or other things, and the left hand is the dirty hand that you use for wiping your own body. Your lips and toilet paper is your left hand. So while the body is anatomically symmetric, the taboo creates this pretty intense asymmetry. But for a good reason. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be shooting hands with other people with the same hand that you use to clean your bottom. So in that sense, it makes sense.
Yeah, maybe the roots of it make sense. But the way it probably is, especially as the times change, it might not, because you can wash your hands. But the taboo remains.
But society is very changed.
What is the most fascinating part of sort of content of the body? So, something that fits with awe.
I guess the most obvious one is the brain, partly because it's so, sort of poorly understood that we understand more than we ever have in the past. There's still so much that we don't understand about how the lump of matter in our skulls kind of creates this subjective experience that we all understand quite viscerally. That's an easy one. I would say the kidneys are an underappreciated organ. The way they tinker with the bloodstream, raise levels to this lower levels, that kind of our entire lives from inside the womb until we die is really incredible. And when you look at how much energy different organs consume, the brain and the kidneys are two of the biggest ones, because the brain obviously is always active and controlling parts of the body, but the kidneys are just consuming a ton of energy to do what they do. They're kind of the unsung hero of the body, relegated to the back of the abdomen. I've forgotten what it is. They are great. I did consider being a nephrologist, which is a kidney specialist, because I was so taken with the kidneys, but decided that I couldn't pick just one.
So your book is ordered in a particular way. It's throat, heart, feces, genitals, liver, pineal gland, brain, skin, urine, fat, lungs, eyes, mucus, fingers and toes, and blood. All right. First of all, great chapter titles. Is there a reason for this ordering, or is it all matters?
There's a few different reasons I went into it. I did want to start with the throat for the reasons that it kind of presents the topic of death, which is sort of obviously very important in the training of a physician, a career of a physician. It's a big part of what they deal with. On the first day of medical school, we started dissection of a cadaver in a class called Anatomy Lab. And so in a way, we were kind of thrown right in there in the beginning, like, this is the end of the human story, understand this, and then sort of backed up to the beginning of embryology, reproduction and stuff. So it's kind of like I got thrown into that right away, right in the beginning, kind of like, here's a dead body, now start cutting it apart and learn the name and function of absolutely every bit of flesh.
How did that change you, that first experience with cold honesty of human biology?
Right, that's exactly what it is. Cold honesty about kind of the story of each individual human body. It has an end, and that's it. I think that actually before the end of that first day, so what we did on that first day was study the superficial muscles of the back, the lats, the torso, and some other muscles. We cut through the skin of the back. My cadaver was laying face down on his metal gurney. We pulled back the plastic sheets that keep him moist for the next 4 months as we dissected him. Cut through the skin on his back and then started dissecting through the superficial muscles of the back. And that was really all we saw that first day. We didn't get any deeper, didn't enter the abdominal chest cavity and see internal organs. I was so fascinated with this sort of behind the scenes look at how things work in the body, how you move your arms, how you arch your back. These are the muscles that do it, that I decided I wanted to donate my own body. So I made that decision literally
Welcome.
at the end of that
Hope you're having a good day.
class, and I'm still sticking to it.
There's a way that we medical students that can watch and listen to this podcast while dissecting the body.
It could happen. They might not know that the person that listening to the podcast will be the part. But we never learn the universe. The universe,
and they will acknowledge the irony of the absurdity of that.
The universe will chuckle, but the medical students won't know, because they never, as I did, not learn any personal information about the person. Only what I could glean from looking inside of, which actually tells you that he was a smoker, coronary artery disease. You get a window. I knew he was overweight. You get a window into people's lives just by thinking in their bodies after death. Other other cadavers in the lab, not my own, or I shared one with 3 other students, but other cadavers. Some had, metal joints that we replaced, and some had a kidney missing. So they probably, and we could tell it was surgically removed, not that he was born with one. And you could tell that he probably had a kidney tumor or cancer. So you do get an insight into people's lives from, picking them apart after they're dead, but you don't know or what kind.
So as the book title says, Unseen Body, it tells some kind of story of your life. So it does capture the decisions you made in your life, the things you've done that might be kind of secret to that person, or maybe to a few others that knew him or her well. It's so fascinating. So what kind of things can it reveal? Like what kind of choices in terms of the injuries, the catastrophic events, the lifestyle choices, smoking, diet, what can you see? What kind of history can you see about people before you?
But all those things you mentioned are things you can, take the skin, for example, right? Most things that happen to us leave a mark, as I say, kind of a story written in the language of scars, where it tells you injuries that happen. Same thing with animals, I've seen deer hides that have marks that look like they're made by maybe a barbed wire fence, something like that. You can tell, sometimes it's conjecture, but you can sort of imagine what might have happened to cause that. Perhaps, 2 bucks were fighting and one got injured with an antler. And the same with humans. I have scars on my body, and when I notice them, I remember what happened. I got a big cut on my hand when I was 13, and it's still there, and I remember what happened, every time I look at it. So in that way, only I might know that story, but other people, when they dissect me and notice the same scars, it kind of it can fire their imagination. And I could for me.
They know that there is a story there. That's such an interesting way that the skin does tell a story. With both tattoos, scars.
Right.
Some of the fun you've had, some of the damage you've done.
Even when I evaluate a patient, I can use scars to help me make medical decisions. So, for instance, someone that comes in with abdominal pain in the emergency room, you can see scars in their abdomen that tell you about the past kind of activities of the surgeon. Perhaps I recognize the scars that are left when someone has their gallbladder removed, scars when someone has their appendix removed, maybe when someone's had a hysterectomy, and that can tell you what it might be or what it isn't. If someone doesn't have an appendix, their abdominal space is not appendicitis in the story. So I'm sort of looking at the tracks, the footprints of past surgeries to tell me what might not be the cause of the patient's abdominal pain, which is kind of my little job in the area of figuring out what's causing it.
Is there ways to get more data about the human body as we look into the future of medicine and biology? It will be helpful to fill in some of the gaps in the story. So, you have companies, you have research that looks at, a collection of blood over long periods of time to see, paint the picture of what happened to your body, mostly to help lifestyle decisions, but also just, to anticipate things that can go wrong and that kind of stuff. Is there, can you just speak to a greater digital world that we're stepping in, how that can help tell a richer story?
I certainly think that we have more data than we know what to do with right now, especially with kind of direct-to-consumer medical devices, smartwatches, etc., that are just collecting these reams of data. I have not seen them put to, I think, the eventual use that they will. I think that the potential is sort of, unimaginable. And I hope we're heading into a new age where, you can determine, for instance, is a person going to have more of the dangerous side effects to a drug based on their genetics, or are they going to tolerate one drug better than the other, based on their genetics. And we are slowly moving into that age, and especially the age of kind of completely synthesizing drugs in a lab. Much like, for instance, some of the COVID vaccines, actually, Moderna never had the virus in their lab. They made that vaccine completely without ever having the virus themselves, just having the genome, which is sort of astounding. there's a lot of potential going forward, based on that technology. So,
I didn't know that. So basically it's all on the computer. It's computational.
right, you have the genetic code, you have tremendous power, even if you don't have the organism itself.
What do you make of these homes and efforts like that? First of all, I'm curious. I'm drawn to the darkness of human nature because that somehow reveals the full spectrum of what humans can be. So there's a lot of some controversial thoughts about who she is and her efforts and so on. I think you may be weird about it, because there's a lot of you tweets so I'm forgetting. What do you make of her and those efforts and the charlatans that sort of snake oil salesman that promise those efforts to do more than they currently can?
I think that her, that goal that she had, that she created Theranos to try to achieve, to use less blood in tests, is a very worthy goal and a huge frontier that we have not achieved and that I hope we will achieve. So I understand why, someone describes what a huge step forward that would be, and it would be indeed. I understand why people put some money on this.
Can you describe what was the promise? What are we talking about with Theranos? Just for people who don't.
But Theranos is a company that was basically started to revolutionize the way medical blood tests are done, both to use a whole lot less blood in doing it. If anyone's ever been to the doctor and had 5 to 10 tubes of blood removed from them, it can be quite surprising how much they take out. And it's, that's a limitation of our technology, that we need those volumes of blood to can all the tests that we want to. So the promise of Theranos was that perhaps with a single drop of blood, we would be able to know as much about the person, the condition of their body, without drawing all that blood. And thereby, there would be these devices who's going to create that would sort of do it. You put a drop of blood in it, spits out everything you ever wanted to know about what's in your bloodstream. And in a way, that would make it so much easier. It could be, you could have one in your home, theoretically. And I don't know why you'd wonder what your potassium level is on this given day, but you could check if you wanted to. And so that goal is very worthy. I put that goal up there with the frontier of making painkillers that are as good as opioids without the addictive quality. That would be such a huge revolution if we did have like medicine. But and particularly for me, because I trained in both pediatrics and internal medicine, so I learned to care for both children and adults. In children, we do draw much less blood. They have a much lower blood volume, and we use these tiny little tubes to draw their blood, and we seemingly get equivalent information out of the larger tubes we draw from adults. And I'm still unclear, to be honest, why we can't draw that little amount of blood from adults. It seems technically possible. I don't know what the barriers are. I'm sure there are, or else we're doing it. But I do think that it is a very important goal. And if Theranos had done it, they would really revolutionize the practice.
So to return to that cadaver, that first day you got to meet the dead, the human body was no longer okay. So how quickly did it take you to get used to sort of say looking at the surface, how close to the back? I mean, I can't be overwhelmed as a thought. People listen to this that have never dissected anything, like be overwhelmed by that thought. So like, how quickly were you able to get used to the brutal honesty of your biology?
For me, it did not take long. I guess I've never been a squeamish person. For me, it was kind of riveting, fascinating right from the first moment. But I do know some of my fellow classmates did have some trouble with it. Some of them I heard had nightmares in the first few weeks of anatomy lab. But then everyone, as far as I know, got used to it. And that was also actually a big lesson for me, that it's pretty amazing what people can get used to in their daily lives. And I kind of extrapolated that to people living through war, through just terrible situations, living under oppressive regimes. And it really is amazing what people can get used to, almost anything.
But in war, people often come back and they have nightmares. They suffer through PTSD. There's a lot of complicated feelings with that. I think it was some complicated feeling which is possible in the case of training to be becoming a doctor.
Good point. Yeah, I think sometimes just as a barbed wire fence can be a scar on your skin, emotional, psychological experience is kind of a mark on your brain or your memory. And I think that that definitely could be a problem in medical training. You do see a lot of things that are very shocking, very repulsive, things that you never forget. I know one of those students that had nightmares initially went on to be a surgeon. So I imagine she's not having the PTSD attached inside of her dead body. She's inside them all day, every day now. But I'm sure it could, we go on to see so many kind of grosser or shocking things in medical training, in medical school, and then working with living patients, not just dead and embalmed bodies. So I do think that things can leave a mark, but I don't think that's too much of that would be most.
Yeah, so maybe just when I kind of the demons make you better soldier. Just as some of the psychological trauma might make you a better psychiatrist. Returning to the order. Is it order or is it chaos? You get order with the chapters and broke parts and pieces and examples all the way to fingers and clothing.
Well, I did mention that, throat was the first one because they kind of throw the light into the brutality of death. And I followed it up with feces as the third chapter in a way to also throw them back the deep end. How I like discussing parts of the body to feel like this fascinating aspect. So I didn't want to hide anything. And when you train to be a doctor, everything is on the table, really, like cadaver life, but also, you deal with blood and piss and vomit and feces. So that's kind of the meaning of your craft. And
yes, the media, yeah, for sure. So, like, if you're a picture, this is the page. Yeah, and when you look at PNS, which is it's like almost a dance. There's multiple things. There's one of the with the eyes. So let's turn it slow. Let's turn it to weird way. So first of all, a friend of mine said, I just see humans as a bunch of holes that just walk around. We have ears, nose, our mouths. We have the sexual holes, vagina, penis, and then we have medical for your ass. Anyway, thank you. This is very technical. Erecting surgery. These are different between throat and mouth. By the way, so say to how we're talking about when that hole actually becomes tubular.
The throat I always count as just sort of the very back of the the back of the mouth, where the nose also comes down and meets it, where the tonsils are. But you're right that we are bipolar, but more accurately, we're two, right? We start in the womb as kind of the microscopic little disc, almost like a flatbread, and you roll it almost like a burrito into this tube. And we're a simple microscopic tube, and from there we grow into these bigger and bigger tubes that become more complicated. And each end of the tube does split into various holes. So all the ones you mentioned at the front end of the tube, the front end of the body, right? It splits into the nose, the mouth, the ears, the sinuses, the tube to the lungs, the windpipe, the tube down the stomach, which is the esophagus. And then the other end of the tube splits as well. Men end up with 2 holes, and women end up with 3 holes. The urethra, the vagina, and the anus. And, the urethra and kind of the reproductive system they share. So
I'm learning a lot today. It is incredible to start from a sperm and an egg. And you have some DNA information. And from that, the building project begins. And what that leads to is a go, and then you pull it into a tube, and that tube then eventually sort of becomes more and more complicated. Gets eyes and brain, and then create Twitter account. So from It's really incredible. We just can't right. We sprout eyes and a brain and taste pretty much to regulate what comes in the front of the tube. We don't eat anything dangerous for 20 minutes. We want to choose what we eat. You choose who we guess. Well, we seem to be motivated by what comes out of the tube as well, in part. But it's not just output, it's a feedback mechanism. Like we're also monitoring the functioning of the output. We're not just obsessed about the input. We're very obsessed with the output. You're absolutely right about that. People, have medical complaints about their output very often. I never cease to be surprised by complaints or observations about the output. I think people have gone to wars over the output and maybe sometimes the lack of the output or the desire for output for the particular other humans that you fancy the brain and the eyes that's sprouted somehow convince the rest of the body that this one particular other tube is fanciful. So you're going to go to major wars and meet global suffering because of the fancy and the desire for additional output with the other tube. Okay, so from the throat, that part of the tube. Is it? You said the design is not. You could have thought of maybe a little bit better options because it's too multifunctional. Is that? Can you sort of elaborate on the multifunctional nature of this part? Are a lot of parts in the body multifunctional, or do you find that more specialization is going to get the job done better?
There is a lot of organs, for instance, do have multiple functions. The pancreas has two. It's like two organs, and one secretes hormones against hormones in the bloodstream, and the other aspect of it secretes digestive enzymes in the gut to help you digest and absorb food. The liver is like 15 organs in one. It's amazing how many different things it does. But the throat, basically the problem with the throat is, as I said, we have two tubes that are right next to each other in the throat. One is for food, drink, saliva, mucus, whatever you're going to swallow. All of that stuff must go down the esophagus tube and end up in the stomach. And right next to the esophagus, millimeters away, is the windpipe or the trachea, which goes down to the lungs. And your throat is daily gymnastics to keep everything but air out of the windpipe. Because, you slip up once and you can die. You can choke, you laugh and speak while eating, and it's curtains, unfortunately. So it seems like, every aspect of the body, when you're learning about it in mid school, seems so brilliant and so perfectly designed by evolution or whoever you might say designed it to favor survival, enhance life, but the throat seemed the opposite. It seemed set up almost for failure. And we developed all these mechanisms for compensation, right? We have the gag reflex whenever food or something is headed towards your air pipe, your windpipe, or down to your lungs. Your throat has this little rejection of it, pushes it away. At the same time, it's a cough, which is something our body does when something appropriate does get down the windpipe. When we get a little food down the wrong pipe, we end up coughing, and the coughing does usually flush it out and get rid of it. We even have something called the mucus elevator in our lungs, which is this constant flow of mucus up the airways, up the trachea, dragging with it all kinds of particulates that we've inhaled and substance food that are down the wrong pipe and drag it up into the throat and swallow it kind of unconsciously all day. Even the mechanism of swallowing is super complicated. It uses a number of cranial nerves, uses over 15 different muscles. It's this coordinated attack to food out of the airway. You can see it's sympathetic controls your neck kind of jump upwards and swallow. This helps lift the airway up against actually the epiglottis, which plugs it closed and allows food or swallow to kind of skirt past it. But every time you swallow, those things do come within millimeters of going down the long pipe. It's just thanks to these kind of compensations, these adaptations we have to the danger. Water. It makes you appreciate the wonderful shape of it all.
By the way, we have pulled up your Instagram. You follow. You have a post about growth, and just showing so many different components of the shaking the stuff. And just tired of doing, the teeth, chewing. And so a lot of the structures of the anatomy and the physiology doesn't echo the mammals. Are we just basically borrowing a lot of evolution, or maybe with small adjustments, maybe people in fact they're not using that mouth to murder things like other creatures might. We use the thumbs.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between different animals that I find in If someone asked me, is there any animals in which were competitors with mine? And I first thought that whales, because whales are kind of up on the top of it. So I was thinking, oh, maybe they are more separate. But when I looked into it, actually, the path to become very close to stuff, nothing. I saw a paper about some new discovered organ that actually helps keep children out of the airway as well. You have to know. So it's a different mechanism, but the same kind of basic problem is that, we're too in the air to do that right now.
How was it to understand from just being lived on the part? Is there maybe about the complexity of the you mentioned different safari, multiple claims or responsible, or the different things that they all just are played together. Do we have a good sense from both a medical perspective and a biology perspective, or is there still mysteries?
There's definitely still mysteries. We understand a lot about, for instance, how the swallowing mechanism, is coordinated in the brain stem, sometimes using some higher levels of the brain. But it is a very thoughtless thing. You mentioned drinking water. It's not something you have to think about, thankfully. We'd be thinking about it all day. There's a lot we don't understand about the basic mechanisms, perhaps, about how the nerves fire and how they kind of, coordinate on the microscopic level, how ions rush into and out of nerve cells to kind of create that electrical signal. But we sure understand that a lot, and it's very fascinating.
So, moving on to chapter 2, jump around. The liver does a lot of things. I also saw you retweet something where it said, showing that the liver is speaking with the heart, the body is delicious, and you can drink more and care less. It's a good one. So you props, like you said, to the kidneys, to the liver, maybe to the organs, to the parts that don't often get as much pregnancy. So the left system is fine. There's too much parts. The chest pain, we talked about it when we talked about love, amazing. How do you talk about hearts? So sometimes you can actually do some chest pain calls and love. I remember when I was a med student, I was very smitten with somebody with medical students. It was totally brilliant and beautiful. And it actually does cause this kind of burning in your chest. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's from the heart itself. I don't know if it's like acid reflux. I'm not really sure. But I definitely felt something in my chest. Right now, I don't know what that is. But you can see why someone might think maybe it is your heart. And it's crying in your chest. When people come to the ER with chest pain, the question is it my heart? And that's my main job, is figuring out if it is or not. So I could see why. The way ancients saw the functions of different organs is fascinating, but also hard to explain. Would it be fair to say that if you look at the entirety of human history, the way most people die has to do with the heart?
Well, like in America today, cardiovascular disease and coronary artery disease is one of the most common, perhaps the most common cause of death. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was probably not. People were not living as long, and people were dying of infections. So we tend to die less of these days.
That's true. But in terms of things to stab, I'm trying to sort of introspect, like why talk about the heart and love. My thought would be that it's because the heart receives the most important organism. Like the origin of life comes from the heart. the originator of life, where you figure that out from sort of an ancient perspective, is when you stab things, what is likely to lead to issues. It's like it's possible to imagine that the brain is not as special as we might think from when you don't understand biology or physiology or neuroscience or these kinds of things. Especially if it's pain, painless too. Just have it the brain and yeah, anyway, so that's really interesting. So there's a kind of poetic answer to maybe what you wrote about it. But what you do is the wisdom was
I mean, the main function of the heart basically is to push blood through the cardiac system, through the branch blood vessel to feed every cell in the body. You know, when hearts actually our ancestors started off as single cell organisms floating in ancient blue, and they were surrounded by the medium that would bring them all the nutrients they needed. So no issues there. And then once you start getting multicellular organisms kind of that are thicker and the ones on the inside in contact with that sort of nutritious glue that they're growing in, you kind of need a way to distribute those nutrients to every cell. So that's what the heart and transit that the heart. You know, the biggest disconnect between how the organs talked about in poetry versus actual functions of how the heart is. We ascribe all these love, passion, life itself sometimes to the heart. But actually, it's a simple mechanical function. Blood rifle on a cloud and caffeine crystals save blood. Onic.com/fighter 10% entire damn site. Fitness, blood to every cell. Fitness on 6 on-demand streaming fitness with kettlebells.
Isn't it amazing to you how much volume of blood just gets pushed through by this pump?
Absolutely. They say every red blood cell takes about 5 minutes to circulate and come back to the heart. And that circulation kind of really starts in the womb, kind of in the that we die. But the volume is tremendous. But it can never, take a break.
And it's propagating all kinds of stuff throughout the body. It's a little bit like blood. All kinds of good stuff from past nutrition, drugs, all of that.
Medication too.
Medication. Such a fascinating design.
And it also takes the waste away. It kind of brings the nutritious stuff, brings the nutrients, especially oxygen. And then it also, as it passes the cell, takes the cell's waste. So sort of the fresh water and sewage.
So our blood, what do you guys do with blood? Talk about the fun, the spread blood, the blood itself.
Right, so the blood itself is sort of, the most important bodily fluid, of course. From moment to moment, every cell is how to use a flow of blood to bring in most important oxygen, but also
What a kid.
take away waste, and if that stops for even a moment, you can be in big trouble. So blood is the most important medium. It's also, doctors use it to kind of evaluate the body. It does have this kind of all-seeing quality to it where we can evaluate organs through the blood. I can tell you about your liver, your heart, your kidney by taking a sample of your blood. So it's sort of like this crystal ball in a way, and we use it kind of all the time, to assess someone's health, to assess their disease.
Is it also the attack vector for diseases, for bacteria, for viruses, and all that kind of stuff? So viruses seem to attack you in the throat. Maybe you can correct me, but they seem to attack different parts of the body, depending on how easy it is to access, how easy it is to get in, depending on what you prefer. If you want to do a little bit of hard work, but you get in deep, or you don't want to do the hard work, but you don't get in deep, those are the choices viruses have. But is blood one of the sort of attack vectors? What's like if you were trying to break into the human body, like a parasite, virus, bacteria, how would you do it? Like what would be the attack vectors you would explore?
Right, so you got to look at the body's weaknesses, of course. We have inherent weaknesses. For instance, like our respiratory tract, we have to breathe. We have to get air in from the outside, and so that's one of the entries into our body. So, when we inhale and say poisonous gas, it's an easy way in. You have to breathe. You can't hold it. breath very long, but air in our lungs is still kind of contiguous with the external atmosphere. It's not really inside the body until it does cross the lining of the alveoli into the blood, as you said. That's when it really gets inside. And the other, besides the respiratory tract, the gastrointestinal tract is another way, kind of a shrinking armor. We have to eat, we have to drink, and therefore we're taking the external world into our cells, into our gut, in order to extract what we need and let the rest kind of flow out. So those two, the gastrointestinal and the respiratory tract, there's a reason that, respiratory tract infections and gastrointestinal infections are kind of the most common that afflict us because those are the ways into the body. So I would definitely pick one of those. Not just being leaky cold nose, but more aggressive pneumonia down deep in the lungs and get across that barrier into the blood.
But also the whole sex thing that humans do. So, speaking of which, let us go for time to the genitals chapter. So, what are genitals? I think I've heard of those. I think I read about penis and vagina. Can you explain to me how those work? Just asking for a friend, but also what is fascinating about it, maybe what's misunderstood or not about them.
Sure. So they're very unique organs. I would say one of the things that I like to point out is that, while every organ from moment to moment keeps us alive and ensures our survival, the genitals, in a way, the opposite. We don't need them. We don't even have to use them at all. And in fact, they help us do stupid things that are the opposite of kind of organs of survival. So, and they affect the brain and become sort of nuts based on those desires. So they can be dangerous organs too. Sexual dimorphism helps with genetic variability, as it does in so many other organisms. You take two people and mix them together, their genetics, you just get a lot more variation, more opportunities to try different genetic codes and see what will enhance survival. As we talked about sex and death, I talk about in the book a lot of, for instance, the female genital tract, how the uterus is very unusual.
Look at this move.
It doesn't even sort of wake up and start doing its thing until the second decade of life. It's even though babies are born with all of the eggs they'll ever have in their ovaries already. You're sort of in a stasis until they start waking up, kind of once a month. And it's this cycle. There's so much in our bodies that are cyclical, rhythmic, the heartbeat, breathing, menstruation, kind of a very strange rhythm that takes over a decade to start, and only the rhythm beats once a month, which is very slow compared to every rhythm of the body. The other unusual thing is, in medicine, when rhythms of the body cease, when they stop, those are emergencies, right? When your heart stops, that's a cardiac arrest. You need CPR, maybe an electric shock to start it. When your breathing stops, you need a breathing machinery for you or something to reverse whatever might be causing suppression of your breathing. But when menstruation stops, it's the point of menstruation in the first place. The whole reason that the uterus grows along and sheds it each month is to one day, get fertility. The ovum to get fertilized and to implant in the lining, and then the rhythm ceases. And that's obviously not an emergency, unlike how most of the rhythms get a cessation point to the whole thing in the first place.
So these particular penis and vagina or that whole thing. Am I not using the wrong terms? I don't know. I'll just keep saying it.
Use those terms. There's more technical parts, various parts. In medical school, you learn every bump, every little part, every little organ, including the
I never really thought of it before you said is that most couples account for 4 times a week. 24/7, some organs, penis vagina being that's represented with this, there's not functioning all the time. Only functioning once in a while and get us to do stupid stuff or awesome stuff and all that stuff. But they're not essential for human survival on a second-by-second basis. Then the whole cyclical nature of the human body. How many other cycles are monthly basis that far apart? That's a fascinating design. The human body would do that, and it wouldn't start until second decade of life. It's almost like, what do I want to say? There's some kind of meta planning going on. Like, this is the optimal solution for the sexual selection mechanism among, like, somewhat intelligent species. Like, it's useful after the brain has
Jim and I
developed
went to dinner 2 times.
sufficiently
We got back
long
to the park.
to
I
not
talked him through his
be
breakup.
making sexual selection decisions.
It's really nice
Like,
to
you
be
need time for this computer, this really powerful computer to load it. Interesting.
You also need the body to develop, a child just keep it growing up. Like,
Well,
you bring them to deliver another baby.
I wonder if there's animals in which this happens much more accelerated pace in stages.
Definitely, especially in certain kinds of insects, a lot of fruit fly, a lot of experiments about how the life cycle is so rapid. A lot of kind of insects and other creatures are almost ready to mate since they're born. Not us.
Not is there any
Ladies and gentlemen,
improvements to the design?
I have some bad news.
So a lot of people are very
Meredith is in my
interested
car.
in these particular body
What happened
if
this
you were
morning
to
in
sort
the
of
parking lot?
step back as a
Hospital.
geneticist,
And the
biologist,
doctor
designer,
decided to
maybe
save her
a computer
life.
scientist, computer engineer trying to build
And she is going to be
human
okay.
2.0, maybe a robot. How would you improve the penis and the vagina?
Really going through her.
Well, the penis for starter, let's also discuss the testicles. They're very important too.
The real guess is that yes, right?
So they're fragile and they're important, and yet they're hanging off the body in danger. So does that make sense? They begin in the womb. They begin inside the abdomen, and they slowly descend, and sometimes before birth, sometimes in the first year of life, sometimes never. They pop out of the body and then they're hanging with the scrotum. There's a reason, because the chemical reaction that creates sperm functions vastly a few degrees cooler than body temperature. And so that's why you might notice in the warm weather, they might hang further down, and in the cold weather, they scrunch themselves up to get closer to the body
And
to
save her
maintain
life.
that actual
Yes,
temperature.
by taking her to the hospital.
So it's hard, if you can create a small production mechanism that does not rely on that lower temperature, that'd be great. Keep them inside the body, protected like the ovaries are.
They wouldn't rely on lower temperature. I thought you might create some kind of weird internal cooling mechanism.
No, well, now I guess that would be one solution, but just maybe a different type of chemical reaction, would not be reliant on lower temperature, let's say. It would be great to find spermatogenesis or sperm production process that would function best at body temperature and that would keep those delicate organs inside the body and not have them hanging out in danger.
Or maybe the argument for this design is maybe it's nice to put them in danger so you're constantly concerned about it.
Could be. Maybe it's beneficial for male psychology and the other.
There's a psychological component here. So that's testicles, penis.
Better way to put it, it's pretty good as it is. It kind of, when it's time for it to work, it grows, it stiffens, and when it's time for it not to work, it kind of shrinks and hangs out.
So I was on a sample of this, so I know how it works. Yeah, I was a good one.
But, that's also a bit unique, I suppose, that, the way it has this erectile tissue. Actually, they're similar in the mouth of certain baleen whales, certain similar kind of erectile tissue that helps cool them off. Because they have so much blubber and creates so much heat and moving around feeding. They have actually a similar penis organ in their mouth. It's a big problem. They have to store all that blubber for fuel, but it makes them too hot. So as compensation, they have this erectile organ in their mouth.
Okay. What about vagina?
The fact that miscarriages sometimes happen because of sexually transmitted diseases, because of trauma. It would be great if the uterus where the growing fetus is sort of even more protected from those things. I guess that's it's a side effect of the fact that people still have sex when they're pregnant, they're still exposed to injury. There's a way to make it more protective, perhaps. That would be better. I did see an article recently about artificial wombs, which are rapidly becoming a reality, and in animal studies, they're able to prolong the gestation by a month in an artificial womb.
Can you explain the artificial aspect of the artificial voice?
Sure. It's I believe it acts almost like a heart-lung bypass machine. So when someone's getting like bypass surgery, their heart is stopped. Literally, they throw ice to the chest and they give a potassium infusion to the blood, which stops the heart. But the blood is run through a machine that basically does the work of heart and lungs together, gets oxygen into the blood, and then pushes it back into the body. So I believe it's a sort of similar mechanism to keep blood and nutrition flowing to the fetus. And so it's just not inside the body. It's some kind of other device. I think that science is going to rapidly improve. One benefit is, babies are born premature. While, neonatology is able to continuously lower the age of viability through better technology and understanding what you can, medicines and other things you can do to premature babies when they're born. And ideally, if, let's say, premature labor begins, you can't stop it. That baby's coming out one way or the other. If you could just then stick it into an artificial womb or continue its development, that would save a whole host of problems. Often those babies born very early suffer from damage to various organs, including the brain, for the rest of their life. So that could be very
some aspects of the body can develop technologies to outsource that to offload some of the stress and the workload from the human body to do it elsewhere.
Like dialysis does that for kidneys. People can live decades without kidneys as long as they get dialysis, which does the work for them. Not every organ can do that. For instance, the liver, there's no dialysis versions of the liver. If your liver fails, you need a liver transplant.
I ran down there to
do it for you.
So that's
No,
the world's first
she's in the hospital. She's fine, recovering nicely. Kind of
picture of what looks like gigantic balloons.
Matrix, here we go.
This is very matrix. How are they floating? What are we even looking at? There's giant red spheres. This really looks like the Matrix.
Sorry. What is
I wonder where it's from. So there seems to be a paper on this too.
I don't know too much about this. I can see that there is advancing there.
The world's first artificial womb for humans. Scientists in the Netherlands say that within 10 years of developing an artificial womb, it could save the lives of premature babies. Premature birth before 37 weeks is globally the biggest cause of death among newborns. But the development also raises ethical questions about the future of baby making and so on and so forth. We're going to be facing a lot of ethical questions as we start to mess with human biology in an effort to help human biology as I start to mess. And it's going to be very interesting to take steps towards the matrix. All right. What about the neighbors? Poop, feces. There seems to be a lot of interesting stories in that particular outlet. What do you fascinating? What do you think is misunderstood or you don't know about?
Well, it's hilarious for one thing that we do it. The word is great as well. There's so many different words. I do, when I'm talking to the parents, pediatric patients, I use the word poop. I don't often use the talking to adult patients. I choose a more mature word. But poop is amazing. I guess it's, it's sort of the dirtiest, the most vile, the most hated aspect of our bodies. It's the grossest. We don't want to think about it, talk about it, have it anywhere near our, food or social interactions. with good reason. I mentioned gastrointestinal infection, but one of the most common infections the human body suffers from. And, what we call the way they spread from person to person, grossly enough, is referred to as the fecal oral route, which is a bit of someone's stool getting into your swallow, through the water supply. For instance, diarrhea is actually quite a brilliant mechanism of microbes, right? If let's say you're in the intestine of one person, your goal is to get into the intestines of another person. Brilliant to just trick their intestines into secreting all this fluid into the intestines to increase the volume of stool and its runniness, so that when they do poop, it gets into the water supply and then everyone else getting infected as well. Just the same way, like tuberculosis, coronavirus, your lungs, and make you cough. You send it up to the air, and that's all. Yeah, brilliant. So diarrhea is a big takeaway lesson.
It's one of the most intelligent things we can do as an entirety, not just particular cognitive organism. We're made up of bacteria and viruses, and there's a lot of visitors and so on. But the entirety of the system, diarrhea is one of our better accomplishments and stuff. Well, I wonder, why is it?
I think a lot of that is socially constructed, just how it's sort of supposed to be hidden away. It's something we always do, something, we chuckle about as children. But even in healthcare, it becomes this big conversation. We end up talking about it. Like I see in the ER, people come in. There's complete strangers. Sometimes like a nice old lady who resembles my grandmother, and all of a sudden I have to ask her all about what's happening in the bathroom. Like, is she straining? What color is it? What's the consistency? Does it float on top of the water more than it should? Is it hard to flush? There's a million different questions you learn as a medical student. You're like this poop detective when people come in with issues.
Why am I having
and
such
so
a hard time getting my message?
It's funny, I guess, in the exam room, in the doctor-patient relationship, there's sort of no barriers. You talk about everything, and you're talking about the most intimate details of a person's life, even though you just met them a second ago. It's so different than normal social interactions. Yet there is this social aspect. A lot of what I do is social. It seems like doctors, what they do is mostly scientific. But actually, it's just relating to another person. And you have to maintain, your professional demeanor at this normal human level interaction, even though you're talking about food. And that's a skill. It's an art and a science.
Well, okay, actually, I want to linger on that because I'm a fan of just diving into conversations right away with strangers, just getting no small talk. And this is like the ultimate, I don't know if it's the ultimate, but it's one version of no small talk. You get right to the point. That's really powerful from a psychology perspective. You're a kind of therapist. You have the power to be a therapist. And I don't mean just about the medical condition of the body, but psychological. There's so much fear connected to this concern. Also, self-doubt, insecurities.
At the same time,
Even sort of existential thoughts about your mortality. All of those things are right there in the room. So I think one way doctors should deal with that is they kind of cold wave off that. They almost like do or not. One is like I'm going to just be friendly surface and cold about the brutal honesty of the biology. But I wonder if there's like a skillful middle ground, this dangerous place where you can help people deal with their psychological insecurities, concerns, fears, all this kind of. Is that just really tough to do?
Yeah, it's a huge part of being a doctor is dealing with the psychological aspects of whatever's going on in your patient's body. I mean, in the ER, you deal with psychiatric emergencies, right, more than ever these days. And, that's a huge issue, not to mention sort of drug use, alcohol-related stuff. That gets into sort of psychology, the human love of intoxicants and changing brain's chemistry. And habit, of course, recreational habit plays it as well. I mean, a big part of, for instance, pediatrics is reassuring parents and kind of convincing them, giving them the confidence that what's going on with their child is not serious, will go away on its own, does not need any particular intervention. But adults too, reassurance is a huge part of the game. In the ER, you see humanity at its most raw. I feel like you get this tremendous insight into people, how they live, what they worry about, what they think about, how their body works, and also how their mind works. That you almost don't see anywhere else. It's a really interesting place to work. And so the way our society is shaped, the ER is where people go for almost everything. When they're suicidal, they come to the ER. When they're too high on drugs to walk, they come to the ER. Children who've been abused, sexually abused, physically abused, come to the ER to investigate. It's sort of like the whole purpose waste and the dregs of society, what people do to themselves and what they do to other people. When you mention you're interested in the darkness of humanity, I think you think of the ER, where you really see what human life is like in the ER.
Okay, you read about, you think about the emergency room in the ER. That's really fascinating. Just a little bit though you give to that work. It's fascinating. What lessons about humanity do you draw from this place where you're so near to death? There's so much chaos. There's so much variety of what's wrong. So little information. For the urgent nature of the information inflows, such that you can't really reason so thoroughly and deeply and collect all the data, all those kinds of things. You have to act fast, and then everybody's freaking out. Can you just speak to the human condition that you get a glimpse at with the ER experience?
Yeah, I think you do see all those things. I think on one end of the spectrum, it is this very unique place where you get all these unique insights. On the other end, it can become a ho-hum place just like any other, which is sort of surprising. As I mentioned before, humans seem to be able to get used to almost anything, and doctors can get ho-hum used to dying of a heart attack, activate the baby's hand out, just ho-hum, I know what to do, going about my job, and go home. Just fascinating. I do try to maintain, both my fascination, as I think writers in general, think more about what they see, write more about what they see, maybe draw connections with what they see to other things. So I do think that writer's perspective does help me kind of maintain my fascination, my more insightful perspective for this conversation. But you do see a lot, in a way, medical problems are sort of the great equalizer, right? Class, race, culture, background, the failings of the human body, the way it fails, what we can do to help in those situations is almost universal. I always like this quote from Chekhov, who's a doctor and a writer, and he sort of treated a lot of peasants and very low class, and also treated a lot of he wrote that they all have the same ugly bodies, basically, which I think is really right on. And, it's sort of, you can see people underneath the superficial layer of clothing, maybe it's the most expensive clothing, those fanciest places, but underneath their bodies get failed in the same way, and they still have the same anxieties, the same worry about mortality, the same concerns about whether food turn green today.
I'm not superstitious,
these
but
things that they bring to the table. So in a way, it is a great equalizer where people are kind of.
Did anyone do anything involving an Indian burial?
I feel like people sometimes,
like what? Like
class, money, fame, power, makes you for time to forget that you're just
no, I did not violate Indian burial ground.
just as good,
In fact, I
just as
have
bad.
pizza. It's right out of the basket. So
In that sense, this question sometimes raised by some people better than others, and I usually answer no to that question because of that.
Question: Has anyone
Some people might be better at that. Some people might be better at
we have to have done something
But
right.
in the end, we're just meatbags.
That was the curse, Stanley, and we were trying to find the cause of the curse.
Her soul.
Small
God, you're
tangent.
infinite wisdom. How can you do this? She wasn't ready. She had so much left to accomplish.
So that you have a good I have to.
You don't like her.
Yeah.
Parents do not provide milk or wool or meat. Which way you went to America, have you? No, I have not. Well, I think you should go to the hospital and pay your respects.
You act on his word. Your white cousin. Your questions.
My cousin Moses' best friend was a dog. One day, he was foaming at the mouth, so I had to shoot him dead.
As you play the role again
Turns
and
out,
again,
you'd only eaten one of Moses' green pies.
the
Did
script
I feel bad for killing him? No.
interaction becomes
That's how you deal with the thief.
and the rehearsal
I would now like to
slowly
talk
fades into
about
profession.
each of
You
you
suddenly find yourself unable to tell if you're still acting or if you're doing the
Satan is a master
Now,
of lies.
Dr.
Everything.
Jonathan Reisman, MD, Harvard, Massachusetts General Hospital Medicine, Pediatric. Beautiful. So that is what it is to be a doctor. You're just acting. Fake it till you make it.
And I imagine every medical student has this feeling when they first come into the room, like I talked about asking this nice old lady about the color of her poop for the first time, and you're just like, what am I doing here? Like, does she believe I'm a doctor? Yeah, this just feels absurd. But then it's, again, ho-hum becomes normal.
Now, there's not a sperm chapter in your book. This, you mentioned offline that this is the second or third book that you worked on, all of us. I'm just kidding. But maybe I'm not humorous to make way for reality. So the tweet was that human, average human male produces 500 billion sperm, I believe, which is about 4 to 5 times more than the number of people who have ever lived. And each of those sperm is genetically unique, so you can think of them, kind of imagine the possible humans they could have created. And they're all different. They have similarities, of course, but they have peculiarities that are different. And you can think of all the different trajectories, all the Einsteins, the Feynmans, the Hitlers,